inside the hall and occupy the seats. One and all. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. S.K. Singh Sir, Director, ICR, Indian Institute of Horticultural Research, Bangalore, Guest of Honors, and President, Indian Society of Tobacco Science and Director, CTRI, Dr. M. Sheshumadhav Sir, esteemed guests and esteemed participants, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference on Frontiers in Tobacco and Commercial Agriculture towards Preparedness for Future Farming, organized by Indian Society of Tobacco Science Institute, Adikavi Nannaya University here. To inaugurate this remarkable event, we would like to invite our esteemed guests to the stage. First, I request respected Chief Guest, Dr. S.K. Singh Sir, Director ICAR-NIRCA Bangalore, to please come and occupy a seat on the dais. I request President ISTS, Director CTRI, Dr. M. Sheshumadhav Sir, to accompany Sir, to please come and give floral welcome to Sir. We are privileged to have other distinguished personalities among us who have significantly contributed to their respective fields. First, I invite Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. T. Janaki Ram Sir from Dr. YSR Horticultural University to please come and occupy the seat on the dais. I request President ISTS to give floral welcome to the dignitaries. And I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Adikavi Nannaya University, Professor K. Padmaraju Garu, to please come and occupy the seat on the dais. And I request Sri G. Krishna Kumar Garu, Vice President ISTS and Vice President Leaf Operations ITC Limited, to please come and occupy the seat on the dais. I request Dr. Shaikh M. Mirazi, Director Atari Hyderabad, to please come and occupy the seat on the dais. I also request respected Sri H.M. Ramprasad Sir, CEO, ITC Limited, to be on the dais.
Boy.
I request Sri Shyam Sundar Sir, Tobacco Packers and Exporters. I request Rakesh Kaul Sir, General Manager, the Tobacco Institute of India, to please come and occupy the seat on the dais. Asia Regional Agronomy Director, Thailand, to please come and occupy the seat on the dais. I also request Sri M. Prabhakar Garu, General Manager, GPI Limited, to please come and occupy the seat on the dais. I request Director to come and I request Secretary ISTS Dr. L.K. Prasad sir to give floral welcome to President Indian Society of Tobacco Science. I request Secretary ISTS and Treasurer Indian Society of Tobacco Science to please come and occupy the seats on the dais. And I request Dr. Bindu Madam to give floral welcome to Dr. L.K. Prasad sir. I request Treasurer Dr. H. Ravishankar sir to please occupy the seat on the dais. And I request Dr. Anandita to give floral welcome to Treasurer. I request all the dignitaries to please take your seats. Today, we are honored to have all of you join us today as we embark on this incredible 3-day journey of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. This conference serves as a platform for experts, researchers, and professionals to discuss breakthroughs, share experiences, and foster meaningful connections. Let us begin the program with our traditional ICAR song.
कृषि परिषद भारत की सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन दूध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण शस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक आशा स्वा भारत की।
I request to play university song. I request the delegates to please stand for the university song.
ఆదికవి నన్నయ్య విశ్వవిద్యాలయం గోదావరి తీర విజ్ఞాన నిలయం. ఆదికవి నన్నయ్య విశ్వవిద్యాలయం గోదావరి తీర విజ్ఞాన నిలయం. ఆణిముత్యాలతో ఆచార్యవరులతో ఆణిముత్యాలతో ఆచార్యవరులతో ఆణి నివాసమై వర్ధిల్లు గురుకులం వర్ధిల్లు గురుకులం. ఆదికవి నన్నయ్య విశ్వవిద్యాలయం గోదావరి తీర విజ్ఞాన నిలయం. ధర్మస్ఫూర్తి ఆంధ్ర భారత కీర్తి. ఆశధర్మస్ఫూర్తి ఆంధ్ర భారత కీర్తి. అడుగడుగున సంఘ సంస్కరణ దీప్తి. భవనాల తోరణం సువిశాల ప్రాంగణం. భవనాల తోరణం సువిశాల ప్రాంగణం. ప్రకృతి ఒడిలో విశ్వ పరిశోధనాలయం పరిశోధనాలయం. ఆదికవి నన్నయ్య విశ్వవిద్యాలయం గోదావరి తీర విజ్ఞాన నిలయం. కళాశాలలతో పలు శాఖలతో విలసిల్లే అత్యున్నత విద్యాలయం విశ్వవిద్యాలయం మన విశ్వవిద్యాలయం. రాజమహేంద్రానికే రాజసమీయాలయం రాజమహేంద్రానికే రాజసమీయాలయం. లక్షల విద్యార్థులున్న అక్షర దేవాలయం లక్షల విద్యార్థులున్న అక్షర దేవాలయం అక్షర దేవాలయం. ఆదికవి నన్నయ్య విశ్వవిద్యాలయం గోదావరి తీర విజ్ఞాన నిలయం.
Thank you. As we continue our tradition of lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom, I request all the dignitaries on the dais to do the honors. Now I take the opportunity to request President Indian Society of Tobacco Science to give welcome and introduction of conference theme.
Yeah, good morning all. So today is a wonderful day. We are starting an international conference on frontiers in tobacco and commercial agriculture, preparing towards future farming. First, I welcome our chief guest of the today's function, Dr. S.K. Singh ji, Director IHR, and Dr. Janak Ram, Vice Chancellor, YSR Horticulture University, and Vice Chancellor of Nanaya University, Dr. Padmaraj Garu, and Dr. Meera Atari, Director, Hyderabad, and our valued partner, Mr. Sri Ram Prasad ji, CEO, ITC Limited, and Krishna Kumar ji, Vice President, ITC, and Dr. Leo from GPI, from AOL, and Dr. Sri Madhya Venkateshwar Rao, ITA, and Dr. Sri Prabhakar Rao, General Manager, GPI, and my colleagues, Organizing Secretary, Dr. L.K. Prasad, and Treasurer of this society, Dr. Ravi Shankar. As I said, today is a wonderful day because Indian Society of Tobacco Science conducting a international conference, first international conference, maybe second international conference, but this international conference has a special significance which I will go through. But as I must say that this society, Indian Society of Tobacco Science, started way back in 1974, just after my year of birth. So this is like a 51 years old institute, and conducted almost like 14 symposiums and one international conference of World Neem Conference. And second, this is the second international conference which we are doing with tobacco and all other commercial crops. And this conference, why we are doing, this is in commensurate with our Platinum Jubilee function celebrations, which we started yesterday. I think some of the people witnessed the mega event yesterday we had in our premises. And in commemoration to that, today we are conducting an international conference here, and this will be going for next 3 days. In this conference, we have several themes, like one is like genetics and genomics, genetics and genomic strategies for enhancing commercial agriculture, new vistas in crop management for resilient commercial agriculture, new perspectives in post-harvest technology and value addition, next generation technologies for information dissemination and digital agriculture, innovative market interventions for commercial agriculture. Like that, we have 5 good themes which covers the myriad aspects of commercial agriculture. So here there will be a plenary lectures, lead lectures, and then lightning talks and poster sessions, and we have a panel discussions also in the evening, where in each topic is like today we would like to have a panel discussion on tobacco, how to make India as a global giant in exports. And tomorrow we have turmeric and chili, how to export potentially increase. And on last day we have a ashwagandha and castor. So friends, I must say that, so today this conference, because this society is actually, Indian Society of Tobacco Science is started with the aim of spreading the knowledge of tobacco science for among all the stakeholders for the research and development of tobacco, and the society is in our CTRI. As you know, CTRI completed 75 years, and in the 75 years we did a lot of work on tobacco, and with a lot of technologies like Verital technologies, production technologies, and then we have a committed extension services, and we have a seed production system. With that, in India, tobacco production has increased by almost, productivity is increased almost by 3 times. It was like 730 kg per hectare in the tobacco, altogether tobacco. Now it is 1750 kgs per hectare. That means almost 3 times increase. As well as this tobacco as an imported commercial crop, and it is giving revenue almost like 35,000 crores with a very small volume of 0.43 million hectares, which is, I always compares with my previous institute crop, my previous experience crop like rice, which is a 43 million hectare, which is only 1/10 of the area, very small, but still we contribute a lot to the foreign exchange, to the India, like 35,000 crores annually India gets. Not only that, around 4.5 million people depends on this crop from either directly or indirectly from this thing. But yet, this crop has a stigma, and because of many regulations are there, as internationally and nationally. Internationally, there is a FCTC, Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and in India there is a convention called COPTA. So with this, there is a definitely the consumers have a negative influence, as well as the scientists who are working on that, and the society was little bit worried about this, the progress and their research careers. With this, there was a demand to the ICR from the long time, maybe from last 10 years, was a long demand that this institute should be included some more commercial crops in addition to tobacco. So that was considered last 2 years back. There was an ICR committee headed by Dr. H.S. Gupta, and then he has saw all the possibilities in this area, as well as we have 6 regional stations across the country, and the committee considered that this institute can be broadened the mandate by including several other commercial crops. So now they included like turmeric, chili, ashwagandha, and castor, and they rechristened this institute as a NIRCA, National Institute for Research on Commercial Agriculture. So our gambit is a little bit expanded. Of course, as yesterday we said that our primary focus, maybe 75% focus will be on tobacco, and only 25% focus will be on other crops, because other crops we are not worried about much of production, rather we worried mostly on post-harvest technology and value addition. So that is one of the part in commercial agriculture, because in India, most of the time the agriculture is a general substantive farming is going on, but right now there is a paradigm shift. Now the agriculture is not much remunerative with the conventional crops like rice and wheat. So some of the people are now moving to the low volume, high commercial crops, and there is a lot of, scope is there and I can tell you my presentation how the scope is there. So that is the reason I think the agriculture in India should lead to the commercial farming, thereby farmers can get more profit. So with this, aim and objective, we given a conference with this thing of frontiers in tobacco and other commercial crops for future farming. So, and this conference, I must say that this conference we are conducting at Nanaya University. You all saw this is a beautiful campus, and I must thank VC Garu of this university, Padmaraj Garu, is readily agreed for hosting this conference. I really don't know him before I contacted him, but as an academician, I went and requested, and as a similar tempo, he continued and he said, "Sir, this is our academic institution. We are really happy to have this kind of conference." So I promised that I bring big people, and I brought now. Somehow I could brought some people. As I promised, some people are not came because of parliament session and other this thing. But we have a MOU with Nanya University from the long. When Nanya University doesn't have a building where there in CTRA main campus, there used to be 1 or 2 conferences we held and some even classes used to be have, and we had a beautiful collaboration with Nanya University. Now their turn that they extended support to us to give a venue and give all the support. I must thank you, sir, for this thing, and I think you can all enjoy the beautiful campus of Nanya University here in the Rajbandri. And we are going together in many of the academic activities, say like food technology, say in information technology, say in processing engineering. We are, because their strength of students and faculty, our strength of facilities and expertise, we are going together and making many, we identified a common minimum program on that and we are going to work. So, and this conference is, we are organizing in a very big way because of sponsors, generous sponsors from ITC Limited and Polishetty Shamsundar Tobacco, Alliance One International, GPA Limited, Tobacco Association of India and VST. And this conference we also kept a exhibition at left side. There some stalls are there, including our KVK stall, and because CTR has 2 KVKs, Krishi Vijnana Kendras, which are primarily meant for dissemination of technology transfer and technology refinement also, which happens there. So that KVK stall also there, and CTR stalls, many other stalls also there. Please use them. And we have a special session called Student Hackathon today afternoon. Their topic will be given there itself, maybe 30 minutes before, and student asked to give a good ideas on a particular topic, and the prizes also very attractive prizes we have decided. Please use this, I request the students, some student delegates are here, I request them to use this opportunity and then make use of this opportunity and sharpen your brain. And so we made arrangements. I think my team working from last 1 month, maybe 2 months, because we had a tandem programs one after another, that one Platinum Jubilee after this conference. We were tired from last 4 or 5 months, we were working together. I thank my team. They arranged very well your stay, comfortable stay and logistic arrangements. I think you can have. Any issues are there, please, you can contact my people and mine. So we will use this facility, and at the end we will come with some action plan on commercial crops, some of the commercial crops like tobacco and I said other 4 crops. The action plan will be prepared, and this that action plan preparing, I sincerely request all the delegates to give their views on that. We will be taking your views and we will make action plan for our research as well as for development of this commercial agriculture. So I welcome you all and thank you for joining in this international conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome and brief introduction of the conference. Now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. YSR Horticultural University, Dr. T. Janaki Ram Garu, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am extremely happy to be part of this great event, international conference on frontiers in tobacco and commercial agriculture towards preparedness for future farming, held at Adikavi Nanya University, Rajamahendravaram. Dr. S.K. Singh ji, Director, ICAR-NIRCA, Bangalore. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Adikavi Nanya University, Professor K. Padmaraj Garu. Shri G. Krishna Kumar ji, Vice President, ISTS, ITC Limited. My friend, Dr. Sheikh N. Mira, Director, Atari, Hyderabad. Sri H.N. Ramprasad, CEO, ITC Limited, Sri Polisetti Shyam Sundarji from PSS Tobacco Packers and Exporters, Sri Maddi Venkateshwara Garu, President, ITA, and of the dais, my mentors, Dr. P. Anand Kumar Garu, Dr. E.V.S. Prakash Rao Garu, Dr. Govindarajalu Chintala Garu, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Madhavi Reddy, and all the scientists, participants, the students. Once again, good morning. Greetings from Dr. YSR Horticulture University, which is second of its kind in the country, which is recently accredited by ICAR with A grade. I think this is very apt of organizing this international conference when we are talking about the diversification and secondary agriculture. And when in India, the traditional agriculture sector is fast moving towards commercialization and also licensing, which is also one of the main objective which is to be discussed during this international conference. Particularly in the context of horticulture, when we talk about employment generation, women empowerment, doubling of the farmers' income, diversification, skill development, entrepreneurship, I think it is the horticulture sector which really plays a very crucial role in the country's economy and also the agriculture landscape. If we take for the last 6-7 consecutive years, the horticulture production has increased tremendously and it has superseded the production of field crops. Almost we have achieved 350 million tons as of now. And it's a pride moment. It's all because of the technological interventions, policy decisions, and the technologies developed by different institutions and the participation of our progressive farmers. If we take the horticulture sector, it contributes almost 30.4% to the gross domestic product of the country and with mere 13.4 gross cropped area. This is really a proud moment for all of us that it is one of the growth engines for our country's economy. The productivity of horticulture crops increased almost 8.80 tons per hectare. That was when we were talking during 2001 and 2002 year. Now it has gone up to 12.51 tons per hectare as of now. So this is the increase which we have noted almost 1.42 times in just 2 decades. And almost the highest ever in the country, it is the progress we noted. And it is also gaining prominence because of the demand for the high value crops, the nutritional security, the changing dietary patterns, and the nutraceutical properties of many potential the spices and so on other crops. Now, the institute, I am very happy to note that they will be also integrating the horticulture crops. Particularly, we need to work on post-harvest technologies. And if we take the commercial horticulture in our country, it encompasses a wide range of crops, including fruits, the vegetables plantation, flower crops, medicinal aromatic crops, and apart from this, spices like the black pepper, cardamom, chili, turmeric, and seed spices are also grown on commercial basis. And the sector has become significant contribute for India's exports earnings. If you see during this 22-23 year, almost it is 1,31,085 crores worth of fresh and fruits and vegetables were exported from our country. And the innovative technologies and modern agriculture practices such as precision farming, greenhouse production, the use of high yielding varieties, the sensor technology, big data analysis are more to be given importance in horticulture crops. The holistic growth in the sector depends on the availability of the quality planting material, which is the major objective and mission for horticulture crops. Further, we need to adopt many alternative high value crops, like which brings to the more economy for the small and marginal farmers when the commercial horticulture is increasing. Of course, the total volume of the even organic products of horticulture during 22-23, it is almost 3,01,000 million tons with value of 5,525.18 crores worth. So this is really one of the aspects which needs to be taken into consideration in this international seminar. And we need to also focus on the effects of the climate change, because the climatic vagaries, they also affect the yield, and also the landscape is changing across the, particularly the horticulture crops. And they also risk affecting the short, medium, long-term strategies for countering these technologies such as modern agriculture practices. Latest technologies is very much essential for the sustainable growth. And really, we need to also adopt the artificial intelligence technology, sensor technology, nanotechnology, and many other modern tools for improving many aspects of agriculture and horticulture crops. So I think with these few remarks, I am thankful to the organizers for giving the opportunity, and I am also happy to mention that we are closely working in collaboration with Adikavi Nannaya University under the district cluster program, which is a very innovative initiative in the country, bringing all the traditional and the professional universities, where our university is working and signed MOU with NIT Tadepalligudem, JNTU Kakinada, and also Adikavi Nannaya University. And shortly we are going to have the Millet Mela at this university. And I think I always feel homecoming to this university, and my pleasure. And thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir, for your informative talk and valuable words. Thank you very much. We are very fortunate that we are organizing this conference at Adikavi Nannaya University. Now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Adikavi Nannaya University, Professor K. Padmaraju Garu, to please come and grace us with your insightful words.
Good morning, everybody. Today's chief guest, Dr. S.K. Singh, Director ICAR Bangalore, the President of ISTS and Director CTRA, my close friend Sesh Madagaru, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Janikaram Garu, Vice Chancellor, YSR Horticulture University. Sri G. Krishna Kumar Garu, Vice President ISTS. Dr. Sheikh N. Meera, Director ATRA, Hyderabad. Sri H. N. Ram Prasad, CEO ITC Limited. Sri Policity Shyam Sundar Garu. Mrs. PSS Tobacco Packers and Exporters. Sri Madhya Venkateswara Garu, President ITA. Sri Silveria Leandro, AOI. Sri M. Prabhakar Garu, General Manager, GPI Limited. The Secretary, ISTS, our friend Vishmohan Garu is there on the dais. My colleagues, my registrar, Professor Sudhakar Garu, my colleagues, Dr. Jagannath Reddy Garu, Dr. Ramnesri Garu, Dr. Persis, and a galaxy of scientists from CTRA, and my students, press and media. A very warm good morning to each one of you and a hearty welcome to you all to the ICAR-NIRCA University, Rajamahendravaram. I'm really honored to host this in our campus, the International Conference on Frontiers in Tobacco and Commercial Agriculture towards Preparedness for Future Farming. Really, in this entire auditorium, I think I'm the only odd man out of the agriculture here. But basically, my grandfather is our family is an agriculture family. I know the importance of farmers who give food to us. I just scribbled something with the help of my colleague. Please bear with us. Something is there which is not relevant for you. In fact, I'm happy and to be a part of this international conference on Frontiers in Tobacco and Commercial Agriculture towards Preparedness for Future Farming. I'm really happy to be hosting in our campus. All the luminaries have been visiting our campus. I'm really happy to just tell you about many people are from outside. I understand. This university was established in 2006, April 22nd, 2006. It's a very young university, bifurcated from Andhra University. The jurisdiction has become the 2 Godavari districts as well. Now it is 6 districts of Andhra Pradesh. Even though it's in a very young and university, it's the biggest in Andhra Pradesh with 400 affiliated colleges, 2 extension centers, and 6 constituent colleges. Almost we cater to the needs of 1 lakh students of Godavari districts. The university started with 7 branches, now has about 43 courses. That speaks volumes of the journey of our university in a very short span. The university is progressing rapidly, fulfilling the building and the infrastructural needs, besides striding the path to establish a strong research base and a culture of innovation, automation, and digitalization of the facilities of the university, thus creating a niche to achieve further academic distinctiveness, enhancing visibility and promoting internationalization of education of the university together with improving efficiency and effectiveness of the governance systems. The agriculture sector plays a very, very crucial role in the Indian economy, where around 60% of the population relies on agriculture and its allied sectors. Agriculture provides a source of livelihood and also fills the need of both animals and humans alike. Cash crops also have a greater significance for farmers and the economy, as they generate more income than subsistence farming. Cash crops in India are mainly grown for commercial purposes and sold in national and international markets. India is one of the top producers of cash crops in the world. Farming in India is mainly classified into food, cash, plantation, and horticulture crops. However, cash crops play a vital role in transforming the standard of living of farmers, as they generate more money by selling the produce for industrial purposes and international markets. Actually, I understand that now CTRA is looking at other commercial crops. Really, it's really heartening. I know how difficult it is to look after the other children than the original children, your tobacco. But there is no doubt India will grow much, much higher when CTRA looks at the other commercial crops like Kasar, Ashwagandha, other commercial crops. See, with the demographic dividend India had, by another few years, India is going to be the youngest country on the globe. And entire globe is looking at India for food. There is no other say. I tell you a small example. When I am doing my BTech, to call my parents and ask for the monthly mess bill, it used to cost me almost 200 rupees. I used to go to the telephone post office, book a trunk call, Amma double Pampishanaku, and by the time I speak 2 words or 2 sentences, it cost me 200 rupees. At that time, my entire mess bill is around 300 rupees for the monthly mess bill. Exactly after 40 years now. You know how much it costs. Making a call to my parents and speak for hours, it costs only 10 paise or 15 paise, or free. But today, to have my meal, if I go to the hotel, they are charging me 170 rupees, 200 rupees, normal meal. That is the importance of food. That speaks volumes about the importance of food and how careful it should be. You know, India is one of the top producers of cash crops in the world. Farming in India is mainly classified into food, cash, plantation and horticulture crops. However, cash crops play a vital role in transforming the standard of living of farmers. As I already told you, lot of cost. But what is happening? See, what is happening is different disciplines, we are working hard. It's silos. You do your work, we do our work. But what happens is, the crop, what the farmers are producing, by the time they reaches the consumer, it's becoming tenfold. See, I don't know, my observation is right or wrong. I asked my colleague Janakram Garu. In the fields, the background, it costs around, what the farmer gets is around 20 rupees. But if you buy outside in the market, it's around 170 rupees. What is happening to this 150 rupees? As scientists, can't we do anything? We can do. Not only your core specialization, that is the main gist of this cluster concept. Government of Andhra Pradesh has come with APHP, one very important higher education plan, APHE, Higher Education Planning Board. As part of this, there is one cluster zone, the Godavari cluster. In the Godavari, that's what our Honorable Vice Chancellor is referring about. In that cluster, all 4 universities, 4 different universities. A conventional university like us, Horticulture University, a technological university, JNTU Kakinada, and a National Central University, NIT, Thadapalligudam, are sitting together, working on in what way we can collaborate, in what way we can share our knowledge together for the betterment of the society. That's so why I am telling all this is, your tobacco is there. If you want to grade it, definitely a technological, being a professor of electronics and communication engineering, I can think in different way than you people, scientists. And your thoughts are more important to proceed further for me. For example, you can think of biosensors. Biosensor can be used for grading the tobacco leaves. Or you make it as cartons. You can do technology. You can use the technology in much better way. Or what other speaker is about talking about is how to use artificial intelligence or other IoT, different technologies, how you can do post-harvesting, how to use the technology. Or as a conventional university, we had a good set of departments like biotechnology, biochemistry, botany, aquaculture, zoology, physics, chemistry, maths. We had all engineering branches. We had engineering colleges, management studies, and then can be involved in many aspects like nanotechnology, aquaponics, alternate system of culture. For example, if you think of AI or IoT, you can think of soil quality characteristics, pharma or nutraceuticals, extracts from different crops like tobacco, turmeric, chili, or you can do DNA barcoding for biodiversity, photochemical extractions. Okay, there are many things. If you sit, instead of working in silos, if you people sit together and think of a combined projects or combined programs, definitely you can do wonders. That is what is my feeling. I should really thank the CTRA director, Dr. Shesh Madhav garu. Once he came to my room and we were just talking like that. Within minutes we got some ideas, what to do, what not to do, what can be done. That is really breaking the silos. Thank you, sir, Shesh Madhav garu. We had an MOU with CTRA and already one project was being done with Ravi Shankar garu and Dr. Kamal Kumari and another with Ravi Shankar garu and Dr. Persis. That is part of the MOU. Thank you very much, all the scientists from CTRA Rajahmundry. And when the name has changed to CTRA, definitely you will be having a lot of belongingness that I feel. But when 4 more or 5 more commercial crops are coming into our fold, definitely I have no doubt you scientists can do wonders. India's biodiversity, crop diversity and food diversity are interconnected with each other. India has been producing a lot of agricultural produce, so no other one can grow and consume as many food crops as Indians. However, the need of the hour is to bring Indian agriculture to the commercial level for better economic returns to Indian farmers. I'll tell you a small thing. One of our MCA student is working on the seed distribution and producing a portal in CTRA. See, it may look a very small aspect, but really wonderful. I appreciate that boy, MCA, and I should thank all the scientists from CTRA. See, in a way we are doing a lot of help for the common man, the farmers, who is giving food to us. Advantages of commercial farming, improvement in local infrastructure, help in job creation, easy availability of agricultural products in the market, enhanced food security, availability of raw materials for agribusiness, manufacturing companies. See, all are some of the advantages of commercial farming, which many of you are aware of it. Actually, along with this commercialization, the information technology revolution in India, new technologies in agriculture, private investments, especially on research and development, government efforts to rejuvenate the cooperative market to address the problems of small holdings and small produce, etc., are changing the face of agriculture in India. The future of precision technologies in India is being built on 2 components: automation of farm activities with smart machines and remote sensing of detailed farm parameters that enable these machines to act with precision for desired outcomes. Many startups in agriculture by highly educated young ones show that they are able to understand the high potential of putting money and efforts in this sector. Cumulative effects of technology over the next decade will change the face of agriculture. All the constraints in agriculture make the productivity and returns complex, but still a high untapped potential is there in India's agriculture sector. Advantageous weather and soil conditions, high demand for food, untapped opportunities, various fiscal incentives given by the government for inputs, production infrastructure, availability of cheap credit facilities, and for marketing and export promotion are attracting many individuals, big companies, startups, and entrepreneurial ventures to do a lot of investments on innovations, inventions, research and development, and on other aspects of business. I believe that efforts are being taken up to convert all challenges in agriculture into opportunities, and this process is the future of agriculture. And most heartening thing is, I tell you, one of my students has taken up farming after doing his BTech from JNTU Kakinada and MTech from IIT, and leaving alone a very big IT job. And my teacher is there. I think most of you will be knowing. He is J.D. Lakshmanarayan garu. He taught me mechanical engineering when I am doing my BTech. He has very near to place. This place he has purchased 30 acres of land. What I am saying is not only farmers, educated youth are coming forward to do the farming and all. I think we should handhold them for much better things to produce in near future. One Mr. Madhavan, he is producing 100 bags of rice per acre in Chennai. He is also from IIT Madras. Okay, many success stories are there. Definitely, This conference will open doors for very, very important ideas among the youngsters. This conference should become a platform of exchange of ideas. I congratulate the fraternity of ICAR-CTRI for organizing this conference. I wish conference to be fruitful and informative for all the members participating in, and the deliberations will fulfill the objectives of the conference. I once again thank Dr. Sheshmadhagar and the entire team. The organizing secretary Prasad Garu is there, and all his team for inviting me and entire my university to be a part of this. Thank you, sir. I should wholeheartedly thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking words. Dr. R. Dinesh Garu, Director, ICAR, Indian Institute of Spices Research, Kozhikode, Kerala, joined us. I request sir to please come and occupy the seat on the dais. I request President ISTS to give floral welcome to sir. Now I request Sri G. Krishna Kumar Garu, Vice President, Indian Society of Tobacco Science and Vice President, Leaf Operations, ITC Limited, to address the gathering.
Dignitaries, respected dignitaries on the dais, eminent scientists, and my colleagues from the industry, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to all of you. As most of us know, India is the leading tobacco producing country, the second largest producing country with more than 800 million kgs of tobacco production, and giving employment to more than 45 million people in India. And it's a leading crop in terms of export. In the last few years, we have seen significant improvement in the Indian leaf tobacco exports from a level of 6,000 crores per annum to more than 9,500 crores per annum. And as a crop, it is contributing more than 55,000 crores of revenue to Icftca. So it has a legacy of more than 100 years in India, especially in the Karnataka and Andhra states, adding value to Indian farmer. Despite this stellar performance, still the Indian exports are less than 10% of the overall global leaf exports. And despite the significant increase in the last few years, there is a still lot of headroom to grow and achieve much more progress. There are many reasons for the emerging opportunity. As in agriculture, as we are experiencing disruptions in all the crops in terms of supply disruptions, basically due to climate change. Similarly, in tobacco also, the supply side disruptions in various competing countries like Brazil, Zimbabwe and Malawi, Mozambique is one of the reasons. Similarly, as all of us are aware, sustainability and ESG related regulations are tightening for all the crops and all the fields, and similarly it is also has resulted in greater stringent customer and consumer scrutiny, which is also providing a better opportunity to Indian crop, because we are, with our integrated approach, we have a better system in place. And the recent geopolitical issues like Russian-Ukrainian war also opening up opportunities for alternative supply chains where India is able to capture the opportunity. All these three together are giving immense scope for further increasing the Indian exports. But however, like any other country, any other crop, any other organization, industry, even Indian leaf tobacco industry also facing certain challenges. Every growth region, whether you call the northern light soils which are grown in our West Godavari and East Godavari, as well as the crops, traditional crop which is grown in the southern part of Andhra Pradesh, Nellore and Prakasham, or the Mysore crop grown in Mysore and Hassan district, and many other crops. They have a different challenges. If we need to capture these opportunities, there is a need for further strengthening the crop competitiveness to ensure consistent supply of quality tobaccos at a price which is comparable or competitive compared to these competing growth zones in the world like Brazil, Zimbabwe and Malawi. So when we are facing similar production challenges, if we need to sustain or reinforce this relative superiority over the competing crop zones and garner greater share of exports, the only way we can achieve is invention, leveraging digital technology, precision agriculture. That too, the challenge is that most of the technologies in the world are technology for mass production, whereas as all of us know, not only tobacco, in Indian agriculture, more than 90% of 90 million farmers are small and marginal. So the challenge is how to convert, how to customize these technologies of mass production to technologies for production by Indian masses, mass farmers, small and marginal farmer. I think we are also having the challenges. Recently we have seen last year a cyclone in which has impacted traditional crop. Current Michong cyclone has impacted NLS crop. I think all of us are experiencing the devastating effect of the climate change and how it is impacting supply. So in this current context of emerging opportunities as well as the supply disruptions, certainly this international conference will give an excellent platform for all the stakeholders like industry, the scientific community, the farming community, as well as the importing customers to deliberate in detail and trying to evolve a long-term strategy in terms of addressing the weather, especially the climate change challenge and other emerging requirements of the customer, so that one side we address the issues of labor shortage, address other issues of farming community, make the farmer sustain his income, at the same time ensure competitive pricing to the customer so that the exports grow, the industry grow, as well as the farmers will make more money who are very much depending on this industry and the crop. I think in the direction I request the CTRI, still it is a tobacco research institute for us, so to look at developing fast track the variety development and design, because the situation is changing so fast. A traditional way of doing for 10 years of varietal development, another 4 or 5 years of release, we will lose the opportunity. So agility and quicker release of the varieties in terms of drought resistant variety, or the variety which can withstand excess rain, and the technologies where you can manage with more crop with less water. As our Prime Minister says, we need to look at more crop for every drop of water. So these are the precision technology and varieties which I'm sure CTRI is looking at for the past many decades, and they have released more than 100 varieties and many innumerable technologies. on this occasion of this international seminar, once again I request Dr. Seshumado sir and entire scientific community of CTRI that there is an excellent opportunity, but we can only capture the opportunity only if you can give right technology, right varieties at right time, and agility and quicker response is the key to achieve this, capture this emerging opportunity to have a win-win solution for all the stakeholders, especially our small and marginal farmer. With these few words, I thank Dr. Seshumado Garu and other entire CTRI colleagues for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Now I request Director Atari Hyderabad, Dr. Sheikh N. Miraji, to share his thoughts.
Good morning, all of you. I'll not take much time, just for the want of time. Most respected chief guest of today's function, Sanjay Singh Saab, Director, Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, and dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I do not want to be very academic for next 4 or 5 minutes, whatever I am going to address. And I also acknowledge the presence of Chintala Garu and also my mentor Anand Kumar sir and many others. I just jotted down few points. In the context of this international conference, I'd like to throw maybe 5 or 6 challenges which have to be deliberated sooner or later. The first thing is, like, we have been talking about commercial agriculture, farming, going beyond tobacco, ashwagandha, turmeric, chili, castor. And one of the jargons which we come across very often is farm to fork. We have been focusing as institutions on maybe like whether public sector or private sector. We have been focusing on increasing the productivity, increasing the production. And the mandate restrictions on focusing and overemphasis on production has to be done away with. And I feel that the commercial agriculture and an institute like NIRCA has to be the pioneer in breaking the barriers of confining ourselves while doing the research, development, extension, and even marketing, public sector or private sector. So I really feel that this international conference should pave the way in redefining the way the research and development and extension is being carried out in India and abroad. Point number 2 I would like to put forth is, when it comes to commercial crops, are we saturated in terms of targeting, segmenting, both at production level, consumption level? We are all aware of like tobacco, very classic case. And I feel really proud to state that CTRI, perhaps whatever like digital advancements which I'm going to speak for next 3 or 4 minutes, without digital, this is one institute which has actually made it possible. Conventionally also, whatever benefits could be possible with the advanced digital technologies, traditionally also we can actually do in terms of segmentation, marketing, and product precision. So when it comes to the commercial crops other than tobacco, and it is high time we all should be talking about segmentation and innovative uses of the conventional like commercial products. And value addition, people started talking about value addition, value chain, supply chain management, even in the public sector like Indian Council of Agriculture Research, last 10 years or so. But when it comes to these commercial crops and farming, I really feel that we should do away with whatever like conventional mindsets are there as far as doing the research in the value chain proposition of the commercial farming. And how does this kind of research and development output reaches out to those smallholder farmers working in 1 acre or 2 acres, without scale of economy is being possible at the individual farmers level, What are those aggregation models which we should be talking about? We should be working out a strategy. I really feel that this kind of international conference, I am not saying that a 2 days conference or 3 days conference will address all these issues. But this is high time we should start talking about going beyond, thinking beyond the production oriented, productivity oriented research and development. And very importantly, when it comes to the commercial farming, I really feel that the branding and positioning is one of the weakest areas in India. I was just going through, I was just discussing with Seshumada, 85% of turmeric production and 88% of your castor, 25 plus or 28 and 13 tobacco. You see, if you are the defining force in production, I really feel that we should also be defining force in the value chain propositions and value added services and the most innovative uses of that kind of products. Think beyond conventional uses and create the branding and positioning with the unique characteristics of different traits. This is something which R&D organizations should also think about. The third point, which is very close to my heart, just getting onto the stage, I was discussing with Chintala sir also, is because we are talking innovatively about commercial farming, we should be aware of, we should be deploying the state-of-art advanced digital technologies and strategies. And there is no other way. When it comes to the state-of-art digital technologies, Janaki Ram sir was also mentioning, from jargons, we really need to move towards the actionable points. There are umpteen number of cases where with some value added characteristic, a product is marketed, product is made traceable, and product is made precisely cost effective. It is in that context, what is that 1 or 2 action points which should be our take home messages at the end of this conference when it comes to artificial intelligence and machine learning. Can we really work on at least one crop, one value chain, wherein which deploying the huge amount of golden base of data which is available with maybe CTRI or Indian Council of Agriculture. We're sitting on the gold mine of data. Start exploiting that. With the small KVK system, we are deploying 10 years of data sets so that a strong feedback mechanism could be possible. So that precisely, at district level, block level, what should be the breeding objectives for the breeders for a particular crop? Very confidently we are going to say based on the on-farm testing and FLD data. And same thing should happen when it comes to deploying the artificial intelligence and machine learning. We should not end up I can give maybe 80 use cases where with less than 5 lakh rupees you can actually deploy the artificial intelligence, whether it is Geo-Potato or whatever Second point is you must have heard Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, 15,000 drone Didis, Namo drone Didis are going to be a reality in a couple of years from now. And KVKs are going to play an important role. If 15,000 DGCA approved RPTO licensee drone Didis are available, how are we going to make use of them as a cream of the crops, maybe commercial crops, one commercial crop? I really feel that if that project comes, it is NIRCA which is going to be the first institute which will be collaborating with the KVKs to make this drone Didis most practically applicable proposition as far as commercial farming is concerned. And I will not get into the blockchain technologies, traceability. We had so many discussions with Krishna Kumarji, whether it is cotton perhaps without digital tools, cotton on the bales you will find the traceability. This has been going on for last 40-50 years. Take one entire chain of stakeholders, transform entire value chain in next 1 or 2 years using the blockchain technology. It's not very Greek and Latin. And ICR is competent enough to undertake this kind of like blockchain-enabled traceability. And think about when blockchain comes into the value chains, it is those smallholder farmers who have been neglected in the marketing sector will be the first people to get benefited. And we have use cases, whether it is in olive oil or in maybe like smart farms in hazelnut, as I was mentioning in Turkey. We'll discuss the more. But the point is, the commercial farming and commercial crop should be the one which should pave the way for showcasing that this is how the digital technologies, whether it is 5G, mobile cloud computing, artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies, you name anything, IoT suits. Why not like maybe Colorado University is working on like biodegradable sensors. 8 effective sensors which can actually like capture the data related to maybe 15 parameters, you can do wonders. But the point is, how do we bring it down to the smallholder farmers in the most cost-effective way? And if you can crack the code of bringing the IoT full suits to the smallholder farmers, and you are actually the leaders, global leaders in showcasing this is how you need to deploy the advanced digital technologies in the commercial farming. And you will be the hot cake in African countries, which are the most happening. My fourth point is the new capacities, whether it is researchers, extensionists, development professionals, private sector. The farms and farmers whom we are going to address in coming years are quite different to the farms and farmers whom we have been addressing in last 60 years. And with that kind of farming, with those kind of farms and farmers, with the existing capacities, as someone was mentioning, high throughput phenotyping using your unmanned aerial vehicles. And I really feel that the commercial farming and crops and institute like NIRCA should lead the endeavor of having the high throughput phenotyping of commercial crops using unmanned aerial vehicle. And when Netherlands can do that, a small country, like why not in the commercial crops at least? Why? Because the moment we speak about digital, people will come and say, no, this is India is poor country, poor crops, staple crops, rice, wheat, no, do away with that kind of thing. The new capacities for new generation farms and farmers, we need to have a clear-cut strategy. Take one crop at a time, one step at a time. The last point is secondary agriculture. With the best, like we are talking standing in Nanaigari place, Godavari districts, with the best in class 3 crops per year, you are generating the employment opportunity of 185 days in a household, not more than that. The secondary agriculture and the commercial farming. We expect that with the entrepreneurial development, bringing the midstream facilities, primary processing, secondary processing, very specific to 1 or 2. Like we have use cases, maybe we have like KVK, like Namakkal is represented, KVK Shivaganga is represented, KVK like Kanchipuram is represented. Remote turmeric assaying unit is established there, which has benefited to those smallholder like farm women to the extent of 12 to 15% increased income levels. The turmeric assaying remotely done by KVK. And we have ample case studies. I do not want to take much time, but the point is, how do we place the commercial crops and commercial farming in the whole context of building maybe 360 days employment opportunities. It is not only about profitability. That is the point which I wanted to say. We are running like 731 KVKs. We have 500 KVKs which are running an excellent like project for last 4 years, which is called ARIA, attracting, retaining rural youth in agriculture. If the same stats which I am going to speak in next 30 seconds are spoken by any IIM, maybe Indian School of Business, people will have a buy-in. For every single rupee invested in last 4 years in ICR on ARIA project, we got back 10 rupees 87 paise. And for every 1 man day of time spent by my subject matter specialist in my KV case, 20.12 additional man days of employment is generated and entrepreneurs are built. Very good classic studies are there. And if in the current era of PPP, public-private partnerships, and agri-tech ecosystem, fintech ecosystem, the opportunities are numerous. Only thing is we should have clarity. And I feel that this international conference will give us an opportunity to maybe do away with some of the traditional, conventional thought processes and come out with some innovations which we will feel proud of maybe down the line 10 years from now. We all must be thinking about when McKinsey's reports 2020, these are the 12 technologies, transformative 12 as far as like agri-food system transformation is concerned. What are those technologies we are bringing on table as far as commercial farming is concerned, which will be truly transformational in terms of agri-food system, India-wise and globally also. And it should be scintillating like for next 2.5 days or so. And on behalf of maybe like Atari and KVK system, we really wanted to be very innovative, at least in commercial farming. And we wanted to innovate in the methodologies, strategies, and to make this commercial farming more viable and sustainable in long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, Director, Indian Institute of Spices Research is with us. I request Dr. R. Dinesh Garu to share his thoughts.
Good morning, everybody, and respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Firstly, sincere apologies for being late. And you must be wondering what director from Spices is doing here. You all know that turmeric is now one of the mandate crops of CTRI, and I'm here because we felt that we can jointly do some research. And at IASR, you know, we have the biggest germplasm collection in turmeric. We have been working on varieties we have, which have a range of, say, yield as well as quality characteristics. We have worked on crop production techniques, on protection techniques, and also on post-harvest technology. And you know, there has been a paradigm shift in how research is being perceived at ICR, and now it's not about yield maximization, it's about profit maximization. And also it's not the traditional research now, it is more into innovations and startup mode, and also the normal R&D has now become business and product mode. So it's more about doubling the income of the farmers, more about how much profit can be made and how much startups you can encourage or handhold them, how much entrepreneurs you can create. So this collaboration with CTRI now has opened up very exciting possibilities. And there are some points which we would like to work on, like we have only started in those aspects. Like for example, in the case of post-harvest, the priorities would be on developing green protocols for secondary processing. Like we have the normal conservative kind of blending which we are doing now, and we have just started on those new protocols which we would like to do. And even this extraction approaches, which where we are using a lot of chemicals for extraction of novel compounds for turmeric. Probably we'll have to develop green protocols for extraction and with less chemicals. And the curcumin which we are consuming normally, it is not absorbable. I don't know whether everyone knows it. It cannot be absorbed by the human body. Not the whole thing is absorbable. So we need to create curcumin which is absorbable for human consumption. And we also need to develop this turmeric-based functional foods. Of course, we have developed turmeric-based milk, you know, golden milk during the COVID times, and it was It has also been commercialized, but we need to develop a better such products, and we do not have any energy efficient processing methods till now. So we need to work on that, both IASR as well as CTRI, and about food colorants. Now the ones which are being used, especially the chemicals like lead chromate or erythrocin, which are being used, sunset yellow, lake sunset yellow, all of these are actually carcinogens. We need to find out ways to use turmeric. There's a different range of colors available, and to develop turmeric as a natural food colorant. That could be done, and we have just started research on that. And also for use of turmeric in the nutraceutical as well as the pharmaceutical industries. We haven't done much on that also. Probably we can come together and work on that. And the nutraceutical market now, it's around 36 billion US dollars. So you know how much it can offer once we join together to work on nutraceutical compounds. And we also, potential areas would be to work on micro encapsulation of spice extracts would be one, and the nano formulations, which already we are working on that using curcumin, and also we can also offer you some good varieties of turmeric. It's not only about varieties with enhanced yield. We have varieties which enhanced quality as well. So these are some of the important points which I wanted to make here. And with this brief words, thank you. Thanks a lot to the director for inviting me, and also wish this conference a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri H.N. Ramprasad sir, CEO, ITC Limited, to address the gathering.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, members of the scientific fraternity, members of the academia, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be part of this conference. I must thank ISTS under the leadership of Dr. Sheshu Madhav and the entire team for bringing the scientific fraternity and the industry together for addressing something which is very apt and very futuristic. Let me also congratulate CTRI on the occasion of 75 years. It's been a wonderful 75 years, which ITC has also witnessed this together, as a matter of fact. Many of you might be knowing. We also have ITC Research and Development Organization in Rajahmundry, just very close to where CTRI is, which is also would be celebrating 75 years, 3 years down the line in 2027. So that's where actually we would be looking at. And it's been a collaborative journey which has been traveled together with CTRI, and it's been, I mean, as one of my dignitaries on the dais said, that the beauty of synergy, beauty of collaboration is something which exactly works very well, and nothing can be achieved in isolation actually. It's today partnerships, collaborations, working together. These are the ones which makes things happen faster and better. So preparedness for farm. So I must thank Dr. Sheikh for giving a wonderful insight. It's been very, very nice, I must tell you, for the perspectives that are given. I think if we take all of them and start deliberating on that, I think this conference would have met its deliverables. Let me just sum up few things. I mean, in order to what is preparedness for agriculture means to us. So, if you really look at agriculture has become uncertain today. So, bringing in certainty into agriculture from the point of producer, from the point of procurer, from the point of consumer. So that's what is becoming the unpredictiveness of agriculture is hurting across the value chain. So, in my opinion, the first aspect of preparedness for agriculture is to be climate smart agriculture. So, how do we really make our agriculture sort of insulated of these vagaries? We have just seen last week one cyclone coming and hitting the south coastal Andhra Pradesh up to the north coast Andhra Pradesh and doing a devastating effect on the crops which were ready for harvest. So that is where actually we need to look at how do we make agriculture climate smart. Secondly, in my opinion, what we need to really look at is how do we blend, how do we imbibe digitalization in agriculture. I think Dr. Sheikh, you had talked about it, using artificial intelligence or deep learning. So these are some things which will really make agriculture future ready from the perspective of being a commercial crop. See, what is commercial crop? Commercial crop is, when can you call it a commercial crop successful? Is only when it is export competent. So when we are able to meet the ever-changing, or you say the very high-level demands of the importing customers, and make value out of it, then only we can say the commercial crop is successful. So for that, I think we need to work towards how do we really align our production to the global requirements. Third, in my opinion, is that how do we make what is preparedness for farming of tomorrow's farming is nothing but compliance to sustainability and ESG, more in the direction of decarbonization. So that's what I think all of us must work towards. How do we make our agriculture fully sustainable, fully traceable, fully trackable, and complete compliance on ESG. I think that's what we all should look for, other than so many things talked about in terms of improving quality, productivity. Yes, these are very relevant. At the same time, I think we need to bring in the newness into agriculture to make it more certain, more predictable, and more compliant to the export markets. Thank you very much, and I'm sure all this will get deliberated in the subsequent sessions of presentations and panel discussions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Rakesh Kaulji, General Manager, the Tobacco Institute of India, to share your thoughts with us.
Good morning to the Chief Guest of the conference, Sri Dr. S.K. Singh, Director ICAR-NIRCA, Bangalore, dignitaries on the dais, and delegates to this international conference. I thank Dr. Shishu Madhavji, Director CTRI, for inviting us to this important conference. And at the outset, I congratulate CTRI on completion of 75 years of remarkable service in the tobacco research area. I would take this opportunity to acknowledge the contribution of Central Tobacco Research Institute for the unstinting work in research and crop enhancement programs that have been instrumental in improving the quality and yield of tobacco crop in India. As he also mentioned in his inaugural speech, that yield has increased from 700 kgs per hectare to almost 1700 hectares. That's a huge, remarkable achievement. As you all may be aware, tobacco has a huge economic significance in India. The country ranks second largest producer in the world, and it's also one of the large exporters. tobacco provides livelihood to more than 4.5 crore Indians, including farmers, farm labor, tribals, women across the country. According to an SOCHM study, the tobacco sector in India contributed something around 12 lakh crores to the economy in 2016. If one looks at, adjusts this number to inflation over the years, and we come to a figure of around 16 lakh crores, we are talking about the contribution to the economy in say 22-23. India's leaf exports reached a record high during 22-23, both in volume and value terms. India exported tobacco and tobacco products worth 9,700 crores. The cigarette type tobaccos, FCV and Burley, being the major contributors in this. India has around 13% share of world tobacco production, with 800 million kgs produced annually. However, we account for just 5% value share of the global exports. If we look at the other exporting countries, we export around 30% of tobacco produced in the country, whereas other leading tobacco growing countries like Brazil, USA, Zimbabwe, they export something around 60 to 90% of their produce. This shows that there is huge export potential for this crop, and definitely in years to come we can reach a position what we should be in terms of given our production levels. We can achieve much higher volume of exports. The research and development carried by CTRI and the efforts made by it to encourage adoption of contemporary and sustainable farming practices in coordination with industry stakeholders will continue to facilitate improvement in yields, productivity, quality, and global competitiveness of Indian tobaccos. We are sure CTRI will continue its efforts to provide common platform for scientists, trade, farmers, and other stakeholders to address the challenges being faced by the tobacco crop in the country. One of the priorities would be to find ways to mitigate the adverse impact of climate change, which we observe nowadays quite commonly, and recently in the cyclone hit this part of the country also. I extend my warm greetings and good wishes to the organizers and participants of the event, and wish the conference all the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Silveria Leandro, sir, Asia Regional Agronomy Director, Thailand, to address the gathering.
Hello everyone, good morning. I'm honored to be here today to join this CTRI International Conference representing Alliance One India, and it's a pleasure to be here with select members of the tobacco community and other crops in India. I would like to congratulate CTRI for its 75 years of existence, where great achievements were achieved during its existence, conducting research in tobacco cultivation, creating knowledge and dissemination for its farmer community. Just to mention a few achievements that I'm aware of: introduction of new varieties, cultivation technologies, energy saving techniques, soil map and tool, engagement of stakeholders and farmer communities to disseminate this knowledge, which is very important. As you know, R&D is important to create the knowledge, but the end goal is to transfer this knowledge to the farmers, so the farmers are able to improve the yields and quality, and with that have a better income. Saying that, when you talk about farmer sustainability, we don't think about the income part of the business only, the financial side, but we think about the sustainability where we're taking care of the environmental, we're taking care of the social part of the farmer, where the communities are engaged in the right way. We avoid the wrongdoing with child labor and responsible wage paying for the workers. So everything comes together to make a sustainable farmer community where these farmers are successful, they are relying on agriculture, and the kids in the future can remain in agriculture and continue to farm. This is a big issue that we see worldwide. A lot of farmers are dropping off of tobacco. Kids are going to cities to work in business and hotels and any other jobs that they don't need to be in the fields. And with that, not only tobacco, but the whole agriculture system is in danger of not producing enough food put on the table, or in our case, in our company, not have enough tobacco for our business. So farmer sustainability is our best asset. Overall, we believe CTRI is the backbone of the tobacco production in India, which is very important and cash crop here in India, not only for the farmers, but also for the country as a forex earner. And I congratulate CTRI efforts to be inclusive. In this seminar, we can see that there is a lot of engagement of the whole stakeholders, not only domestically, but actually internal and external speakers. And I'm looking forward to participate in this seminar to share some of my knowledge and also learn from you. And from here, we could have a better understanding how can we go forward to keep agriculture strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri M. Prabhakar Rao Garu, General Manager GPI Limited, to address the gathering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, distinguished guests on the dais, eminent academicians, scientists, research scholars and students. This seminar, international seminar on the frontiers in tobacco and commercial agriculture towards preparedness for future implementation, it's really very apt, very nice, and this is the order of the day. Under this title, there is a theme, genetics and genomic strategies for enhancement of the commercial value, which has been drilled down into another sub-themes, which is really very, very important under the current context. And I'm sure this will help in improving the image of India in the global exports for commercial crops. But there is a need, push for enhancing the productivity levels, quality levels, and the important thing here is value addition. Because CTRI is known for doing research on the tobaccos. They are full-fledged, but they have taken 4 more crops into their fold, which it is a challenging task for them to do a lot of research on that, because they need to do basic research, and once they reach to a certain level, this value addition will come down. Value addition will happen. So one of my trainee manager recently said, tobacco crop is a miracle crop. Am I right, Patil? So I asked, why you are talking about a miracle crop? Why you are calling tobacco as a miracle crop? She said, farmers will be always bothered about whether they get good crop or not. Buyers will be always in an anxiety whether they will buy what is required by their requirements. And exporters, importers, basically they also will be worried whether the production will come as per the requirement of their choice. So it is a up and down, like the CEO Mr. Ram Prasad has said, it is wide fluctuating. There is a need to sustain the crop, because this crop is giving a lot of income to the national exchequer, almost 33,000 crores income from the sale of cigarettes in the form of excise duty, and more than 9,000 crores from export revenue. It is almost like 40,000 crores it is giving, the third highest income generator to the national exchequer. I'm sure with the kind of interactions which we are going to have in the next 2-3 days, will bring in lot of togetherness amongst the eminent academicians, scientists, research scholars, students, and that will be useful to exchange and share the research ideas, initiatives, basis that CTRI can formulate policies or strategies to take it forward. But a word of caution here is that while making policies, while formulating policies or strategies, definitely they will take care of increasing the productivity levels, increasing the quality aspects, but at the same time they should not forget that they have to comply certain things which are very important, which are very, very mandatory. Some of the compliant, now every customer is talking about compliant crop. If something is not implemented here in India, customers are not buying tobacco. So compliance is playing an important role, which is very, very important. Some of the important things like product integrity, CPI residues, everybody knows what kind of problems we are facing, and especially from the customers who are importing tobacco from India. And now the new thing has come into force is ESG, environmental social governance. All the organizations which are in the business, they should follow ESG norms, they should make their operations compliant, then only they will be listed in the stock exchange. It is very important. Now, the other important thing is that mechanization. Ultimately, what I am trying to say is that whatever effort we put, whatever implementation we do, the cost of production should come down so that farmer will get better remuneration. Mechanization, we have been doing a lot of initiatives, but farmers are not coming forward, especially in tobacco industry. If you just take about paddy crop, every activity of paddy cultivation, right from transplantation till it is thrashed, entire crop is mechanized. Likewise, we should work on mechanization of the tobacco crop. We have to train the farmers. For every new initiative, always there will be resistance. We have to do resistance analysis. We have to convince the farmers for accepting the mechanization initiatives. That's how we have to move out. And participant has already told about artificial intelligence, nanotechnology. A lot of things are there. But we from Godfrey Phillips and India Limited, we are implementing farm digitization in Vinukonda Barli growing region. We have got almost like, we are growing tobacco in almost like 20,000 hectares. All the farms are farm digitized. So all the farm profiles are in the cropping technology. From sitting in a remote place, I can see what's happening in a far away place where farmer is growing tobacco for us, what he is doing, whether he is implementing all the package of practices as prescribed by CTRI, whether he is implementing the good agricultural practices as required, prescribed by CTRI, we can see everything, and ultimately we can implement, we can monitor, we can train the farmers, we can advise the farmers to do all the activities in time. When the farmer implements all the agricultural activities in time, then only he will get good crop, good returns, then the success comes. And finally, what I am trying to say is that sustainability. In my view, sustainability means farmers should get good returns. Year on year, the returns should be increased, and a buyer manufacturers or exporters, they should get what they require. It should be on a continuous basis with certain fixed quality parameters, and the buyer should be able to generate revenue and make profits. That is sustainability for the buyer. Similarly, the importer who buys tobacco from Indian origin, they look for continuous supply of the tobacco, pricing and quality parameters. So this is possible only if we work closely, the farmers, CTRA, tobacco board, industry, all together, then we can achieve this. And now, this year, I am sure that there are a lot of scientists who are here ready to make presentations other than tobacco crop. So that will give an edge like what's happening elsewhere, what is the update on a specific crop, that will be known. Basis that CTRI can step up the research activities, they can add value to the commercial crops. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. The next important item is release of publications. All the scientific thoughts are compiled in the form of souvenir and book of abstracts. Now I request Chief Guest Dr. S.K. Singh sir to release the souvenir, and I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please join in the release of souvenir. The next publication is the next publication is Book of Abstracts. I request Vice Chancellor Adhikarinanna University K. Padmaraju garu to release the Book of Abstracts, and I request all the dignitaries and the dais to join in the release of abstract book. I request dignitaries to please take your seats. Now we are all waiting for the address by the Chief Guest. Now I request our Chief Guest Dr. S.K. Singh sir, Director IIHR Bangalore, to address the gathering.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope it is good morning itself. I don't think it is 12 now. Good morning, everyone. Most esteemed Director of the ICAR-NIRCA Rajamundry, Dr. Sheshu Madhav, or the Vice Chancellor of Dr. YSR Horticulture University, Dr. Janki Ram, or the Vice Chancellor of this host institution, Dr. K. Padmaraju Garu, the entire delegation here on the stage, Most of them, very known to me. And off the stage, all my peers out here, I can see Dr. Kumar, Dr. Appara, Dr. Chintala, Dr. Madhvi Reddy, and host of scientists and academia who are assembled here in this hall, students, farmers, ladies and gentlemen, and my media friends. Indeed, I am honored to be here this morning to be the chief guest for this important seminar or the conference, international conference, the maiden conference which CTRI and now ICAR-NIRCA, which is doing on a great job. Friends, I always recall tobacco because tobacco is one crop. When we work in biotechnology. Arabidopsis is one crop which is a model crop where we test all our systems, regeneration and expression of gene. Tobacco is one crop in agriculture which is a perfect crop where the stakeholder, the aspects has been rather tested, time tested, and you can recall when this crop, when it was organized cultivation, it came in India, and there you see what we are talking about, this partner, the stakeholders, the aggregator, the processor, the importers, the exporters, and also the entire R&D. If you see this crop is one, I'm going to show you the model crop for the business, what Sheikh Meera was talking about. And you have seen both the institutions. I congratulate both of them. They have traveled hand in hand, and this is how India has to move forward when it has to become the global, food bowl of India. Because world order is changing, post-COVID, many things have happened, and now India has to gear up. Because world is looking at you, and if you are aspired to be the Vishwaguru, it has not only from the knowledge, not only from the other technologies, but agriculture sector. It has to feed the world, and there is a vast, rather I should say, the agriculture 2.0. It has to happen, and it has to be the technology-led, science-led, and also everyone has to be involved, the stakeholders. Most importantly, what we will be listening for the next 3 days will be the next generation, what the changes what we have in tobacco and also the commercial agriculture we are talking about. All the previous speakers, they have spoken about the point which I had in my kitty to talk about, but nonetheless, a few of the points I will definitely deal, because when we are talking about agriculture, commercial agriculture, when the renaming of the CTRI, the discussions were made. I was there in Delhi when the former Secretary General and DG ICAR, Dr. Mohapatra, was talking about it, and how to have the mandate, because with times there has changed. If you see ITC, it was only dealing with tobacco earlier, and how it has changed. It has silently, very well peeped in your kitchen. If you see, everything is ITC. So when in Delhi, when I was asking some of my sister-in-law, that do you know what is this ITC Ashirwad that is so popular there, that brand, that wheat flour brand. Then she was hanging on something. Then so it's this Indian tobacco company, This was pre-independence era establishment, and how it has grown. But how it is manufacturing, making this flour happen. Then I told that they have changed. That's how Indian agriculture has to change. With the revigored and the recreation, the mandate and the objectives. This is what we have to think, agriculture 2.0, and where the crops. Then the second issue came, what is commercial agriculture you're talking about? Which type of crop? How the new crops can come? With specific crop commodity institutes are already there in institute. Then, horticulture sector was there, which was already banked, and we have seen we have all witnessed India advancing as a major horticulture player, and we see now that it has become second in the world. And productivity is concerned, that is the research aspect, developmental, backed by the favored policy, which planners are gradually making the things happen. One thing has happened, that now we are not talking about the food availability and all, it is sufficient, but nutritious food, availability, buying capacity has increased. Our layers of buyers have increased. Our middle class cities are now graduating to become the class 2, class 3, those tier cities. Their demand is absolutely different, and we have to develop our industry, agriculture and industry according to that, and only that will happen only when it is the partners they come in place. Tobacco has shown the way. I always tell that because whenever I teach the social point to them, that it has happened because everyone played the role and now see their role, it is further expanding. When we talk about it, export is there, so much of thing. Now new challenges have been posed because of the climate change and everything has been talked about by previous speaker. But I will say that it has moved with the thing, and accordingly, now traceability, wherever we talk about natural farming is coming, pesticide-free production, it's a big concern. How to economize on the inputs. Again, then retaining the farmers and the future generation in agriculture, it's again a challenge. So this is the sector where the silver lining is that the value has to be there, the entire phase-wise discussion has to place, and I'm happy that the younger generation is there, farm women representation is also there, KVKs are joining, industry, finance, is already there. That's how the things has to move, and I'm sure that in this 3-day deliberation, there has to be a concrete roadmap from the stage. It has to go, which we in ICAR, the R&D, our research wing of the country, will take into picture, and also the industry has to come forward. When we are talking about chili, how to have the technology backup, because this institute was traditionally working on tobacco. Then Sheshu joined and we talked about the thing. Chili, other Icftca, she is Dr. Madhvi Reddy, she works on the chili breeder, and we have chili for everything now. It's one crop. My friend Dinesh talked about the spices. It's $1 billion business if you can tap the world market. Now that's how agriculture has to move, and accordingly when the problems cropping, the chili thrips, it came. I don't know how many teams I sent to this 2 states, Andhra and Telangana, also for Maharashtra and in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. So there, that's how the total package has to be there. It has to be tested across, and farmers has to be considered. If he is convinced and he knows the benefit of that, that's how the things move. And one more thing, what the technology with the LED revolution, it has to happen where all the components what Sheikh Meera talked about, it has to say that the light of the day only when we get that thing in the practice, and world is moving fast. World is not stopping. There are several competitors, they are coming, they are challenging our exports, and in horticulture especially, I tell you, when the export rejection happens, that bothers us. Only thing is that we have to gear up to that standard. Even packaging matters. I'm talking about 25 years back when I was doing my PhD in the US. That time ginger from India used to go there. It used to go in a very shabby jute bag, all mudded, covered with soil. But the same time when I used to have the package, small intervention, just a package from Thailand, beautifully clean, shining ginger in that, price difference minimum $4. So I used to see that they are selling just packaging material for $4 a kilo, I'm saying. So that's what the way you move your produce, the way you present it. And I always say that everyone should not be the producer. There has to be a big channel, the value chain which was talked about, the aggregators, the processors, the people who are into the export, the people who are into the value addition or oleoresin and essential oil extraction. We have done it, we have individuals who have done, and then they are making millions out of it. But we got to replicate that the activity in every one district, one product, what our Honorable Prime Minister talks about. That's how the region, turmeric, it is coming up, what you have shown after post-COVID. Huge amount in all the plant products happen, natural colors and dye, which Dr. Janki Ram was talking about. We haven't tapped that market. We are just, I say, you talk about the share, it comes in some decimals. So that is where we have the silver lining, we have the production base. Our biggest asset is the diversity in the climate, diversity in the people and the region where the crops. I always say that if nothing can grow, at least horticulture will dominate that field. You have crops from right from the cold desert until the wettest land in the world. So that's how I say that we have the crops, and only thing is that we have to tap the potential, get the youth back to the agriculture, retain them only when they have the profitability tag to it, and also taking care of the Mother Earth in a more sustainable manner, where all our partners, no one is exploiter of each other. That's the way the entire commercial agriculture has to move. And always there are several crops. I was talking this morning with Sheshu that there are several crops which can graduate to become the mandate crop. So it is a dynamic, it will never be static because it will keep on changing. This rainbow will keep on changing because the colors, some crops, like we had been talking about top crops, tomato, onion and potato, which was so important and so important for this country that we had a dedicated institution for them. But see how the fabric changes. Sometimes, tomato will come in the fray, then it will change the government. Sometimes the onion has got a different. Similarly, the garlic will be knocking the door then when it has to enter. But how we have to take it forward, that is what we are deliberating for 3 days. I congratulate the entire organizing team for having me this morning to be amongst you. I'm fortunate that I could get the glimpse of the total deliberations, the level of speakers. That will be an excellent platform where we can have the entire roadmap made for us, at least with these crops, the mandated crops and also including tobacco, where the next generation revolution can happen in.
Felicitation to Dr. Shaikh N. Miraji, Director Atari Hyderabad. ITC Limited. Ram Prasad sir, CEO ITC Limited.
Society of Tobacco Science. Firstly, I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor of Dr. YSR Horticulture University, Dr. T. Janakiram, for taking us to the horizons of production, marketing, and global trade of horticultural crops. I take this opportunity to thank the Vice Chancellor Adikavi Nannaya University, Dr. K. Padmaraju, for giving us an elaborate lecture on scientific temperament and the glimpse of the university. Thank you so much, sir, for providing us with this beautiful auditorium. We really had a good start with the university song, which is so inspiring and soothing indeed. On this occasion, I thank the Vice President ISTS and Vice President Leaf Operations ITC, Dr. G. Krishnakumar, for his insightful words. Thank you, sir. You showed us a panoramic view of the global tobacco front and export scenario. We would like to thank specially Director Atari Zone 10, Dr. Sheikh N. Meera, for his exceptionally amazing talk. Thank you so much, sir. It was really a management talk. Your words would lead us to compete at the international front. I thank Director, Indian Institute of Spice Research, Dr. Dinesh, for focusing on the quintessential aspects of research we can dive into. I now thank immensely the CEO ITC, Dr. H.N. Ramprasad sir, for discussing about the practical issues and pragmatic solutions for crop production based on global export requirements. I place on record my gratitude to Dr. Rakesh Kaul, Tobacco Institute of India, for being with us today, sir, and talking a great deal on tobacco marketing and exports. I humbly extend my thanks to Mr. Silveria Leandro, Alliance One Thailand, for thrusting on the importance of extending or transferring technology to farmers and on-farm sustainability. I thank Dr. M. Prabhakar Rao for an important talk on research on tobacco production and value addition. Your words on compliance with ESG, environmental sustainability, and our responsibility towards human rights are really worth noting, sir. I would now like to thank our chief guest, Director ICAR-NIRCA, Dr. S.K. Singh, for a colossal lecture. Sir, we feel like listening to you for all the 3 days together, and thank you so much. And words become less to appreciate the efforts of our President ISTS and Director ICAR-NIRCA, Dr. M. Seshu Madhav, for making this conference happen so elegantly and beautifully. And now I specially thank Secretary ISTS Dr. L.K. Prasad and Treasurer Dr. H. Ravishankar and other executive members of ISTS for their untiring efforts since the last 6 months. I immensely thank the sponsors of this conference, gold sponsors ITC, Policity Somsundaram, and bronze Messrs. Alliance, Godfrey Phillips India, the Indian Tobacco Association, and special thanks to VST Industries. My special thanks to the eminent scientists of research organizations from ICR and other scientific organizations. I feel so elated to thank all the scientists, delegates for their interest in hearing this inauguration session. I may fail in my duty if I did not appreciate the efforts of all the members of the committees for this international conference for making this a memorable program. I thank each and every scientist, technical officers, administrative staff, supporting staff of ICR CTRI who have been relentlessly working since last 4 months. Let us all congratulate our today's compounder, Dr. Hema Balivada, for making this a very transitional inauguration session. Let us all make this venue a fruitful deliberation on the cutting-edge technologies of research aspects. Thank you, one and all.
Inaugural session completed. Tea is arranged for everyone. Please have it. And registration, if anyone has to do, it at the outside. I request the delegates to please assemble after your tea, after 10 minutes. After that, the sessions will start. The plenary lectures will start, so please assemble after 10 minutes after tea in this hall. Once again, I request after 10 minutes, all the delegates has to assemble here for the plenary lectures inside this hall. Thank you.
My bag.
మేడం మళ్ళీ ఒక 10 మినిట్స్లో సెషన్ మళ్ళీ మళ్ళీ చెప్పండి.
అనిత మేడం బిందు మేడం మెట్ల మీద నా అసలు మీకేనా ఇచ్చాను మెట్ల మీద వస్తే
ఇవి తీస్తాం తీస్తాం.
కరెక్ట్ ఇది ఇలా ఉండాలి. అప్పుడు ఈ డైరెక్షన్లో చెబుతుంటాడు. అంటే ఇట్లా ఉందనుకో వీళ్ళే ఆడియన్స్ ఎక్కువ.
Dr. P. Anand Kumar, former director NIFAB. Sir, kindly occupy the dais, sir. I would like to invite Dr. T. Janaki Ram, sir, Vice Chancellor, YSRHU. Sir, kindly occupy the dais. I also invite Dr. S. Kasturi Krishna, rapporteur for this session. Welcome, sir. In this session, we have three eminent lectures. First from Dr. G.R. Chintala, ex-chairman award, Dr. Sheshu Madhav, sir, Dr. G. Krishna Kumar. So each session is for 25 minutes. I request chairman sir to continue the session. Sir, dais is yours, sir. Thank you. Mike.
ఆన్ చేసే బటన్ ఇది
ఆన్లో ఉందా లేదే రైట్ థ్యాంక్ యూ
వెల్కమ్ బ్యాక్ ఆఫ్టర్ ఏ వెరీ టేస్టీ టీ బ్రేక్. So now let us start this session under theme 1, which already has been announced. So we have 3 plenary lectures, and the first lecture will be delivered by Dr. G.R. Chintala, ex-chairman NABARD, on the topic Transforming to Tech-Enabled High-Value Agriculture, New Paradigm to Profitability and Ecological Security. I welcome Dr. Chintala to take the podium and deliver the talk. We have 25 minutes, 23 minutes for the talk and 2 minutes for the questions. Thank you. Dr. Chintala.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Singh Saab, other dignitaries, Director of the Institute, Vice Chancellor Anand Kumar Garu and others. And it's a privilege for me to be here. Since morning, we were listening so many things. Actually, most of the things were very, very good and informative. But at the same time, I would like to bring a new perspective. As I was trained as a scientist, but ended up as a development banker and worked as chairman of a $100 billion bank, which had done fantastic work with regard to the agricultural development in the country. Many of you might have heard about NABARD, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. It was started in 82, and when I joined, the bank's balance sheet was around 4,000 crores. When I took over in 2020 as chairman, it was 5.25 lakh crores. And during COVID period, I had taken it to close to 9 lakh crores. So, agriculture is evergreen. This is what actually my belief was, and it proved it. During COVID period, entire economy has gone into the doldrums, but agriculture had done wonderfully well. Despite this, actually now, we have to see really whether we are doing enough, or is there anything else to do, and really what are the things that we have to do in case if we have to attract the Gen Z, that is the people who are born after 97 and who are now in the age group of around 20 to 25, and who are going to do the agriculture in the due course. Many of you might have seen that international studies by 2030-35, most of the global farmers will be in the range of 65 years and above. And many of them may not be able to use the technology, but if we have to sustain the agriculture in a much better way, we have to have a new technology, enablement with the technology and embedded into the entire production process, and also add value to the whole of the agriculture and profitability. And being a banker, I always feel any enterprise without having any profitability has no meaning. And that is why many of the people, that is the second generation or third generation of the farmers' kids, are not interested to go into the farming because they have seen their peers who migrated to the nearby urban center also are earning more. So that is where actually now we have to bring back this entire thing into this one. So my entire lecture is how a tech-enabled high-value agriculture is needed for the profitability and the ecological security. Now these are the two issues which are doing. So now I have put 20 minutes time for myself, and we will do this one. So let us start the presentation. So this is the one, tech-enabled high-value agriculture for profitability and ecological sustainability. So now, unless really we balance the last two things, that is the profitability and ecological sustainability, agriculture will not be viable at all. Edi babu, idena? Okay. So now, you can read this one. If agriculture is to continue to feed the world, it needs to become more like manufacturing. Actually, that many times people think it is not. The other day, actually last Sunday, I was in one of the place where most of the people are talking about actually we should go back to the old agricultural ways, actually have one cow, then actually this one cow will be able to do maybe 2 acres of agriculture and all those things. I am not discounting the merit of that. But at the same time, are you in a position to feed the millions and billions which we are adding right now? Because by 2050, if you look into it, the world population, it will be close to 10 billion and India will be around 1.6 billion. And in case if we cannot produce more from the limited areas which we are having, we just can't sustain this kind of a thing. That's why there is a need to go into the new technologies and others. And here, I would like to see really how the things will happen. So Indian agriculture should transform itself from subsistence level of farming to the commercial farming, and it should be from the input intensive to input responsive. Actually, this is where the new technology has to come, and already it has come, because many a times what we are doing is we are just dumping the fertilizer, we are dumping the pesticide without knowing or without even looking into it actually whether it is useful or not. So that is why we have to have this thing. Then the next most important thing is whether we should migrate from the carbon negative to the carbon positive. Now this is one of the areas which we have to look into it. Then the low efficiency to high efficiency, polluting kind of an agriculture to pollution free climate, and climate prone to climate smart. Now one Michong had made all the disaster. Actually all the commercial crops, normal crops have gone. If that is the case, really how we can be able to do this kind of thing. So now, with the new paradigm that is happening, is the world hunger being addressed. Now actually, as chairman of NABARD, actually I used to go around the many countries. In one of the countries where I was addressing a big symposium, somebody has asked actually how India has become so self-sufficient in the food, while many of us are not able to do it. Then I told that India's agriculture is resting on a tripod, that is on the 3 legs. The first leg is the agricultural research, whether it is the ICR, agricultural universities, or maybe any kind of thing which you are having. The second leg is the extension network, both in the public and private. And the third most important thing is the credit. Many of you in the audience may not be aware, nowhere else in the world there is an earmarked amount of a credit to the agriculture, except in India. In India, if you have to do the banking, 18% of the credit which you give in the whole year has to go to the agriculture, and that is why we are able to go do so much. Now today, if I really look into it, actually that many of you sitting in the audience may recall that is in 2003-04, when we then Congress government has come, Manmohan Singh ji was the Prime Minister, and we told that agriculture credit has to double. Actually, this was the mantra given to the government and to the bankers. And if you remember, really that time in 2003-04, you just can't believe the total agriculture credit was just 56,000 crores. Just 56,000 crores, and the target given was it should be doubled in 3 years to maybe close to around 1,30,000 crores. But bankers have not only done double, then subsequently in 2008, they made a kind of a thing that agriculture every year, we have to say that the targets have to be fixed by the government itself. Now we just recall the budget of any year in the recent past from 2007 onwards. The finance minister will announce, this year I am setting a target of 15 lakh crores, 16 lakh crores, 17 lakh crores like that. Now today, from that era of 56,000 crores, last year we have delivered 20 lakh crores. Now can you imagine really how much of a money has gone into the system? And today, in case if the agriculture in India is doing so well, the farmers, almost close to 86% of the farmers are getting the credit in some form or other. And second thing is the credit is subvented. Actually, we do at 4% interest rate up to 3 lakh rupees. So now all these things are there. And third, recently I was in Africa, and somebody was telling that agriculture here is not so remunerative because the fertilizer cost is 2,400 rupees in Indian equivalent per bag of urea, while Indian farmers are getting it around 300 rupees or 400 rupees because we subsidize it. Now, initially when I was chairman, actually that there was a feeler from the government of India saying that we want to do away with the fertilizer subsidy to the factories and we will give DB2 to the farmers. When they came, I told that it is suicidal. Because if you transfer the money to the farmer, farmer may do anything with that one other than using the fertilizer. But if you do the fertilizer, whether he is a tenant farmer, whether he is a lessee farmer, or whether he is a owner, he goes to the market and buy the fertilizer at the same rate. That's why actually they are using the fertilizer. So now the Indian agriculture production is very well oiled because of all these things. So now, thanks to all these things. So now, if that is the case, is the world hunger being addressed? This is absolutely not being done, because even today, if you look into the globe as a whole, many of the people are hungry, and particularly some of the geographies are like that. Then what would be the population in 2050? As I told, it is 10 billion people, and we are adding close to almost around 1.5 to 2 billion from now onwards, and that is a very, very big kind of a thing. Then the third one is, are we producing enough now? We may be producing, but thing is the diet preference has changed. Many of us want to take proteinaceous diet. Many of us want to do so many things. And if you want to take the entire trajectory to the proteinaceous diet, all the animals which are being reared for the protein has to be fed on cereals. So you have to produce more of cereals, and so that to get the more protein. So now, if really everybody wants to take the proteinaceous diet, the way the fashion is going on, or maybe the attitude is going on, definitely we need to produce more for this one. Then, what the role technology can play in modernizing this ancient days technology? That is what actually we try to talk. Now, you take this kind of a thing, actually really how actually we are doing, because now I am involved in so much of a technology enablement within the banking system and also taking the agriculture into this one. This is how the future of technology is going to become. First thing is now that mobile has become so powerful. Actually, we need not use the laptops or computers. This itself is enough. Now, this mobile, the latest iPhone, is 1 TB memory. That means I can save the data for almost years together, and I can do so much of a calculation. Now, actually, what exactly these things are doing? Actually, that we are collecting quite a lot of a market data is there in everywhere, whether it is the farmers' data or market data. This entire data can be put into the system. And the next one is with regard to that artificial intelligence, because now I had seen, because recently I was in US, and I found really how artificial intelligence is being embedded into the technologies. So much of a thing is happening in the whole of this thing. And the drones, as in the morning somebody was telling that drone DVs, whether it is DVs or not, but at the same time, the drones are the unmanned aerial vehicles have become very, very important. Now, they started doing so many things. Now, when all these things are being used, we are generating so much of a data, and many times this big data which you are doing, actually if it is not analyzed, it has no meaning. That is where now the new engines are being developed to see really how the data is being analyzed, and really how the digital topography is created for each and every geography, each and every crop, each and every farmer, and also really what exactly is going to do, and where actually most of the other technologies which we are doing, whether it is soil mapping, water mapping, or maybe the qualities, or every kind of a thing is being put into this one. Again, it comes back to the system, and the farmer and also the people who are the stakeholders will get the entire kind of an information as to what to do this one. That is where actually now the technology embedment is happening. I had put a last slide, just wait till the time as to what exactly we are doing with this one. So now actually how we are doing it, it is the intersection of technology and agriculture is ushering in a new era marked by increased efficiency, productivity and sustainability, and the digital technologies which we are having right now, like the Internet of Things. I don't know how many of you have experienced it, but as a NABARDS, actually we got so much of a grant proposals, actually we gave somewhere, at least in many states, actually some of the places where the internet, or how the IoT in the irrigation can improve it. I'll give only one example. In a watershed area in Maharashtra, one pond was developed which was irrigating close to around 15 acres of a mango orchard. Then we gave this IoT to them, IoT in the irrigation, where the soil probes were put in various places, and the entire data has been transmitted to the satellite and again comes back to the system. So whenever the soil moisture stress happens, the valves automatically works, and with that the pond which was irrigating 15 acres of mango now is irrigating 45 acres of mango. Now imagine 300%, which is unimaginable in the previous cases. That is what I told in the beginning, whether it is fertilizer, whether it is water, whether it is the pesticide or anything, in case if you do the very judicious way of doing the things, actually we can reduce the cost, we can improve the efficiencies, we can do the things. And all these things are possible now because of this 5G technology, because IoT and others. So now combine all this IoT with the machine learning and also the artificial intelligence, and it is going to profoundly transform the entire agricultural practices, which I had seen with my own eyes. Now this is how actually the entire artificial intelligence is going to work. First of all, it does the crop yield prediction and price forecast, intelligent spraying, predictive insights, agricultural robots. Now actually in the morning I was telling somebody whether agricultural robots they have seen. Actually now I am mentoring 2 companies which are doing the agricultural robots. Now this is a battery operated robot which is of a small size to just do the agriculture operation, earthing up, sowing, you just name any kind of a thing. It costs just around 100 rupees. And this is a battery operated one. Battery can be charged like that any kind of electric vehicle. Now this entire electric bull or maybe the X machine you call by any name, this costs only 1 lakh. A farmer can have it and he can use it as a custom application also. So now imagine really what kind of a thing is going to happen for reducing the cost of cultivation And many a times, in case if you look into the agronomy part of the crop, why the productivity is low? Because now, since the labor is a big constraint, actually we are not doing the earthing up and hoeing. We are just killing the weeds by spraying the glyphosate, and afterwards we are doing nothing. So the soil has become very compact. Now, if you just do with this kind of electric bull, where that machine learning is already put into the system, this will go and see that last time it has done this kind of a thing, next time also it will do the same thing. Actually, you need not even give the instructions. So with just 100 rupees, you are able to do it. So now that is how the things are happening. And the disease diagnosis, actually we had seen, because in one of the places where I had gone, for the same machine, actually they have put 3 cameras. It goes to each and every plant in the greenhouse, looks into the entire part. It scans the whole of the plant, right from the tree, leaves to the stem to the everywhere. And in case if it finds anything which is abnormal, that is away from the normal, immediately it sends the message to the central server. And I had seen when I was there for almost 2 hours, at the end of 2 hours, the workers came and removed 10 pots from that one, saying that these 10 pots were infected, these are having some kind of thing, they took it out and do the things. Now, imagine in case if it is not there, the disease or a pest would have spread to the whole of the greenhouse and would have been a disaster. And that is how just with a very little kind of expenditure, things are happening to this one. That is why actually I am telling that tech enablement is the future of agriculture. How the technology is there. Now actually I have put, is it genetics related, agronomy related, farm machine related, irrigation technology related, or there is anything beyond all these things, then how we are going to do it? Genetics related. Now actually genetic engineering, we are all listening for quite some time. GM crops are not allowed in India, but this February when I was in Bangladesh, people are happily eating the GM brinjal, and we also ate, at least in the last 12 months I have not died, but at the same time, now because the genetic engineered crops have got some kind of a backlash, now there is a kind of a new technology called the gene editing has come. And also mini chromosome technology has come. Now actually these are the things which are going to do this one. Then agronomy related, as I told that right from cultivate, that is in normal operations, the ploughing to the end product. Actually now quite a lot of a machinery and technology has come. Actually I had seen in so many places where people are absolutely not going to the field. Actually, they are operating through the machines and also this kind of a thing. Then the farm machinery, all this ML and AI are being incorporated into the farm machinery. Now, actually, when I went to US, I have saw one of the tractor companies doing the entire driverless tractors. Complete, it is a driverless. Actually, that entire field map is given and the contours are fixed. This fellow just sits on the border and the tractor goes and does the entire operation and it is coming. So now, it's a matter of time when it is coming to India also. Then is there anything beyond all these things? Actually now, what exactly is required is the integration of all these technologies, bringing them into one kind of a thing where we can make them available to the small farmer also, because every farmer cannot buy this one, but an enterprise or an FPO or an institution like KVK can do all these kinds of technology to be given to the farmers at a cost. Then software as an agriculture as an enterprise, actually it is there, drones, IoT, automated machines, all these things are there. And the last one is that weather data has been integrated. Now, we got actually about Mitsang Tufan, we got the information. But thing is, whether really our farmers were ready to take up the entire thing, actually I was not sure. But at the same time, now all these things are happening. And the last I have put the soil sensors. When I was in Seattle, somebody had shown me a instrument, which is a sensor. Just one sensor can cover 25 acres of land. It will continuously monitor the soil health, continuously monitor the moisture, continuously monitor the ambient temperatures, microclimate, and everything. So actually, and this data continuously going there, getting analyzed, and it will come back. So now, such kind of systems are available. So now, as I'm telling that in the morning, somebody was telling, India is a small farmers country, they cannot afford technology. It is not so. Technology is now becoming affordable. Technology has to be taken by somebody who can operate it, and they should give to the farmers at a price, then things are going to happen. So I'll just tell, I don't know how much time is left, but still I got some time. So what I have seen in various countries, that rice production, because now every crop, actually profitability is the things. Now actually we are standing in a different kind of thing. If you go to Africa, the rice production is something around a ton to 1.5 ton is the maximum, that is the average. In India, we are average around 3.8 tons. Only in some few states will get 5 tons, but thing is average. Now go to China. I was in Nanjing University. They had shown me one variety of hybrid, which is giving them continuously 22 tons. So now imagine the spectrum between 1 hectare, 1 ton to the 22 tons. Actually now to have 22 tons, actually in Africa they have to put 22 acres under this one, and here it's only 1 acre is enough. And what China has done, they have done so much of a technology integration to this one. Apart from that hybridization, they made the agronomic technology also. The other thing which I have seen, because multi-storied animal farming, I don't know whether many of you have heard about it or not. When I went to Beijing, it is just maybe something like around 20-30 kilometers from Beijing. 26 storied building. It looks like a software from outside, but inside they are rearing pigs. And entire thing is a mechanized farm. Actually, that entire thing is done in such a way that computers control the whole thing. What exactly is happening? How much feed has to go? Really, what is the gain of the weight? When the animals have to be shifted to the next silo, and then when it has to be culled. All those things are done in a very, very thing, and the productivity levels are very high. Actually, now, just look into China is having only 90 million hectares of land, but they produce close to 500 million tons of food grains, or maybe all these things. So that is why actually we are happy. So now I think I have done. So now actually I will go to quickly to then, Then actually I will just go maybe so many other countries, but thing is I went to some countries in Brazil and Belize in South and Central America. The sugarcane production is close to around 150 tons per hectare as against 80 tons in India. Now, that is because of not only variety, but because of the technology also. So, where they integrated. So, this is how now that drones have become ubiquitous and multi-purpose. And this is the pivot irrigation, because in India we don't have such kind of a land, but you go to any of the bigger countries, they have the pivot irrigation. It mimics the entire rainfall. And the data the companies showed, they say that actually it gives almost 20% extra yield, because it mimics the rain. Then this is the robo. Actually, I had taken this one because now, whenever we are asking the laborers to harvest the crop, actually they will harvest everything, whatever is available, without looking at the maturity. But this in robo will see each and every fruit and harvest only that thing. Actually, this is there. Likewise, in the greenhouse, this is the normal, and this is the vertical farming. This is in here itself. And this is in India itself, actually lettuce farming happening, and there is a multi-storied lettuce farming happening here. It is outskirts of the Hyderabad. The productivity has gone up by almost around 4 times. So now that is there. Then this is the 360, that is 24/7 farming with this kind of a thing, and it is happening, and some people are doing in the containers also this one. Then the ultra high density banana, ultra high density mango. Then this is ultra high density. This was taken just last Sunday, outskirts of Hyderabad. 1,000 plants, and this farmer is getting close to around 7 lakhs per acre as the net profit. And avocado is already coming. It is there in many places. And this high density papaya, now actually that it is 25 to 30 tons. But when I went to Belize, I found they are producing close to 52 tons per acre. Is this thing. And one of the farms actually which is owned by the Indians within America, they are in the Belize, they are making $1 million net profit out of 500 acres of papaya plantation. Now 8 crores. And this is brinjal taken by me in Chhattisgarh. This farmer is getting 15 lakh rupees in brinjal crop. It is the kind. In tomato, outside Hyderabad, you must have seen that one farmer, Mahendra Reddy, has got 3 crores in the last tomato boom, and this is from his farm. And tulips, actually this one actually I have taken. Now this is the last but one slide, you see solar as third crop. We are saying that profitability has to go up. We gave a pilot project where actually such kind of a solar panels are put on the field, and now you can cultivate the crop. There is absolutely no depreciation in the yield, but at the same time, by supplying power to the grid, the farmer is getting 3 to 4 lakh rupees every year. And the blockchain and IoT, everybody is talked about. Ultimately, at the end of it, it has to come. So finally, before my saying this, I will say what exactly happening now, because Agri-Stack is being created. I am also part of one of their advisory team, and this Agri-Stack is the one which requires, I say that Indian agriculture needs digitization to make supply chain efficient, transparent, market-driven, and traceable. Now, if all these things are there, we have to do it. And this Agri-Stack can play enabling access of high-quality inputs to the farmers, linkages to the markets, reduction in post-harvest losses, access to institutional credit, insurance, subsidies, subventions, and DBT. And this is what actually now, though actually many attempts are made and the data is there in silos, but I will say that the things have to be put in place to make this kind of a very big kind of operation. That is where actually the digitization or the technology is going to make Indian agriculture very resilient, profitable, environmentally conscious, ESG compliant, and finally, ecologically secure. It's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chintala. Yeah, we actually take the questions after the session is over. So now I invite Dr. Seshu Madhav. Dr. Seshu Madhav, he will speak on CTRI, a catalyst for transforming tobacco and other commercial crops ready for future farming. Dr. Madhav.
Yeah, good afternoon. The morning I said that a little bit brief discussion about the CTRI, and yesterday also I was talking about, some of the audience were there, so I will little bit fast in my this thing because CTRI working very intensely on tobacco from last 75 years, but now apart from tobacco, in other commercial crops also, how we are going to play a role for the to fit in a future farming very well. Next, should I do this? Okay. Yeah, I think some of the people, at least Chintala was not there yesterday, but I can say that our institute started in 1936 in a Guntur with a small station called Cigarette Research Station, and then it was 1945 Indian Central Tobacco Committee started the CTRI at Rajahmundry, and then now we are 75 years over, and we came into the ICR in 1965. All India Coordinated Network also started in 1970, and then that has renamed it as the ANRPT, All India Network Research Project. It is shifted to, it was in Anand, and it shifted to here Rajahmundry. Next. So if you see this, I said in the morning that we are in a second position in area and production, and the productivity we are in a fourth. And if you see the pre-FCTC, that is the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, it is came in 2005. You can see here, before that Europe was there, but after that it has reduced by 51%. But America also reduced, but Asia it was not much change. And then if you see the trends in seven decades, area is almost constant, it's not increasing, but because of productivity, the production is going to increase. So now the productivity also increased from 732 to 1720 kgs per hectare. So as a lead player in tobacco, what we are doing in a kind of tobacco, we are doing basic, applied, strategic, and anticipatory research. That's how we played a major role in tobacco. So, in a basic research, as a national active germplasm site, we have a 3,386 germplasm accessions, and we have a core collections consist of 305 accessions. We made many pre-breeding material using different species of Nicotiana, and we made we used almost all the species and made a pre-breeding material for that. And now in the genomics, we made several microsatellite markers which are can be used in a molecular breeding, which are now being used, and mapping population also we have many. And the key genes for the soil synthesis, they are DXS and DXR. They are the solisol is a alternate compound, sesquiterpenol, which is having a very high value in a pharmaceutical value. So that's biosynthesis also worked out, and also saw which are the genes which are really makes a higher production. Those two genes are important for solisol biosynthesis. And of course, we also identified low converter nicotine lines. That means that is conversion from nicotine to non-nicotine. Those lines it will be less. So, just now Dr. Chintala was telling about genome editing. Yes, we already started genome editing to make a safer tobacco, that is like reducing a TSNA, tobacco-specific nitrosamines, which are the major carcinogenic compounds, because when nicotine is not very important, but when nicotine is converted into non-nicotine, from non-nicotine to, there will be three compounds will form, that is like NNN, NNK. These are the called tobacco-specific nitrosamines. They are mostly more in case of barley. So that conversion happens because of one gene called demethylase. That is a gene we identified, identified by somebody, but that is called CYP82E4. That is now we are editing those genes so that the conversion cannot happen. There we got really a lead, and my scientist may give a lightning talk on that. He can do more details in that. Next. So apart from that, we also doing a lot of basic work on soil water analysis, leaf physical and chemical quality, pesticide residue analysis, and identification of different aromatic compounds. One of our retired scientists, Dr. C.V. Nasimrao, worked greatly into this aroma compounds isolation, bioactive compounds, and seed storage, pesticide application, and so on. And also identified, and soil health is very important, so we identified PGPRs, which are really important for the soils, and also suitable suckers. Suckers comes when we cut the top bud. When you cut, there will be adventitious buds, there will be suckers will come. That is a big problem in tobacco. So the technology was there from the long time. You were using coconut oil and other oils, but now we have given a technology which is now being practiced, decanol, but we are still, that is not effective now. We are working with the PPP mode. Morning somebody was telling in commercial agriculture, PPP, that Singh sir was telling PPP is the important. We have already gone into that PPP mode, and we got a very, very better, good results, so that we may give by another, maybe by next season, at least in Andhra, we can give the new saccharide. So in applied part, as I said, that from the beginning, we got so many varieties, because unless we have a technology to have, to meet the requirements of farmers, the technology, one of the biggest technology is giving a varieties. So we have given 103 varieties, suitable varieties and hybrids, which are suitable to different agroecological zones of this tobacco, and given 120 production and protection technologies. And we have a committed extension service, a dedicated service we have. In the tobacco, we deliver and also we do capacity building and real-time in-season advisories also we do, because tobacco board is backed completely by our technology, and we are the sole technology provider to the tobacco board. These are the recent released varieties, which I just want to mention that CTRI Navina is having a 3,300 kg per hectare, and Shrestha is for light soils of southern region, which is having 2,400 kgs. In case of barley, Yasini is there, and in case of DJ1, in case of Jati tobacco, and in case of BD, we have Andalipugagu too. So we also studied the impact, because when we give the varieties, whether really is making any impact, and that impact in terms of money, how much it is giving a revenue to the national exchequer and as well as how much farmers are getting. This is impact studies we did, and in case of FCR 15, which is just released 1 year over, then within a year, within a year, around 1600 crores, one variety has given this much revenue, 200 crores additional income to the farmers. I mean, that is the income we given by this variety, and which is really ruling now in southern light soils. We are coming with another better variety than that, but now it is ruling and it is giving a 200 crores additional income. Severally, I mean, like that, similarly, there are varieties which Siri was earlier variety, which was ruled for almost like 6-7 years, and it has contributed to the 24,370 crores. Not only FCB, we have varieties in BD, Rustica, and Chiving, and like that. So, this is the impact of varietal technology. Unless we have a technology, I mean, commercialization, the technology is to be there, then only commercialization can happen better. And the seed supply, because the seed supply is one of the biggest problem in any crop, but in tobacco, we ensure that the seed supply to all the farmers, almost 90% of the tobacco farmers, we are giving the seed. Last year I joined in this institute, we produced around 13,000 kg, that is 13 tons, and we in the revolving fund and got almost 2 crores rupees from this seed production. So, and we have many disruptive technology for namely like simple, the tray seedling technology, which was not there earlier, which was only in a raised bed. Many of the, people know that it is the technology was in the raised bed and their healthy seedlings was not there. But we have given the tray seedling technology. Now that is followed mostly in NLS farmers and KLS farmers are doing, but SLS still not happening. But we'll see that it can come in near future. But there are some technology like farm pond technology, climate resilient technology, what we were telling that now, when you have a cyclones, what we have, or when we have a drought, what we have, those kind of technology we have, and in case of at least for the drought, we have very good technology, and also we have given alternate cropping systems other than the tobacco, but that's not happening, but some of the intercropping systems and cropping relay series is going on very well. Also, we have a resource conservation for the water, fertilizers, drip irrigation. That is the fertilizer use efficiency increased by around 30 to 35%. And we have also, earlier we don't have a soil maps, but we have no soil map. Based on soil maps, we have got equation. Based on the equation, we are giving a fertilizer recommendation to each farmer. And one of the thing is that in a curing in a tobacco requires a lot of energy. 1 kg of green leaf to cure is 5 kg of wood is required. That is an environmental issue. That is we are working, and so far what we did is that we integrated a thermal energy sources with the solar and integrated, thereby we reduced almost like 33% energy was reduced, and we have also integrating with now natural gases and other methods. Electric method also we are now seeing, and the technology is there already, but still that we saw some problem is there in that, but we want to refine those technology also. Mechanizations, yes, just previous talker was telling that mechanization is really required. We don't have a robot now, but maybe the robot we can try. But what we have is that we have a simple tools like where the drudgery can be reduced and labor can be reduced, like bale pressing machines and tobacco stitching machine. Tobacco stitching machine, my colleague is here and she designed very well and it's working, and we also using drones. We have advocating, and people are already using the drones, and tobacco transplanter is there. When the digitalization, we have meeting the farmers, more number of farmers through our mobile apps and our interactive web portal. And I said, as energy saving, we have got a significantly better results. There we are reduced the energy saving by now 33%. So, and further refinements are happening in here. So that was the focus in the earlier year, but now the focus, as morning Dr. Krishna Kumar was telling, that the focus is on quality, because tobacco quality is important rather than the production, because unless you don't have a good quality, then the buyers will not buy, and that quality of Indian tobacco is good. That's the reason we are getting good revenue. But the quality maintenance, when we had that one, earlier we was doing only basic chemistry like nicotine, reducing sugars and chlorides, but now we are gone much ahead even in quantification of TSNA, tobacco specific nitrosamines. We have now LCMS with us, it's coming, and we can do more compounds analysis also. And we have done a lot of other uses of tobacco, other than this general consumption. We have other uses, like I said, Solisol, which is patented process is there with us. Many people are approaching. And tobacco seed oil. Seed contains 35% oil, and that seed oil has the fatty acid composition is almost similar to safflower, and which is very good. And the initial trials with the National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad did, and they found that it doesn't have any adverse effect on mouse model. Now it is under consideration for the human trials are going on. Hopefully, if it goes well, this maybe comes into the this is a work as done by ICT collaboration, the fatty acid composition. But whereas now this test in edibility test is going at NIN, National Institute of Nutrition. If that comes, this also comes into the kitty of oil kitty, so that import can be reduced. Oils we are now importing India, so that can be one of the product. Nicotine sulfate, of course, we are doing pure nicotine is 86 to 90% pure nicotine extraction we have. And leaf protein, the leaf has around 2% protein. That we found that it is interestingly, that is better for even animal and poultry feed. So these are the alternate uses. We are putting more focus on that. And now, other day somebody was telling that even tobacco seed oil is used in some countries, used in perfumes. So those we did not really try, but there is a really can be used in we can explore in coming days. In strategy research, as I said, that low residues. That is our strategy, to have a low pesticide residue, because that is one of the important points to make our Indian tobacco as a quality product. So we were doing for the low CPA tobacco. And precision farming, already ITC people doing, and we also learned from that. We can demonstrate, and we already submitted a project to NABARD, and it is in the which is in the consideration now for IoT based irrigation and IoT based for fertilizer application also. As I said, that saccharicide we are doing with a PPP mode, and increasing alkaline content in barley. Barley tobacco is another type of tobacco where mostly it's used in cigarette for the blending. There the shift has shifted now. Earlier it was low nicotine, now they are asking high nicotine content. So we are now doing more in identification of new locations, and breeding also started at Kandakuru, and some of the nutrient management also techniques we are following to get a high alkaline content. Of course, climate saving and energy saving technology, as I said earlier, that drought tolerant lines we have, but we don't have a high, water logging conditions we don't have. So we want to have integrate both technology, like water logging conditions when you have a water more, and also drought, so that both can be matched together. So in anticipatory research, we are also developing FCV lines suited to all the zones, and exploring FCV germplasm for short duration varieties is really required. In case of, like now we have Michang cyclone, there people want to go next cycle, so short duration is required with the uniform maturity. So only maybe 1 or 2 plugs they can do, and then they can go for this kind of contingency plan. So that's we are now searching. We have a germplasm, but we could not do much now, but we are now more doing into that. And soil health management, I said we are doing, and TSNA through genome editing, suckerless tobacco. Can we produce a suckerless tobacco? That was a question I asked in the December when I came. Even after cutting, even after you are removing, we have any genotype which cannot give any adventitious buds. Can we have a suckerless tobacco? That's also, we started now to doing that, and scaling of alternate use of tobacco, of course, is going on. So if you see the impact, I just want to share that the impact is very high in CTRA, for the tobacco, CTRA's impact in the tobacco is very high because the sole technology was given by us. But I can say that only the exports revenue, as I said earlier, that export was going from 2013 to, if you see, it was 6,000 around crores now, but it's going to now 9,339, almost 9,400 crores. So it increased by almost 40%. So what we want to do further is that novel sources we are doing, and molecular breeding emphasis is going on for mostly fusarium wilt and root non-nematode, and genome editing we started, and botanicals want to do for the lower pesticides, and designing machinery we are designing, but it was validation is a problem, and we want to validate in all the zones. Coming to the other commercial crops, when we said that tobacco we have played a very significant role, but in other crops we want to play more better as a catalyst for increasing their profitability. For that, I just want to show that in Chile, in India is producing like 20.49 lakh tons, and even in the export we are getting around 8,582 crores, and India is still ranking first even in the production and as well as in the export. Whereas in turmeric also, it is producing 13.31 tons and it is in the first rank. And mostly all these four crops you can see, except tobacco, we are in the first in production as well as export. But most of this export is happening only raw. It is not happening through any value-added products. If you can do any value addition of these things, either maybe primary or secondary, I think this export revenue will increase. In that of light only, this NIRCA, National Institute for Research and Commercial Agriculture, that is the transition happened now, that is now concentrating on all these four crops in a value addition mode. So this, I have a big slide here, but I just want to say that in Chile and turmeric we have a beautiful plan. I think we discussed with Madhavi Reddy madam also there, and with Dinesh also we discussed. But most importantly here, we want to develop more of, more how to make this chili and turmeric, how to make profitable. Because we are not working on production. Somebody was telling more we are working on production, but our focus is here only to make value addition in that. Or maybe some local genotypes are there, especially if you see in Paderu or in Araku, Lambasingi, we have got a turmeric which is having a 6.8 curcumin, whereas there are some varieties from northeast, Lakdang and all, but when they come here, the curcumin content go down because it is genotype into environment interaction, but we have here only, but we don't have a proper agronomy techniques for that, or proper processing they don't do. Sometimes they do same turmeric, they grow on second time. So when the mother rhizomes, when you take the second rhizome, it goes on. So that's what we want to do, and we already had a farmer producer organizations on turmeric and chili both in a different form, and yes sir, that we want to do. In case of Ashwagandha also, Ashwagandha, my colleague is there, he is expert in that, but Ashwagandha also we know that its medicinal properties, but still it is not known that which type of Ashwagandha, which chemotypes is better for which disease. Those chemotypes are not known, and also we have collaboration with ICT. My friend has come, Dr. Suresh. With that we know only that vithanolide is important, but there are many compounds, vithanolide A, vithanolide, vithaferin, and how to make them more easily extraction and more compositions development, those things are not clear. Those ones we want to work. And in castor, only one area we picked up. In the castor oil, we are exporting castor oil to different countries, and we importing the castor oil derivatives. The export value is around 4,000 crores maybe, but we are importing 6,000 crores only in castor oil derivatives. The castor oil derivative, one of the castor oil derivative is 2-octanol. 2-octanol extraction technology again developed by ICT, but it was so costly, the technology, and there were no buyers to take that. So that is the reason we want to make it very simple, those technology, so that the company can take. And the 2-octanol is there in many of the products of castor-based products. So that's how story is, our journey is from CTRA and ICAR to going on, and in that we have a valued collaborators in our research like Tobacco Board, ITC, GPA, Alliance and VST. and we have a tie-ups and MOUs with Adhika Vidyana University, YSR Horticulture University, and even Telangana State Horticulture University, Angru, NAM, and we have now IASR, Indian Institute of Spice Research, because our own ICAR Institute, we are having some plans to do, as morning Dr. Dinesh said, we have some plans to do where they left some of the works, there we want to do with IIHR and Indian Institute of Vegetable Research. Dr. Behra is coming tomorrow for this thing, and DMAPR with the medicinal crops, IOR and castor, and then we have DFR is our horticulture research is just in the Kadiyam. They are having 5 scientists. Now they are also sitting in our institute. We want to have some programs which are very common. Nematode problems is very common in both the tobacco and as well as in a flower crop. So we made some programs. Similarly, Atari for value addition and other things. And we have very good tie-ups with the ISCT, NAN, CFTRI, and Spice Board and EPIDA. So the journey is going on. I think in a future, another maybe when you see another 25 years, then the NIRCA also definitely will play a significant role. With that hope, I'll conclude my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madhav. We again take the questions at the end of the session. Now I invite Dr. Krishna Kumar, Vice President ITC, to speak on climate change and sustainable tobacco crop production. Dr. Krishna Kumar.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and ladies and gentlemen, I think we are fast approaching to the lunch time. I don't want to take much time. I will go fast in my presentation. Dear friends, I think today climate change is a pressing concern for all of us. I think in the last few years, I think from when I joined in Agriculture University some 40 years back, the first chapter was that Indian farming is gambling with monsoon and market. But today, still market to some extent we have addressed, but suddenly the monsoon or climate has become a major deciding factor. I am sure, I don't want to go into details, the last year is rated as the most warmest year. I think current year February month is supposed to be the warmest day, and you have wildfires, El Nino phenomenon, and recently we have seen Michang cyclone which has impacted, causing devastating effect in Andhra Pradesh. I think the impact is very clear. Directly it has impact in terms of physical and phenotypic changes. It has impact on soil fertility, irrigation availability is getting challenged, and floods, drought and rising sea level, these are the direct impact. Of course, the indirect impact all the industries of agriculture are facing, we are also facing in terms of increased cost of production, increase in food prices, demand supply disruption, and suddenly when there is a demand we don't have enough tobacco to export, and of course health challenges to the worker. What is the response to this type of climate change? I am sure the world is taking it seriously. There are many new interventions happening in the form of driving climate science-based actions and promoting sustainable and responsible business practices, improving traceability and accountability for all the companies and organizations. All these things are emanating from the various global goals of UN goals, ESG ratings, reporting frameworks and regulatory frameworks. In the current year, we are talking about a lot of focus on the achieving net zero in terms of decarbonization plan. All the governments, all the organizations, including the major tobacco customers from the world who are the premium customers, they have already committed for net zero target by 2050, and which also driving all the suppliers who are exporting from India to prepare their own decarbonization short-term and long-term target under the SBTA flag guidelines, and we are also we have prepared the plan, and it is getting a lot of attention. I think recent COP28 also, which was signed by 134 countries, the focus is on what we can do on the addressing the climate change and what sort of intervention we can do in terms of both mitigation as well as adaptation packages. So, like any other crop, even tobacco industry also, we are looking at how to make this tobacco crop production sustainable. What we can do, especially in the backdrop of the climate. I'm sure this is the, I think few days back I've taken this photograph in NLS area. I think this is what it is showing what is happening. Suddenly, from a stage of El Nino, where we were completely preparing, entire crop planning was on how to face the drought, how to conserve the moisture. Suddenly we have entered in a place where the area received 200 to 250 mm rain in 2 hours time. That's where it is. Okay, it is challenging all the technologies so far what we have. It's a big challenge. That's where the farmer is asking, sir, can we have a variety which can withstand this type of water stagnation? Today we don't have answer, but certainly we need an answer for this. I think when we analyze in the last 5 years, actually this is an actual experience, sir. There's no theory and technicality in this. In the last 5 years, when we analyzed the 2 major crops in Andhra and Karnataka, in Andhra, 4 years out of 5 years, either there is a drought or there is an excess rain. It is not just a climate, it is significantly impacting our crop production. So when we say that crop production means we are losing the opportunity to export, whereas the farmer, after spending considerable money, he is losing the crop. He is losing the revenue. It has happened in Mysore also. Again, you can see out of 5 years, 3 years, there are 2 years of excess rain, there is 1 year of drought. The situation is further getting complicated by we are planning, we have a plan how to face the drought, how to face the excess rain also. But the one more yakkar is coming here in the form of extreme weather event. Suddenly when you plan for entire crop production from the drought point of view, suddenly there is a cyclone. So how to manage? So this is a real challenge to farmer as well as industry. I think that is where, morning also I was mentioning, there is a need for agile and resilient climate response to this climate change. What can we do? I think there is a need for weather resilient tobacco production system. I think there is a need for weather resilient crop production for every crop. Certainly what we are talking about, there is a need for technology integration and an institutional collaboration and a policy. I think a farmer alone, a company alone, or research organization alone cannot do. Entire ecosystem has to evolve with enabling policy support and the required technologies. The required technologies should be, short-term measure should be how I prepared a contingency measure. We can't, suppose there is no variety today, but farmer cannot wait, the importer cannot wait for 5 years. So immediately what I should do, if there is a damage, how to recover the damage. That's what there has to be clear-cut action plan. Similarly, informed climate forecast-based calibrated operations and adequate seedlings and inputs. Today we are saying that previously when we used to plan for seedlings, we were planning for one-time planting. Now we are saying we need to have 150% planting seedlings. That means 50% additional seedlings, even if it is costing more, has to be ready because I can't produce the seedling when the rain happens. Similarly, in the long term, you need to build on the capability building. Capability building will be in the form of varieties, in the form of micro-region specific agronomy, in the form of more efficient inputs which can quickly produce the required results under different climatic conditions. I think in fast tracking variety development is very key. Though there is a need for agronomic intervention, certainly in my experience is in many crops as well as in tobacco, the variety plays a key role. Once you have a variety, then you can manage. But the action starts with variety. What can be the variety? We need a variety which has a better water use efficiency, so that in a drought it can withstand, the farmer can still have some crop. Similarly, today in the backdrop of, there is so much focus from the organizations because they have already committed net zero. Whether we like it or not, all the governments have committed net zero by 2050, a short-term target by 2030. So our customers are saying that as per SBTi flagged recent release guidelines, 30% reduction in GHG emission has to be achieved by 2030. We don't have time. Similarly, net zero target has to be achieved by 2050. For that, one of the major issues, we require a nitrogen use efficiency varieties. It's not just quality, it's not just productivity. We need to look at how we improve what we call total factor productivity. The resource use efficiency need to be focused. I think our internal studies also shows that as far as tobacco is concerned, it is also true for many other crops. The three major actions where we can reduce the GHG emission carbon footprints are fertilizer, curing, and mechanization related interventions. Fertilizer, especially the nitrogen, which is having much more weightage in terms of GHG emissions, it's a major factor of almost 50% of the emissions can be attributed to fertilizer waste in the most of the crop, especially in tobacco. So certainly there is a need for more focus on deploying water stewardship principles in tobacco cultivation, which means to say basically two things. One is, I am getting rain in a very erratic manner, how having a watershed management program where I can conserve, harvest and store. And then second thing is how I will use whatever I can store, how efficiently I can use for more number of irrigation to more number of covering more hectares by the farmer. Similarly today, after net zero, now one more area is getting as part of the ESG framework is that today again companies, organizations, countries and buyers are asking that promote net positive. There is a greater focus on the biodiversity. There is a need for entire ecosystem need to be managed. There is a need for regenerative agricultural practices. Similarly, the same thing applies to tobacco. There is a need for conservation of the natural resources as well as habitats. These are the now clear-cut demand backed up by the need for complete custody of crop and complete traceability, and which can withstand third-party scrutiny. I don't want to go into details. Previous speakers have already highlighted. Certainly, there is a need for precision agriculture. There is a need for digital technology, big data analysis. How we will ultimately, there is a data, it needs to be analyzed and it needs to be given customized crop advisory to the farmer where he can act upon. Otherwise, the entire data will not be put to use. Coming to specific to tobacco industry, I think enabling policy environment, I'm sure one way we are very happy that tobacco industry has an excellent public-private producer partnership where there is a tobacco board from the Government of India providing the required policy framework, a platform where all the stakeholders can interact together and with a win-win outcomes. We are happy that we have CTRI with us. I'm sure the required technology is already, Dr. Sheshu Madhav sir has already shown what the CTRI has done, and I'm sure these new interventions also they have started working. We have MOU with CTRI. I'm sure we will be in a position to quickly introduce many more technologies to meet this challenge. And the tobacco industry is geared up. The farmers are appreciating. They're only saying, sir, requesting us, please give the required technology. So the gap is certainly, because the goalposts are changing. Not that there was no technology given, no variety was given. It was given, but the goalposts are changing. The context is changing. We need to further reinforce the technology requirements of the farmer, so that there is a clear-cut response to the climate change, both in the form of mitigation of the climate change, one side, and adaptation technology for the farmer so that he can withstand the impact of the climate, still get a crop, so that we can have the higher exports and farmer will have the continuous returns. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishna Kumar. I congratulate all the three speakers for their very lucid presentations. We already ran out of time, but I think we can certainly accommodate 2 to 3 questions. Now I invite one question to the first topic, the speaker, Dr. Chintala. Any questions? Yeah, Dr. Prakash Rao.
Thank you, Doctor. Of course, cutting across all these speakers and also towards the theme of the conference. So for my own knowledge, I want to know, when you are saying the frontiers in tobacco and commercial agriculture towards preparedness of future farming, are there any plans, I think Dr. Seshmadhav may be able to answer this, that over a period of a few decades from now, are we transitioning from tobacco to other crops in a slow manner? Number one. Number two is that tobacco consumption will probably will be there to sustain the tobacco cultivation and industry, as the figures show. But then the last speaker has mentioned about the industry's contribution to finance climate smart practices. But has the industry committed, or has the tobacco industry got the muzzle to support the climate financing? I think these are the 2 questions. Thank you.
Response from Dr. Madhav and Dr. Chintala.
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, what is I said that when we were doing tobacco, we are also taken a charge for another 4 crops. So we are not replacing tobacco with other commercial crops, but tobacco area will be like that only. But we will be doing research on some of the research like post-harvest technology and value addition, especially, and other 4 crops like castor chili and ashwagandha and turmeric. So that is the one part. The second part maybe that Krishnaji can answer.
I think as far as the industry commitment is concerned, we are fully committed. The reason is I was mentioning during my presentation that all our major customers who account for 80% of the imports from India, they have already in their websites, they have given a commitment to get all their supply sources honoring entire their value chain decarbonization with the net zero target of 2050. Actually, some of them are preponing to 2040. So, as you know, sir, India has committed net zero target by 2070 actually. But the desirable thing from the entire world is that 2050. But some of our customers are targeting for 2040. When they target, based on the recent, the science-based targets, which are the basic reference point for achieving the net zero target, are the short-term targets for 2030. Under the flag guidelines where agriculture emissions are more connected, where we also have a guidelines for tobacco. We are based on those guidelines, all our customers are committed, and when they commit, as you are aware, in decarbonization net zero plan, you have scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Scope 1, scope 2 is with respect to the manufacturing and energy part, whereas scope 3 is the basically which covers the farm value chain and the raw material. We being the suppliers of the raw material, scope 3 being the major contributing factor for the overall GHG inventory, and when they commit, they are saying that unless you commit and you deliver the product with the required targets, which all of us know, sir, by 2030 you are supposed to reduce 30% of the current emissions. It is not specific, it is absolute emission. If there is a growth, we are also looking at if there is a growth for tobacco export, including the growth, whatever extra emissions get also, with the current base we have to reduce. We are fully geared up and committed, where the customer is committed. Unless we do that, we can't export after some time. Sir, farmer himself cannot do. For everything, we need to support them. When this being a new thing beyond, farmer is already grappling with weather and struggling to produce the crop. From that perspective, when we are talking about net zero, certainly the industry has to support. Whether you support directly in the form, sometimes you have to support directly in the form of capability building, sometimes it may be part of the even the price which we pay to them based on the progress. So it needs to be evolved, sir, but certainly industry is committed to do that. Thank you.
Dr. Chintala.
No, actually, as a support of this thing, because now it's not tobacco alone, but thing is many of the crops and also the global leaders and the companies are asking that many of us to see that actually you generate carbon credits. You do this thing, you do that thing, so many things, because most of these fossil fuel companies and everyone is trying to talk about, and they have billions of dollars they have kept. Take the case of Microsoft, Google. They are the biggest polluters of the world because their data centers emit so much of a heat and other things. So they are committing billions of dollars, and at the end of it, as level 1, 2, 3, actually ultimately at the end of it, you say that the farming has to be made into complying with all these norms. And if that is the case, actually I was talking to so many farmers because we were the United Nations agency for doing the climate change mitigation studies and adaptation work. And what we found was that farmers sometimes, as Krishna Kumar was telling, first of all, they are clueless. They don't know what to do. And second thing is, now you say that because the other day I was talking, somebody was telling, excellent, I will give some 5 carbon credits to sugarcane in case if they reduce fertilizer consumption by 30% or 50%. I told, why the hell actually farmer will do it? Because now, by just not applying fertilizer by 50%, actually he will lose 50% of his profit. Now actually by doing this, really what exactly? So now, a new kind of a paradigm has to come saying that really how the farmer is compensated in case if he is shifting to the new kind of a production process, whether it is tobacco, whether it is any crop. Because the farmer cannot make changes. We say that everybody has to shift to the drip irrigation, this is what they say. But thing is it possible? Because as a banker, I know that to put a drip irrigation, it costs maybe $1 lakh or maybe 50,000. And at the rate of 15% interest, actually the farmer has to generate 15,000 rupees extra money to just pay the interest, and another 10 to 15,000 rupees to amortize the loan. That means on the same piece of land, he has to generate another 30,000 rupees extra, which probably is not possible with the present level of technologies and the genetics which we are having all those things. That is where actually the dilemma is right now going on, really how we are going to do it. Thank you.
Yeah, now, any more questions? Okay, yeah, please. That would be the last question because we ran out of time, got to go for lunch. Everybody is eagerly waiting for lunch. Please.
Sir, it is my suggestion to Dr. Krishna Kumar. So here, so he told that under heavy rainfall situation and under drought condition, we cannot anticipate. So under such situation, they can, the farmers can go for the planting on ridges. So if they plant on ridges, so under excess rainfall, there will be drain out. So if there is no rainfall, they can give the irrigation in the furrows. So that can be there, the crop production can come in the rescue of the farmers. That is my suggestions.
Thank you. Now I request Dr. Janaki Ram to say.
Thank you very much, Chairman Sir. I have only one or 2 points. Before that, we had really outstanding presentations with a lot of information and very informative, and congratulations to all the presenters. Of course, when we are talking about now agriculture is science driven, technology driven, and also it should be consumer driven. While talking about all these robotics, sensor technology, AI, I think we need to think about developing human resources also. I think in that direction, this conference should also have a recommendation that we need to have the ecosystem for human resources, whether it is all together, research, teaching and extension. And another point is, I think our PPP should be very strong. It should be strengthened. Still, we have not in that mode, what I feel, but it needs highest priority when we are talking about the interventions of new technologies. Then even these technologies, the last presentation when the climate resilience and all challenges we are tracking, we need to think about going for non-traditional areas also. For example, recently the saffron is grown in Andhra Pradesh. I think such kind of with technological interventions, we can think of going for non-traditional areas. And now the future agriculture is vertical farming. And even turmeric, there is a lot of scope. Dr. Dinesh will agree with me. I think Dr. Chintala also has shown a lot of slides in that regard. And even I have seen in China, the overhead production of sweet potato, where through hydroponics, they are growing in the bucket system, where they harvest, utilizing the space available in the polyhouse. So such kind of technologies also we need to follow. I think once again, thanks to the organizers for this wonderful initiative and conference.
Thank you. Before we close, I have one question, Dr. Madhav. You have mentioned about control of suckers. By sucker sites, I think we have been doing. Do you think we can do mutation breeding, let's say by gamma radiation or chemical mutagenesis, to develop mutants that would not have suckers?
We have some germplasm where we have that some varieties which are having a less suckers, but the moment when you cut the top bud, anyway 1 or 2 suckers will come. So we need, but we need to still see what kind of can we have any other where we can suppress even axillary bud. That is the one which we are thinking in a something called identification of genes in that, how it is getting upregulated there, can we shut down those points we are thinking. But now, right now we have a chemical control for those suckers. We have a technology which right now whatever we use, the suckerside chemical, which is not working effectively. That right now first in a short term goal we are working, but in long term we are really thinking when really we take out the top cut, even adventitious birds should not come. What it triggers, whether it's a GA is going there, gibberellic acid, can we shut down the GA process in a little bit lower so that even the sucker come, it may not have very big. So that kind of basic study we started now. Hopefully maybe another few years we can address that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Dr. Madhavi.
Dr. Madhav, actually not much biotic stress resistance seen in tobacco. Being a solanaceous crop, a lot of viruses are there like in chili and tomato. Not much work is being done, is it? Okay, thank you. It's difficult to manage virus anyway.
TMV, invariably we see that the varieties which we release have a TMV resistance.
When I visited your CTRI at Kandikur, I could see a lot of plants having virus also.
That is a CMV that is coming now, because now the more of this insect sucking complex is going on high. That is the reason the virus of CMV is going high. But TMV, invariably, inbuilt resistance is there. Yeah.
Thank you.
So before closing this session, I would like to thank Dr. Janaki Ram and Dr. Kasturi for helping me in running the session. Thank you very much. Any announcements, please?
Sir, with your permission, I request Chairman sir to facilitate Chintala sir for his thought-provoking lecture. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now it's for lunch break. Opposite to this building, lunch arrangements are made. Kindly deposit your coupons there and have lunch. Thank you. 30 minutes? Yeah. O'clock sharply. Thank you.
Cultivated in 29 countries, and 43 countries import GM crops, foods and products derived thereof. So much so, in 2022, GM crops have been cultivated in 190 million hectares in 29 countries. 29 plus 43, that many countries or that many citizens have been consuming GM foods and the products thereof. And the major traits are enumerated here. And the economic and environmental benefits are well documented in a period of 10 years or more than 10 years from 96 to 2018. Crop production has increased by value 225 US billion dollars. GM crops provided a better environment by saving 776 million kilograms of pesticides, reduced CO2 emissions in 1 year 2016, equivalent to removing 16 million cars off the roads, conserved biodiversity by saving 231 million hectares of land by saving forests from being degraded or deforested. And the most important economic benefit is helping alleviate poverty for 17 million small and marginal farmers who are some of the poorest of the poor people in the world. And you know the benefits of BT cotton. I would not dwell too much on this because of lack of time. Then we go to genome editing. That is the latest breakthrough in agriculture. Starting from plant breeding, we have come to 21st century, that is 2019, alteration of the genetic material of a living organism, because this cuts across plants, animals, mammals, human beings, so on and so forth. By inserting, replacing, or deleting a DNA sequence, typically with the aim of improving some characteristic of a crop or a farm animal or any other organism, or genetic disorder correction or whatever. That is genome editing. So this genome editing gives different opportunities. As I have mentioned in the previous slides, you can delete the gene, you can modify the gene, you can alter the gene, and so on and so forth, by depending upon the naturally available mechanisms in the cell genetic machinery. For example, if you cut DNA, a double-stranded DNA, you can delete part of the DNA or you can insert part of the DNA in that cut. And this is what is called non-homologous end joining. Here, the DNA automatically heals itself by the help of naturally occurring DNA repair enzymes. The other approach is homology-directed repair. That's where you are going to cut the DNA and you are going to give an external DNA template, a homologous sequence of DNA. So based on the homology between the native DNA and the externally given DNA, there will be an exchange of DNA strand and automatically the DNA is repaired. So you have a deletion or a modification or an insertion even by homology-directed repair. So these are the two approaches in genome editing. And genome editing technologies have been around for more than 15, 18 years. In fact, CRISPR-Cas9, the one which I mentioned earlier, is the latest. Earlier, scientists have been doing this by depending upon zinc finger nucleases, later on talons. This is about 10 or 12 years old technology, transcription activator like effector nucleases. These two genome editing technologies have now become almost redundant or moribund, replaced by the genome editing technology based on CRISPRs, clustered, regularly interspaced, short palindromic repeat. I never remember this. So I have to read this. Every time I have to read that. So people also, even people who have discovered all these things, they put CRISPR to that. CRISPR, simple name. So you simply call it CRISPR. So these are the three genome editing technologies, and the bottom one is the one which we are now talking about. And for this discovery, two ladies, great lady scientists, Jennifer Doudna, based in University of California, Berkeley, and Emmanuel Charpentier, working in Max Planck Institute for Science of Pathogen, Berlin. They shared the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2020 for discovering genome editing by this CRISPR-associated nuclease technology. How does it work? Because this particular mechanism actually is again a naturally occurring mechanism present in microorganisms. Recollect the Agrobacterium tumefaciens, a microorganism, a plant pathogenic microorganism that gave rise to the most powerful genetic engineering technology. Here again we are depending upon a bacterium which has a defense mechanism to ward off the invading viruses, bacteriophages and other viruses. What bacteria cleverly do is, as you can see here, a virus invades the cell, bacterial cell. Then the bacterial cell captures a small part of the viral genome and integrates it into CRISPRs. As you can see here in light green color square, that is the viral genome part getting integrated into CRISPR gene. Now, the bacterium has another mechanism which will guide this particular CRISPR towards the other invading virus. Then the original DNA that has been taken in serves as the template, and there is a double-stranded DNA cutting enzyme, CRISPR associated nuclease. So at that particular place where you are going to have that homology between the viral genome and the CRISPR captured genome, the enzyme cuts like a scissors. And once the DNA of the virus is cut, the virus is unable to multiply itself. So this happens hundreds and thousands of lakhs of millions of times. So the microorganism or the bacterium in this case protects itself from the virus. So this mechanism has been exploited by these two clever scientists to develop an artificial CRISPR associated nuclease. And here you can see little complicated for beginners or who are not molecular biologists or molecular virologists. So here you have a single guide RNA followed by CRISPR associated protein 9, then a transactivating CRISPR RNA and CRISPR RNA. These four are the components of this whole mechanism, and the cartoon is given at the bottom how this happens and how the DNA double strand is cut, how the guide RNA takes the CRISPR there, and how the gene can be edited. So this we can do in plants also. In fact, this has been first demonstrated in microorganisms and later in small mammals like mice and so on and so forth. But plant molecular biologists have immediately caught upon this knowledge and started exploiting that. So you have to make special vectors by name CRISPR-Cas vectors, in which you have to have a small stretch of DNA, that is the template DNA, where you want to do the editing in the plant cells, and then by using these synthesized vectors, you again depend upon Agrobacterium tumefaciens to insert it into the plant cell. Nowadays you have technologies that bypass Agrobacterium also. You can also do this by particle bombardment or gene gun, but whatever it is here, this particular picture shows you Agrobacterium tumefaciens at the top and gene gun or particle bombardment at the bottom. You are going to bombard or infect the plant cells, the plant of your choice, and from that you regenerate in tissue culture shoots, hundreds and thousands of shoots, and then you screen the shoots. Even if you develop a handful of shoots or 10-20 shoots, it's enough. But each and every shoot, every plant has to be analyzed by molecular techniques like PCR or even genome sequence, and after finding out the gene edited plantlets, then you are going to subject it to testing in your glasshouses or laboratory culture rooms, whether it is for resistance to a fungus, as you can see here. It is actually a rice plant which has been challenged with a bacterium, or I think it is fungus, and then grown and then taken to glasshouses and then fields. Fortunately, the government of India recently has given some kind of relief for those scientists who are working in genome editing. Unlike in genetic engineering, for 2 categories of genome editing, there is no regulatory mandatory requirement. If you inform your institute biosafety committee, give all the details of your experiments, you prove that the editing is successful and there is no extra unnecessary DNA coming from agrobacterium or through particle bombardment vectors. If that data is enough and you can go directly into the field, you can do field testing and you can go for commercial release of that. Only 2 categories out of 4 categories. So here you see, after 2012 or 2013, the plant scientists have taken to genome editing in a big way. For example, in one crop rice, this data gives you examples only up to 2017. But in the past 3 to 4 years, there is an explosion of knowledge and also genome edited plants and species. As you can see in example rice, you have grain weight, early maturity, photoperiod, grain number, panicle architecture, grain size, tiller number, drought tolerance. So many characters have been altered. Again, mind you, this genome editing is only possible if you have a gene already present in the organism that needs to be modified or silenced or whatever. If there is no gene, then you have to go back to transgenic crops or genetic engineering, where you are going to add a foreign gene from outside. And in horticultural crops, you can see again a variety of traits or characters that have been edited, gene edited in horticultural crops, like tomato, carrot, potato, sweet potato, so on and so forth. So much so, in 2021, Japan has approved, or rather allowed, genome edited tomato into the market. That is a company by name Sanatec has commercialized this tomato. This expresses very high levels of GABA, or gamma aminobutyric acid. It is developed through CRISPR-Cas9 technology. GABA is an amino acid that aids in relaxation, lowers your hypertension, blood pressure. It contains 4 to 5 times more amount of GABA than a regular tomato. So this is one of the earliest examples of genome-edited crops that are available commercially now. And the opportunities when you come to, let us say, the NIRCA, or the crops that are being made as mandate crops of NIRCA, in addition to tobacco, you have chilies, turmeric, and Withania. Withania is ashwagandha, and I am very sorry that I could not include castor in this. I came to know very recently that castor also has been added to this. But you can see the opportunities crop by crop, species by species. In tobacco, molecular breeding, of course, it is not a recent breakthrough. It's a relatively older breakthrough, where you can depend on molecular breeding for disease and pest resistance, especially when you are talking of nematodes, the nematode problem. You can depend upon marker-assisted selection. And where you are unable to do that, for example, in disease resistance, you have to take a resort to CRISPR-Cas9 technology. Same way in chilies. Chilies, as many of you know, it has very, very serious insect problems. and also disease problems which can be manipulated or managed by molecular breeding, and genome editing especially can come to your rescue in incorporating disease resistance. Same way in turmeric, disease resistance is one thing. The other thing is curcumin content. You can enhance the curcumin content by manipulating the pathway of curcumin biosynthesis by genome editing. You find out the bottleneck enzymes and the respective genes, do the editing, and thereby enhance the curcumin content. And this is just one of the opportunities. I haven't, in fact, listed all the available opportunities. And in ashwagandha, in fact, you all know that the medicinal properties are because of alkaloids like vithanolides. They are called vithanolides. And vithanolide content also can be manipulated, enhanced by working out the metabolic pathway of vithanolide biosynthesis. So this is one opportunity. And during the presentation of Dr. Madhav, I have come to know that CTRI or NIRCA has already started working on genome editing with respect to solanisol content by identifying two genes, that is DXS and DXR. So where you can do genome editing and enhance the content of solanisol. It's a very, very expensive chemical molecule, and you can earn a lot of revenue for the institute or for the organization. Same way, genome editing will come to your help, rescue in lowering the content of nitrosamines, which are very, very carcinogenic compounds, and they have already identified CYP gene responsible for the biosynthesis of nitrosamines. So I wish all the best in these efforts of genome editing in tobacco by CTRI or NIRCA. I am sure if you are handling a few nucleotides or one or two base pairs, you can right away go into the field once you identify the edited events by molecular as well as agronomic analysis. So I wish all the best, and this is what I thought I would highlight. Although this is a very, very short list of opportunities that are available, but opportunities are many. As they said, when genetic engineering first came, they said sky is the limit. In fact, the limit is human imagination for genetic engineering. The same thing applies for genome editing also. Human imagination is the limit for this. And in tobacco, of course, this has already been presented by Dr. Madhav. There are so many phytochemicals, so many useful metabolites. So all these things actually will give you lots and lots of revenue. And also it will help you removing the stigma of tobacco being considered as some kind of pariah crop or whatever. So you can make this particular crop commercially viable, commercially productive, and make lots and lots of money for the country. And these are antioxidants, anti-parasitic, antifungal, antibacterial molecules. So many kinds of molecules are present in tobacco, which you can manipulate by genome editing as well as by other techniques. I think that's where I have come to the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You elaborately talked from evolution of plant breeding to genome editing. We will take the
questions.
Yeah, later, sir.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Madhav Reddy, Principal Scientist, Division of Vegetable Crops, ICAR Bangalore.
Good afternoon, one and all. Respected Chair and Co-Chair, At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to deliver a talk on chili. Just now we heard Dr. Anand Kumar, excellent briefing up of plant breeding, starting from its genesis to genome editing. Now I will take you all to the world of chili. Here the chili crop improvement for enhancing the commercial value. Actually at IHR we are mainly focusing on development of cytoplasmic genic maize sterile lines because hybrid seed production is being difficult in chili compared to tomato and brinjal, flower size being too small. We have exploited CGMS lines and that are being used in our hybrid seed production. Apart from that, mainly we are concentrating on breeding for biotic stresses and of late we started on abiotic stress. Next. This is the overall content of my talk. Dr. Anand Kumar sir made my job very easy. Here I would like to concentrate mainly on the bioactive compounds which are unique to capsicum species, which have very good commercial value in the market. The industrial use and biosynthetic pathways where we can target and the genetic sources and genetic factors regulating this biosynthesis and what are the candidate genes and molecular markers involved linking to these traits and of course genetic mapping of these traits. And of course in chili genome editing has not started yet, mainly for disease resistance. As sir told, mainly for disease resistance in our institute we just initiated the work. Because as you know chili is not easy crop to, it's a very recalcitrant and it's very difficult to regenerate the crop through tissue culture. Coming about the crop first, it got introduced to our country almost 500 years back and it has become very indispensable commodity in our Indian cuisine because of its pungency, color and characteristic flavor. Due to its continuous cultivation for more than 500 years and also natural cross-pollination has been reported in chili, unlike other solanaceous crops, many land races have been evolved. That is a chili map where people who started cultivating the crop, they selected their own varieties, what do you say, the land races have been evolved based on their taste, color and all. People started selecting and they are still being maintained and cultivated actually. So far around 10 land races have obtained GI tag. One is Naga Mirchi from Nagaland, which is very highly pungent one, and Guntur Sannam chili, and Badigi chili from Karnataka for color, and Guntur chili for pungency and flavor, and Mizo chili, Bivapur chili, Kola chili from Goa. 2 land races have obtained the GI tag. Recently, Dr. Seshmadhav have also given one local type with us that we are just quality analysis we have done and we have supplied the data to him. So as Dr. Madhav told in the morning, India is the largest producer, consumer and exporter of dry chili. The quantity of chili what we produce, in that more than 80% is being consumed in our country itself. Hardly we are exporting around 15% of the produce, 15 to 20% of the produce to the other countries. But among all the spices, though it is not as like as tobacco, compared to all other spices, almost 31% of the export earnings are from chili only. And even in 2023, the fiscal year, it has been estimated the economic share of almost $1,300 million. But this export data is here, this is not very organized like tobacco. There are many people who are exporting. This is only the spice port data. Other than this, many people are exporting in different forms. There are many industries. In Karnataka itself, we have 200 industries actually. Oil, chili powder, maybe in Andhra, Telangana also there are many. In Kerala also there are many industries. I don't think that data has been taken here. This is only based on the spice board data. And you can see at the area throughout the country it's being cultivated, where it is mentioned in the red, that is dry chili, and the remaining places green chili is being cultivated commercially throughout the country. But however, more than 70% of the production is from southern parts of the country. Apart from that, there is a huge market for F1 hybrid seed production also, earning around about $50 million every year. That's why many companies are involved in chili research. Apart from that, the oleoresin market is also very huge in the world, almost earning around $783 million. The global paprika oleoresin market is expected to cross around $1,128 by 2028. Here, the paprika oleoresin key market players have given just listed few of the companies who are exporting. There are many more. These are the major players who are exporting the paprika, and there is a huge scope for the oleoresins itself. Here, for exporting, we need not export in bulk. Only a little, being a oil, the size is very small, and we can earn a lot of money. Apart from that, even the green chilies are also being exported, and chili flakes are also being exported. And in capsicum, capsicum species, I want to say that these capsaicinoids, in carotenoids also the capsanthin, capsirubin, and of course capsinoids. This is an analog of capsaicinoids. These are the major bioactive compounds which are very unique to the capsicum species. So they're having very good health benefits and also nutritional benefits. That is why huge demand is there, and as a natural color, in European countries and developed countries, they want natural colors to be added in the food. That's why a lot of demand for the oleoresins as such. Oleoresin is nothing but the oil which is extracted. It's an oil organic resin which contains capsaicinoids, carotenoids, everything along with the vitamins. This is an oil which is extracted and will be exported. And there, based on the industry, they will separate it out. Here, deheating they will do if they want the color, or if they want the pungency for pharmacy industry, they will separate it out and use. And nowadays, zeaxanthin is also being exported a lot. From Bangalore itself, one company they are exporting, which is they are extracting and exporting, that is being used in the eye drops. If we see the industrial use of bioactive compounds of capsicum species, as I told you, food industry is the main. That is also used in the animal feed as well as the poultry feed. And pharmaceutical industry is the next very big industry where it's being used. Apart from this is also used in defense by our soldiers, and also ladies' pepper sprays that can, where capsaicin is used. Even in in Lok Sabha, one of our MP also used this spray long back. So this is a very good important industry where it is being used. And then cosmetic industry, the natural colors for lipsticks and all, which is being used, and also in pesticide industry that's being used. In India, traditionally we were using, even in our Ayurveda medicine itself, we were using chili since long as a flavoring agent, for muscle pain, for diabetes, and for gastric problems, and for toothache. And now the proved health benefits have been proved scientifically, like for anti-obesity, antioxidant, urinary disorders, analgesic, anti-cancerous. A lot of work is being done for breast cancer, prostate cancer, and lung cancer, which has been already proved, and antimicrobial activity it has. And very recently they are also using in the solar cells, where capsaicin is made the solar cells more efficient, yielding power conversion 21.88% better, but still the mechanism has to be investigated. With this background, for breeding program, the main target for the pepper breeder is, apart from yield and disease resistance or whatever abiotic and abiotic stresses, we had to more concentrate on quality of the fruits for capsaicinoids or capsinoids. Capsinoids, I'll be explaining later, and carotenoids, and pericarp thickness is also very important for better dry recovery, and fruit weight. Of course, farmer wants better yield and also fruit weight. So for that, the seed content plays major role. Keeping all this in view, suitable varieties have to be developed which are rich in bioactive compounds, and the breeder should have the knowledge of available genetic resources, the gene action, and molecular markers associated with these traits. As earlier as I told, the liquid which is being exported, and this already I have explained. These are the genetic resources where high oleoresin content of capsicum, many people have studied. Anything more than 16% is a good recovery. There are few papers, even more than 36% they have published, but I don't think that much recovery may be difficult. Maximum 16% and above is always, it's very well accepted. Oleoresin industry, I have seen one in Khammam, where China established one industry in Khammam district, where they extract the crude oil and they will be taking to China, and from there they will be refining it, maybe separating the capsaicin and the capsanthin, and then they will be exporting to European countries. So there is a huge demand for this industry, so there is a need to evaluate our germplasm. Oleoresin being a component of capsaicinoids and capsanthin, we have to study separately. The capsaicinoids, you can see, this is mainly measured in SHU, Scoville heat units. It ranges from 0 to 1 million SHU. Now there are some hybrids which people are breeding only for pungency. They have reached more than 3 million SHU. There is a huge variation for pungency, and actually for mild pungent varieties it will be 0 to 5,000 SHU, and for medium pungency 5,000 to 20,000, and for hot ones 20,000 to 70,000, and extremely hot, anything above 1 lakh is extremely hot. But the varieties what we are growing under open conditions, maximum we are getting 70,000 to 1 lakh range. 1 lakh is also very difficult because environment also plays a lot of influence on SHU content. Now the breeder's target is that varieties are already there from 70,000 to 80,000 in the market. Our target should be anything more than 1 lakh, which will be stable under open cultivation. Because this Bhuj Jolokia and all, they will perform very well in Northeast. If we bring the same seed and grow in Bangalore conditions, almost all 50% of its value will get cut because of the environment. So we have to look for the varieties which will be very stable under different environmental conditions, and which can be cultivated in the plains, because commercially crop is grown in the plains, in the southern parts of the country. And this is the properties, capsaicin, it's a highly volatile pungent wood. It's a pure capsaicin is hydrophobic and colorless. And it has a mechanism, it has been studied, activation of TRPV1, that is VR1 receptor. In fact, this involved in several pain sensing pathways. That's why it's being used in Jandu bombs and all, where it is applied wherever there is a pain and all. It is working very well, and also it improves the blood circulation. And when we see the site of synthesis of this, the biosynthesis of these compounds occur epidermal cells, mainly in the placenta, where you can see the blisters in this capsicum chinus, the picture where you can see the watery bubbles like thing on the pericarp, where the mainly the pungency, the capsaicin is present, and this also in some varieties it may be available in the leaves and stems, but very minute quantities. But commercially, if you want to extract, the placenta is the better, actually the place where large quantity of capsaicins can be extracted. And when we see the capsaicinoid biosynthetic pathway, there are many compounds and many enzymes are involved, in which 83, that is acyltransferase 3, this is the CS capsaicin synthetase, which is involved in the last step, which is very important for capsaicin, converting that into capsaicin. That pathway will be very much useful to identify the where we can target for, as Dr. Anand Kumar sir told, if you are going for genome editing and all, we should have some knowledge of this so that it will be useful for us for our future breeding work. And this is having, as I told, convergence of two pathways condensed with capsaicinoid synthase to form capsaicin. This is the actual biosynthetic pathway. And also there are a lot of factors which I explained already, directly, indirectly influences the pungency levels in capsicum. Mainly the water, excess water or low water, temperature, light, and including the nitrogen. If nitrogen is applied more, the capsaicin content directly it increases the capsaicin content, and potash indirectly it will increase the capsaicin content. So we have to standardize the production protocol also to improve the pungency and for the stable performance of the varieties. In capsaicinoids, there are different fractions in which capsaicin and dihydrocapsaicin, these are the two compounds containing more than 90% of capsaicin is having capsaicin and dihydrocapsaicin. And I came to know that NAR dihydrocapsaicin, which is about 7%, that is having, during long shelf life also, the pungency will be retained by non-dihydrocapsaicin, which has to be really studied. This is the observation by one of the industry person who has explained to me, but we have to study in this aspect. The capsaicinoids, as I told, these are the low pungent capsaicinoid analogues. We Indians can eat lot of pungency, but Europeans and other country people, they can't eat pungent things. So this has been identified in one sweet pepper line, CH19, which is having same medicinal value but with no pungency. So these are the capsaicinoids. Here the major, it's exactly similar to capsaicinoids, but the ester group, the NH group, amide group is replaced by the ester group, that's all. Otherwise both are same, having same medicinal value. And here again there are capsaids, dihydrocapsaids and non-dihydrocapsaids. Capsaicinoids have same medicinal value as capsaicinoids. So while breeding, we have to target whether we have to look for capsaicinoids or capsinoids. But now the genomic resources, when they have been screened, even capsaicinoids are also present in pungent lines, but at different stages of fruit development. A lot of people have published the sources, genetic sources of high capsaicinoids, and some groups they have studied the different fractions, and others have total capsaicinoid content, and there are a lot of publications. And even in our country, we have a lot of germplasm, especially from northeastern countries and western Ghats, we get a lot of germplasm having high level of pungency. And the super hot peppers, that's what I was talking about, the Bhut Jolokia, which entered into Guinness Book of World Record in 2007 by Dr. Boslan, that is an American scientist. Who has identified this Bhut Jolokia from northeastern region. Then the scorpion, this is from Australian collection. The next best, now people started breeding for it. It is a Chinese group, Carolina Reaper, which is having 2.2 million SHU, and Pepper X, 3.18 million SHU. Now people are breeding for more pungency. These are the different hot peppers, hottest peppers in the world. And we do have some collections from Andaman, which is having double the quantity of SHU what we got from Northeast. We have a lot of good material in Andaman region also. And this is about the capsinoids. which has been reported by many, initially from Japan, and later other group of people they worked, and some of the annum and fructisens and chinins lines having more quantity of capsinoids. The genetics has been worked out. Initially it was told the PUN1 gene, that is a single dominant gene, but it is not qualitatively inherited, it is quantitatively inherited, because when we grow the F2 population, every plant will have the pungency at different levels. So this initially the PUN1 and aminotransferase gene was reported for pungency. Later on PUN2 and PUN3 were also reported. These are the markers associated with the pungency are the capsaicinoids located on different chromosomes. The genetic, the literature, which is from the literature, and chromosome 2 and 3 also it is present. And the path, the capsaicinoid biosynthesis pathway genes and alleles are have been given here, which are located on different, apart from PUN1, PUN2 and PUN3, there are some minor genes which have been identified, and the function has been already given. And then later on, Park et al. In 2018, he found in some of the accessions, not only in the pungency is also present in the pericarp. That is in some of the accessions, that is in capsicum chinins, they could identify, they have done DNA sequencing and RNA sequencing, and they could identify the QTL on chromosome 6, and they have identified the candidate genes, 5 genes encoding transcription factors such as MYB and VRKY, which will be very much useful for future breeding of high pungent peppers. And assessment of capsaicinoids and capsinoids accumulation pattern during the fruit development, even in the pungent types, capsaicinoid and capsinoid pungency is there, but it is varying from after pollination to 60 days after pollination. It has been studied. You can see in that graph, all 3 varieties they have evaluated, it is having different pattern. So in the germplasm, we have to search for the lines which are having either capsinoids or capsaicinoids, at what stage of the fruit we have to harvest for better yield of capsaicinoids or capsinoids. And one MYB transcription factor is a candidate to control the pungency in capsicum. That's a novel gene was identified, that's PUN3 by Han et al. In 2019. They compared that with the 3 different reference capsicum reference genomes, and they found it is located on chromosome 7. It's encoded with CAMYB31, which regulates the expression of multiple genes involved in capsaicinoid biosynthesis. And that is something that's about pungency. Then coming to the carotenoids, the carotenoid pigments responsible for various colors. You might have seen the color variation in hot pepper as well as bell peppers. It is being synthesized in thylakoid membranes, and approximately 30 pigments have been recognized in the surface of the pepper fruits. And the pericarp of the capsicum fruit is a rich dietary source of carotenoids. The green color pigments is mainly xanthophyll. Even in the green color there is a lot of variation, and the violet and purple anthocyanins are also there, and yellow and orange beta carotene, zeaxanthin and lutein. Now many people are cultivating commercially the yellow types to extract zeaxanthin, and which is being exported to other countries. And red peppers, of course, capsanthin and capsirubin. These are the carotenoids which are very important in capsicum species. Looking into the carotenoid biosynthetic pathway, the CCS gene, that is the capsanthin capsirubin synthetase, this is the main enzyme which converts into capsanthin and capsirubin. These are these WDE, that is violaxanthin epoxidase. This is another enzyme which will be converting into zeaxanthin. So we have to screen the germplasm or the material what we have for capsanthin, capsirubin and zeaxanthin. At IHR, we could not do this because we were all the years we were concentrating only for biotic stresses because there are many viruses, fungal pathogens affecting the crop commercially. So, as I was telling to Dr. Madhav last time, better you concentrate on this type of work because not much work has been done in our country. We have done some preliminary work. The fruit color of capsicum, either red, orange, or salmon or yellow, is determined by the accumulation of distinct carotenoids, as mentioned here. And this is again among the carotenoids, capsanthin is the major one, which is contributing around 60% of the total carotenoids. And it is also has an inhibitory effect on carcinogenic compounds. So it is also being used and also inhibits toxic production of some of the poisonous fungi also. And paprika is nothing but chili, which is having zero level of pungency and having very good color. This is mainly used for extracting capsanthin and capsirubin. In our land races, this Badigi chili and Varangal chapata, which is grown in Varangal, these are having very good level of, very good content of color. So these chili will have always a high price in the market. So we have to look for the lines which are having good color and pungency or color separately or for pungency also separately we can work out. For extracting the color and deheating the product, again removing the pungency from the oleoresins and using it for a color, again it is a costly affair. So we can breed the varieties which are suitable for different markets. And a lot of lines have been evaluated, and anything pungency more than 180 asta, 180 to 180 and above are the very good in very good for carotenoid color content. But the Badigi chili, what I was talking about, which is very popular in Karnataka, that is having more than 250. There are some lines which are having even 280 and all. These are a lot of people have published and it has been reported already. Coming to the genetics, red, yellow and orange food colors are controlled at least by 2 loci. There are 3 genes involved, and for red color, it is a dominant one, and the orange and yellow color. And the red is dominant over others, and the monogenic dominant nature of red fruit color was reported earlier, but additive and dominance components were also having, it's also a quantitative trait. We can see different ranges of color when we study the F2 population. And these are the candidate genes involved in carotenoid biosynthesis. Of all, this capsanthin, capsirubin synthetase is responsible for red color in peppers. And a lot of literature is there on genetic and molecular findings and key carotenoids and chlorophyll biosynthesis pathway of the genes, which has been reported and which are located on different chromosomes. The function is also mentioned, which will be useful for the breeders. This is the natural nutrient. This we have also studied the color difference. Only one single nucleotide will change the color. One of my students, Dr. Naresh, when he was doing his MSc, we found we have eluted that particular band and sequenced, and when we have studied that, only one nucleotide difference we could see for the color change. But naturally we could see in a farmer's field in Bagalkot, in a big plot of Badigi chili, which is having 150 to 250 asta, only one plant is showing yellow color. This is a natural mutant occurred in the field. And later people have studied Jung et al. Very recently in 2022 they have published genetic factors regulating both chlorophyll and carotenoid biosynthesis. Chlorophyll is for green fruit and carotenoid is for the red fruit. How they are related, and the QTLs also they found they are present in chromosome 8 and 10. They proved that these two are related. Color of the green chili is correlated with red color development, but this is always not true with our experience. It is not happens in all the genetic material. Probably the varieties what they have used, it may be having the correlation between the chlorophyll and carotenoid biosynthesis. And another transcription factor accelerate food coloration and which is negatively regulates the cold resistance. This is published by Ma et al. In 2022. They have characterized and these results will reveal the critical function of CAMYB306 in fruit coloration and cold response of the pepper plants. They have studied and they have published this paper. It's a very interesting paper. And detection of QTL for capsaicin content in chili at different fruit ripening stages also they have studied, and different days after flavoring, how the color development will change, and they could identify they were first to identify the QTL for capsaicin content. This work has been done in Japan by Konishi et al. In 2019. And candidate gene analysis by another group, Jiong et al. 2020. They have studied a candidate gene analysis and revealed that the fruit color locus C1 corresponds to PRR2 in pepper. And the green color fruit, you can see the white color, yellow color and green color of the fruit. And again, this is the first report to reveal the role of PRR2 in mature fruit color and identify the gene at the C1 locus. And fine mapping has been done for identifying the candidate gene for fruit color in peppers also, in some of the lines. And coming to the future perspectives, this is the work done so far in the world elsewhere. And there is a need to focus breeding peppers with enhanced bioactive compounds and develop varieties or hybrids specifically suitable for the industries. The main problem industry is facing is they are not getting stable varieties having good quality, which is every year they are not getting same type of quality fruits, because the environment plays a role and also varieties also having big role and giving consistent quality for the industry. So there is a need for the breeders to develop the varieties which are very consistent at very environmental conditions. And the formation of candidate genes identified by various workers can be explored for identifying novel alleles in the existing germplasm and development of allele-specific markers for use in precise marker-assisted breeding. And there is a need to introgress desirable genes from the wild species, as chinins and protisans are having more capsaicinoid content, which can be transferred into cultivated species for large-scale production, variety which will be suitable for large-scale production, because chinins we cannot grow in plains under open condition, their performance will be poor. So better we transfer this into the cultivated species. And advances in genome editing technology, what Dr. Anand Kumar sir told, that will enable the accurate editing of specific genes for functional studies. But in Chile, just CRISPR-Cas work has been just initiated, that is also for biotic stresses. For the quality traits, it is a very good technique which can be applied, and integrating all conventional molecular and multi-omics towards meeting the end of, towards the goal for the trait improvement. These are the future prospects which I would like to. This Chile challenge, every year in US, they will conduct a challenge who can eat highly pungent fruits, and they will be awarded a huge amount. This is a challenge which they will be conducting regularly. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Yeah. Now, Dr. Dinesh is busy with the meeting with the online. So I think we have only 2 speakers, and the session is closed, and we are running out of time. We can take 1 or 2 questions for Dr. Anand Kumar and Dr. Madhavi Reddy. Any questions? Yeah.
So this question is for Dr. Anand Kumar. Sir, so how about this VD said tolerance or resistance to tobacco? That is the major problem in tobacco, because it controls both weed and tobacco. So that we have observed. But since it is a wider space crops, by intercultivation we can control the weeds. But under the situation like heavy rainfall condition, so both manually and even in implements cannot enter in the field. So under such situation, any work has been done on the this weed control resistance or tolerance.
Of course, weeds are a problem. Basically, for every crop, it's not just to tobacco. You see, herbicide tolerant.
But in tobacco, like it is a solid crop, we can't have this any weedicide.
Yeah. But the only answer which I can give you is, see, herbicide tolerant crops or the herbicide tolerance technology is the major trait in GM crops. But I am not aware of any herbicide tolerant tobacco, either commercial or in any other respect, anywhere in the world. Basically, genetic modification of tobacco will interfere with the trade policies because of conflict between tobacco exporting nations. For instance, India develops a technology like that and you want to export tobacco. Countries like China will come and they will do all kinds of publicity and they see that Indian tobacco is not bought outside the country. So these problems prevent introduction of GM crops or GM tobacco or whatever, whether it is for disease tolerance or herbicide resistance or even for insect pest resistance. One of the earliest examples of transgenic crop development was in tobacco in 1991-1992 by CTRA, but that was prevented by government agencies for the fear of losing tobacco market outside India. So yes, I do agree. It's a weeds is a serious problem. Because Varabanki is one serious problem. But then again, it's a $1 million question, either to use herbicide and then lose the quality, or not use the herbicide and harvest only little bit of biomass. So it's a catch-22 situation.
Yeah. You have any question, Dr. Babu?
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir, in Chile,
Chile,
sir, yes, sir.
This
Majorly,
question is for Dr. Madhav Reddy or sir?
both of them, sir, because it is relevant to both. Because major problem in our at field level is 3 viral diseases: this Gemini virus, cucumber, and bud necrosis. Through gene editing, can we develop tolerance or resistance at a time for all 3 viruses, sir? Sir?
Yeah, she is actually an expert on chili viruses, so she will talk about them.
Possibility.
No, but different viruses he is asking.
At a time, can we develop resistance or tolerance for all the 3 viruses through gene editing?
Through editing, he is asking. For CMV, CVMV is also another
Yes, madam.
important
Gemini
virus, pottyvirus.
Can I supplement,
Gemini.
madam? Can I supplement to the question what he's saying? Yeah, it can be done. See, the editing of susceptible allele to make resistance is very easy.
IRA.
And it is possible, it is happening in other crops. Only thing is that the alleles of susceptible, how much we need to change? Are they same allele, susceptible allele working for all 3 viruses? may not be. There are 3 different alleles may be there. If they are in different places, it is quite difficult. But now wheat and other places, it is happening in editing at multiple gene editing is very possible.
Yeah, at IRA they are working, even the LCV is not by one virus.
Yeah.
There are different viruses that they have already working at virology department.
Yes, madam. Yeah. Yeah, please. Now, Dr.
One thing is very important here because as you mentioned that it can be done in many of the crops together, but the characterization of the gene should be required first at the beginning.
Susceptible gene has to be
Yeah,
characterized.
that is characterization is important, and that susceptible genes only can change that one to its your dominant. Then you will have some tolerant or other things are there. But as you mentioned, the tolerant also, we have to. I think these are all multiple genes, or you can say the polygenes are there. So in that case, again, the QTLs are there. So we have to change which are the QTLs to target, which chromosome it is situated is very important, as you mentioned. Then, yes, okay, chili is already, that means genome sequence is done. I think that can be possible, but first thing is that you have to characterize the genes, or that the other genes characterize in some other crops also. You can also characterize in your materials, then only you can do it. I think
It's a
that can be
long way to
possible.
go.
But CMV it is not there, but as tomato leaf curl viruses, we did it
Of
very
course.
nicely there.
And chili different viruses also, Anirban has done some through guided
Yeah,
RNA.
friends.
Yeah.
He has
Friends,
done
we have now Director IAVR, Indian Institute of Vegetable Research, Dr. Behra, he just joined. I mean, both are in a vegetable science. I think we can
CME and
discuss.
CVMV combined instance, it is available in the cultivated
Yeah, madam.
species.
We can discuss
In the cultivated species.
further. We can discuss further. I think now time is running late, and I request my co-chairman, Dr. Renuji, to sum up.
I would like to add little bit more, not to genomics, because genomics has been lot talk about. Other omics technologies also play a very important role for your crop improvement program, like proteomics, transcriptomics, metabolomics. Metabolomics are very important in answer. I think Vegetable Institute is doing a lot of work on metabolomics now, Dr. T.P. Singh's lab. So you need to identify metabolites through metabolome study, and it is very important. Now you have added 4 important crops. So go in for metabolomics and study the metabolome, identify the population structure of your metabolomes, and you may come up with the new metabolites also. So besides omics technology, meta-omics technology are also very important nowadays to decipher so many things. Like Madam told that particular chili was not adapting to this particular area. You say that environment is not working, but here I would like to say that study the root associated microbiome also. One project on PPP mode, Dr. Sheshu has also started for microbiome study. So here root associated microbiomes are very important. You come to know about the structure and population of those microbiomes which are working in that area. They are associated with that chili crop. And if you see that in that other particular area, why your crop is not establishing, go in for soil microbiome study. See that what is the difference, and then maybe you can give the PGPRs along with your variety wherever you want to grow, and see that if they can establish or not. So meta-omics study, whether it is metagenome, metatranscriptome, metaproteome, or metabolomics, they are equally important now along with the genomic study. So this is all what I would like to say. Both the speakers have talked well, starting from the foundation to the high-ended research which can be carried out, and good work on chili which has been summarized thoroughly. I thank both of the speakers. And here I would like to say that ICR is always supportive of their institutes, and we are there for you. And for PPP mode, we are encouraging the projects and programs. And just now, CTRI has already signed 3 projects in PPP mode. And other these kind of programs we are always supportive of. And whenever such kind of proposal, whether it is in collaborative mode or in contract research program mode is coming, ICR is taking note of it and encouraging the institute. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. I think I will pass to Dr. Sudhakar, Registrar of this university, to sum up.
Very compliment to Anand Kumarji, because as explained, it's a very good biotechnological breakthroughs, because few I am associated with few scholars working on CRISPR-Cas. Since you have touched and explained very clearly about the CRISPR-Cas technology, whether it is in plants or in vegetables, whatever, particularly the Rice Research Institute, the great scientists are, it is possible, but we can definitely alter the genes by inserting or deleting or by modifying a particular gene at a particular place. We can keeping the weight or yielding in mind. I'm very happy if you can throw some light on its impact on health also in the future. So this thing we can definitely listen through somebody. I'm very thankful. I'm very really inspired. The talk by Dr. Anand Kumarji. Namaskar.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sudhakar. He is also a geneticist and working on genome editing extensively, and we also want to collaborate with Nana University on that aspect. Yeah, I think with this note we can close this session on genetics and genomics strategies for enhancing commercial value. Both topics were very informative and very exhaustive on chili and as well as in biotechnical aspects of commercial crops. Now this session is closed, but as the organizers say that something is there. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, sir. Now it's time to felicitate our eminent speakers. I request our chairman, sir, and director, sir, to felicitate our speaker. First is Dr. Anand Kumar, sir. Please come to the stage. Now we continue our session. There are 5 lightning oral talks, and sir, you will be the chairman, or director, sir, will be the chairman in this session.
I request Dr. T.K. Behra, Director IIVR, can chair the session.
Okay, sir.
Behra ji.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Yeah.
chair the session. I will be the co-chair.
Thank you, sir. So I request Professor Dr. T.K. Behera to have the chairman of the session. Sir, we have 5 oral talks in the session, and I request Dr. Sheshu Madhav sir to co-chair the session, and Dr. Nanda to be as a rapporteur. Sir, please, sir.
Yeah. So we have 5 talks now. These talks are very small talks. Please remember the speakers. We have, I think Dr. Nanda will take the time, and because we have a very important session after this on panel discussion on tobacco. Please restrict the time, maybe about 10 minutes. The first speaker is Dr. Sarla, Head of the Department Crop Improvement from CTRA.
Chairman Dr. Behra, Co-Chairman Dr. M. Seshamadhav and Rapporteur Nanda and all the delegates. I'm going to present the tobacco breeding in India. Actually, tobacco, generally people think that tobacco means it's a single crop and breeding requirements are only limited. But I just want to tell what is this polymorphism tobacco types which are available in India and their breeding, how these varieties change for each type of tobacco. Next. So you can see that there are different types of tobaccos in India, that like FCV tobacco grown in Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, and also barley tobacco, HTBRG tobacco grown in Andhra Pradesh, BD tobacco in 3 states, and chewing tobacco in another 3 states. Like that, Lanka tobacco in Andhra Pradesh, and Pica tobacco in Varissa, Natu tobacco. There are 2 types of Natu tobaccos. It's rain-fed Natu as well as irrigated Natu. Jati tobacco of West Bengal, it is N tabacum type, and Moti Hari tobacco, it is N rustica type in West Bengal, and also rustica in Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh, and also Cherry tobacco of Tamil Nadu, and other this oriental type in Andhra Pradesh. So these different types of tobaccos naturally requires different sorts of breedings as well as different location specific requirements. So research needs are entirely different, and these research needs are taken care of by ICAR-CTRI and its research stations located at different states, as well as the ANRP centers, particularly in non-FCV tobaccos, and also the ITC Limited, and also LSTC of ITC, another branch of ITC, and also limited extent by GPI as well as AOA nowadays. So majority of the cases, these breeding, mostly we are concentrating on development of improved cultivars for higher yield, quality and reduction of harmful substances, and also breeding for against biotic and abiotic stresses like tobacco, TMV, mosaic virus, TMV, Warbanke, root knot, fusarium wilt, water stress, halostock, and these things. But the very limited extent and alternative uses of tobacco. So coming to type wise, what are the varieties available in India? Last decade, what are the dominant varieties and what are the leads? I just try to explain. And in the FCV tobacco grown in black soils and southern light soils is considered to be a neutral filler tobacco, and it blends very well with any type of tobacco during cigarette manufacturing. And in particularly in SLS area, this drought and wet foot are the frequent phenomena. And the varieties that dominated these areas in the last decade is the Siri, Hema, VT1158 and N98. The maximum yield potential for these varieties developed for this region is 2,900 kg per hectare in the last decade, and N90 is the drought tolerant variety which we have developed. So when we see the Siri, actually this is found to be a very dominant variety in the last decade. It's a very highly impactful variety which was grown in almost 100% of the black soil area once upon a time in 2021, and actually it could generate an additional revenue of 24,370 crores to the country, and farm income of 3,841 crores. And so recently we have actually released one variety in the Siri background only because Siri is the popular variety suitable to this region. So this Siri variety we have incorporated TMV resistance. This variety gives more than 3000 kg per hectare at almost 20% higher to Siri, and also it actually when heavy rain comes also it could withstand the leaf color loss and it can withstand the harvest. Leaves can stay on the plant after means delayed harvesting. It is highly suitable. So nowadays it is actually replacing Siri in these areas. Almost last year 40% of the area it occupied, and this year actually it is still more the area is increased. Another variety which we have developed is CTRI Sulakshana. This variety we have developed through interspecific hybridization. It has a yield potential of 3,300 kg per hectare, and it is a aphid tolerant variety, again a TME resistant variety. Coming to the other, these are the leads actually. We are having another varieties which are in the pipeline, which is having more than 3,300 kg per hectare. So coming to the NLS area, this is actually another type of tobacco. It is irrigated tobacco. It is considered to be flavorful to semi-flavorful tobacco. In this area, last decade, the area occupied, majority of the area was occupied by CH3 variety. Before that, Kanchan was the dominating variety in this region. CH3 has the 2,700 yield potential. So the last year we have released another variety, that is CTRI Navina, having a yield potential of 3,300 kg per hectare, and this variety actually we have developed through tissue culture method, and this also can withstand actually this rain damage to certain extent. Another the NLS area, there are some varieties nowadays in the leads, like FCRH is 6, 7, 11, 12 are in the leading positions with more than 3,500 kg yields. Coming to the KLS region, its KLS tobacco, FCV tobacco is considered as a premium neutral filler. In this, again in this area also CH3, actually CH3 variety was released for this particular region as a flavorful hybrid actually, but this variety could occupy the NLS area also in the later part of the last decade. And another variety which was being cultivated in this area is FCH222. This FCH222 is a particularly a high yielding variety as well as fusarium wilt resistant variety which we have released. It occupies 35% of the area in fusarium wilt affected areas and gives 50% higher yield than the normal or susceptible variety. Again this CH3, as I told you, both the areas it occupied, NLS and KLS. The impact of this variety which we could calculate is like productivity of NLS has been increased from 1870 kg per hectare to 2187 kg per hectare with 5-6 years of growing in that region. And in KLS it increased 1039 kg per hectare to 1233 kg per hectare. So the breeding objectives for this KLS are mostly along with high yield, nematode resistance and fusarium wilt and TMV are the things, and some leading means some varieties are in the pipeline with higher yields than the existing varieties. Coming to the barley tobacco, actually barley tobacco, the demand for barley tobacco is being increased in this last 3-4 years. This actually for barley tobacco, Banquet A1 is the highest variety that which have is majority occupied by the majority of the area. It has the yield potential of 1,800 kg per hectare. And last year we have released another variety YB22 in the name of Vijeta, which is having 2,900 kg per hectare yield, and it is a TMV resistant variety. Here also we are the main breeding objectives for this particular thing is drought, and then nicotine content of more than 3%. And here actually we are going for genome editing for reducing the lower TSNA contents, which my colleague will deal in the next talk. And here also some high yielding advanced breeding lines are available that is giving 20% higher yield than the existing varieties. Coming to the HDB, actually in Burley also we are also having some collaborative trials with AOL as well as with GPI we are taking up research. Coming to the HDBRG also nowadays the demand is increasing, export demand is there for HDBRGs also. The nicotine content here is 2.5%. Two varieties are dominating in this thing, HDBRG1 and HDBRG2, and some local types are also there. We want to initially, breeding work till now we have not taken up in this one. Now we want to purify the lines available in the farmers' fields as well as also initiate the breeding program. And coming to the oriental tobaccos, which are characterized by the small size leaf and aroma type of leaf, and where we have identified Tungabhadra for this particular region having a yield potential of 8,840 kg per hectare. And coming to the Natu tobacco, there are two types of Natu tobaccos. One is the irrigated rain-fed Natu, another one is irrigated. For irrigated rain-fed Natu, Talmari and local types like Karnool Natu are being majority of the areas they are grown. And Bhairavi is one variety which we have released, but it's only catched up to limited area. Right now, research for breeding is not taken up in this particular type. And coming to the irrigated Natu, and again irrigated Natu, there are two varieties which are dominant in the horizon. They are Rangapuram and Kommagudam line varieties. And Cherut Natu of Tamil Nadu, actually we have the I-737 is the major variety cultivated in this area. It was released in the long back, but it is still is dominating variety. Though Sangami has been released with high yield potential, but it's only limited to 5% only. Coming to the Lanka tobacco grown in the deltaic islands of Krishna and Krishna and Godavari rivers, two varieties are dominating in this here. This is Lanka Special and Yarwan. Here also not much breeding is there, and we are only producing and supplying the seed for farmers. And coming to the Jati tobacco of West Bengal, Chama, Podali and Manasi are the major varieties, and Podali and Chama are the very old varieties, but still they are the dominating varieties in those regions. Recently we have released one variety that is the DJ1 having a yield potential of 1,600 kg per hectare. The breeding objectives for this region are resistance to hollow stalk in addition to yield. Coming to the Motihari tobacco, Motihari is an N. rustica type of tobacco. It is for West Bengal. The varieties, dominating varieties are DD437, Torsa and Dharla. Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Conclude, madam. Conclude.
And chewing tobacco, some varieties we have identified. And rustica tobacco of Gujarat, two varieties. Rustica, this is the new variety. With UP, this is the dominating variety. AR 27 has been released for this region. Chewing tobacco of Tamil Nadu, Abhirami is the main dominating variety. And new variety we have released. And Bihar, it is Vaisali Special and PT76. And BD tobacco, A119 is the dominating variety for 3 states. So the main objective here is to beat this, breeding for varieties to beat this particular variety. And cigar wrapper, Dixie side and Krishna are the dominating varieties. So these types can KFC and SCV, we have to still start the breeding program. So this is what, sir. FCV, BD and Rustica, we have breeding programs and varieties are available. And barley and chewing, Tamil Nadu, very limited we are starting, but others we need research support in respect of breeding. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you, madam. It's a good presentation. As you mentioned, all the types of tobacco, yes. And then it is not, actually I have not done my work in the tobacco itself, but the question is that about, as you mentioned, with the drought resistance or tolerant, is mainly grown in the rain-fed conditions, yes, no? Rain-fed conditions. So how do you think that these are totally different, or which are the traits you have to see that how it is also impact on the drought resistance is concerned? Yes, sir, do you have, yeah.
Sir, actually most of the cases, it's not, it is rain-fed crops, sir. In few tobaccos only irrigated crops. But in certain pockets like SLS, what we call in tobacco, Southern Light Soil region, drought is a frequent phenomenon, sir. Rain won't be there. Actually, as a rain-fed crop, tobacco is being grown. In these areas, drought comes very frequently, sir. For that reason.
Just my question is totally, ma'am, different. Which are the other traits which contributing to the drought? That's I'm
We
yeah.
want to
Just
concentrate is on the root characters, sir. Actually,
Okay.
deep-rooted systems.
Okay.
And then this leaf thickness, all those characters we want.
So, madam, another questions because the nicotine content, as you mentioned, some are having more than 3% and some are also less than 3% or maybe 1. Which, because nowadays, if his nicotine is there, not there, and I don't think people will prefer to have this one. So, what is your opinion? What type of things we can have variations in the nicotine content should be there?
Different
Mostly.
types of tobaccos requires different types of nicotine as well, sir. Like video tobacco requires higher nicotine only. It's around 8% they require,
Okay.
sir. And in FCV tobacco, it's around 2.5%.
So, all are required as a point
yes,
of
sir,
view.
yes, sir. Different. Barley
Okay.
nowadays, earlier it was
Okay,
1%.
thank you.
Now
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Any questions or 1 or 2 questions if you have somebody or we can.
Yeah, we will allow the questions maybe last
Ask
because
the
we
last.
have
Okay.
yeah, we have a panel
Okay,
discussion.
okay, Dr. Sir. Thank you. Thank you, madam. It's wonderful.
Now I request Dr. Nagaraj Reddy from DMAPR.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, Chairman and Co-Chairman. And my topic is on genetic improvement of ashwagandha, challenges and way forward. You know, ashwagandha is an important medicinal plant, and it is an important mandate crop of ICAR-NIRCA, which is a national institute working at Gujarat, Anand, milk city of India. And over 3 decades of our institute, we have contributed a lot in revolutionizing the cultivation of isabgol in the country, which is one of the important medicinal plant. We also contributed a lot in revolutionizing the cultivation of senna, which is yet another important crop which is grown both in Rajasthan, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. We also partly contributed by developing good agricultural practices for revolutionizing the cultivation of ashwagandha in country, which has very good demand and area. And I really see that lot of potential for ashwagandha cultivation in southern states, which otherwise traditionally cultivated in Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat and Rajasthan. If you look at the global market for ashwagandha products, you can see that there is about $500 million the global market for ashwagandha products, and which is growing at the rate of 11 to 15% CAGR, and it's expected to be at $1,500 million. So that's why it is our own crop and native of India that we need to concentrate and develop a system for this one. And majority of them are using root as a ingredient, and nowadays now it is being used both leaf and root for various medicinal properties. Looking at the contributions of ICR, DMAPRs, we have standardized good agricultural practices for cultivation of this crop in our country and popularized among the farmers. And we also have developed standard operating protocols and efficient extraction technologies. We do have a lot of genetic resources which we are maintaining at our own institute as well as our various ICAR centers. And we have developed varieties for farmers cultivation. And also we have contributed a lot in developing a policy, a roadmap for promotion of for ashwagandha in our country, which is available online. And coming to the breeding of ashwagandha, you need to look at idiotypes are important. There are few idiotypes, cultivated types are there and wild types are there. Both are important and they have different medicinal uses. Generally, the cultivated types are most preferred because they are short duration and they are very amenable for cultivation. Otherwise, the wild types are very long duration. You have very good thick roots which are not preferred in the market. A difference is that the wild types will have this kind of behavior while long gestation period will be there, and you have multiple branched roots will be there. Instead, we should have annual types which is having pencil thickness of root and which is less fiber and more starch content is required. And these are all the varieties that we have developed. GAA1, which is developed in 2016, which has very good high yield and resistant to alternative leaf blight. We do have another variety, which is Vallabh Ashwagandha 1, which has very good dry root yield, and which is again red berry color, which is unique for identification of this variety, and it has very good rich in total vitalonoid content. Similarly, we do have other varieties from IAHR. This is the variety ICAR-NIRCA Ashwagandha has been developed, and which has field tolerance to bacterial wilt, late blight diseases, and other pests like Epilacna beetle, mites, and aphids, and which is also very good in yield and has been translated into the industry, and industry has been accepted very well with this variety. The other traditional varieties include RVA 100, which is extensively cultivated in Madhya Pradesh. Similarly, we have GA20, which is a traditional, the first variety that we have released, absolute variety, which is nowhere in cultivation in Ashwagandha. Similarly, we have GA134, which is being released in the Madhya Pradesh for cultivation. So challenges in Ashwagandha improvement, we need to focus more on the chemical quality, especially the vithanosides and vithanolides. Including starch content. So we need to develop chemotypes because there are few marker compounds already identified. These are the 11 marker compounds which we need to develop. But doing this is a very challenging task because the estimation of these compounds are dependent on the availability of analytical tools, which are very tedious and very time bound. And rather we need to focus developing on this kind of in situ detection methods like electronic tongue for especially that this compound Ashwagandha quality analysis, which will help breeders to screen out many number of genotypes very quickly. So otherwise we need to take all those things into the system, HPLC or UPLC system, and go for analysis, which will take minimum 1 hour per sample. Similarly, the other important aspect that we need to focus on development is that stress tolerance, especially parasitic weeds, which are very rampant. Ashwagandha being very slow growing plants, initially for 80 days, so it has been affected by many number of these large number of parasitic weeds, especially the Kaskuta and Orobenki are very rampant. Really, this Andhra Pradesh cluster that I am working in Kurnool is very hugely affected with this kind of these two pests, and which we need to focus. Being a solanaceous crop, we need to develop some programs to breed out some tolerant lines for these parasitic weeds. Similarly, the stress tolerance like pest, Epilacna beetles are one thing which is going to affect a lot. They defoliate the leaves. And similarly, diseases like root rot and leaf spots are the major things because leaf is also gaining momentum. Lot of alkaloids are now being extracted from leaf by the industry. So stress tolerance, drought, of course, for any other crops, this is being a rain-fed crop, so it is hugely affected by drought, waterlogging, salinity, and heat. And being a root crop, this is challenging for breeders to work on that one. So we need to focus our attention on these breeding for these drought and waterlogging tolerance, because even a day of waterlogging in the field, the plant at the seedling stage, the plants see the mortality, so which we need to tackle it. So way forward is, so we do have a lot of varieties. We need to produce quality seed production, and being a solanaceous crop, we need to focus on developing systems for exploitation of heterosis. Although we have environmental sensitive male sterile line identified with us, but we are unable to use this one because that is sensitive to environment and which is affecting. Gene exploration and gene deployment, especially genetic resources management, we need to aptly identify, characterize the genes, discover the new traits and genes, and go for introgression. Application of genomics, because genome size is around 4,200 MB, which is the native crop of India, and we need to take initiative for breeding through develop genome sequence, develop resources for breeding applications. Of course, gene editing technologies, few traits have been characterized very well and which we need to take it. Further, all these varieties, whatever that varieties are there, all developed through selections from the wild populations. We need to undertake large-scale hybridization among the diverse parents, for which rapid generational advancements is required. At present, we can only advance one season of ashwagandha per year per location, but we need to have multiple rapid advancement is required, for which at our directorate we have established a speed breeding facility which we can use continuously. At least 3 seasons we can take for advancement of the generations. Hope we will be expediting the development of varieties in the near future. Thank you for the opportunity, for this opportunity. Thank you all, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nagaraj Reddy. You could complete 1 minute before. But next 3 speakers, I request if they can use the time to 5 minutes, that would be better. I know Tobacco Board Chairman is waiting, many other luminaries are waiting. Please restrict to 5 minutes if you can do. Okay, 5 plus 2 maybe. Yeah, I will request now Dr. Prabhakar Rao. I know his work is very important, but you can do in 5 minutes.
Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, Rapporteur and delegates, good evening to all. And I'm going to talk about towards the development of safer tobacco through genome editing. And tobacco is an important commercial crop. It doesn't need any introduction, at least for this group, peer group. If you see a little bit inside of this crop, there is a stigma associated with this tobacco. That is the harmful constituents of the tobacco. So there is an estimate from the World Health Organization that tobacco smoke contains more than 3,000 other chemicals, and many of these substances are detrimental to one's health and lead to the chronic lung diseases. And they have nominated 9 important substances as the hazardous material from the smoke. In that, this triple N and NNK, acetaldehyde, acrolein and extra. And out of these triple N and NNK are very important hazardous materials. And this will be published regularly by IARC, International Agency for Cancer Research. So in this also they used to regularly publish this. And what are these tobacco specific nitrosamines? They are nothing but the principal, in tobacco we will be having a principal alkaloids, nicotine and nicotine, and they will get nitrosated by the free nitrate species, and they will form in the form of TSNAs. So these are the 4 principal alkaloids that is available: nicotine, nicotine, anabasine and anatabine, and this gets nitrosated. And if you closely observe this nicotine, the methyl group will be chopped by an enzyme called demethylase enzyme, and this nicotine will be converted into the nicotine, and thus that nicotine will act as a progenitor species for the formation of this nitrosamines. So the key steps in the conversion of nicotine to nicotine is the NND, nicotine demethylase enzyme. So this is our target to reduce the TSNA content. So this process is mediated by, as I have told, this is a demethylase enzyme. And if you observe this TSNA contents in different tobacco types, basically burley tobacco, chewing tobacco, these are the major problems in this. And in burley tobacco, the range will be from 0 to 30 ppm. And in chewing tobacco, the range will be up to 20 ppm. And in FCV tobacco, it will be less than 1 ppm. So having this in our effect of curing also, so I don't want to go into the details of this one, but any of this have significant effect in reduction of the TSNAs in tobacco. So later we have as an interim remedy from the TSNA, we have standardized a protocol called LC screening. This is identification of low converted burley tobacco types among the existing tobacco population. We used to tag this Banker Haven population in the grand growth period, and we will, in the grand growth period only, we will tag it and we will harvest the leaves. We will artificially treat with the ethaphim, and after that we will do a curing procedure, and we will do the analysis of conversion of nornicotine. And in this nornicotine content, wherever the conversion process is less than 10 or less than 5, we will be taking out, and we will be generating the population. And this is how we will be creating an LC population, that is called low converter population. But this is an unstable population. This will be in the next generation. It will become converters. So, and this is a temporary measure to reduce from the TSNA contents. And later we have studied the gene. This gene was already identified, that CYP82E4 gene. And this has some 517 amino acids it will code for, and 1756 nucleotide base pair region. Initially, we have studied the presence of this gene among the different species. Like we have 70 species, but we have around 9 or 10 species we have already sequenced. And in all the sequenced genomes, we have studied the structure of this gene, how it varies. Then we have identified some important domains, the presence of the domains. Then we have seen the in vitro expression of the CYP82E4 and through transcript analysis, and in Banket A1 and this one. And again we have seen the expression of this particular gene in top leaves and bottom leaves, and many of the times the expression of this gene is more prominent in the top leaves. So more amount of conversion is occurring in the top leaves. And then we have gone through the strategies, different strategies, what happened till now. So initially it was started with the conventional breeding by the Robert Miller group in USA in 2008. They did the TSN extent to some extent through conventional methods. Then mutation breeding by Julio group from France. Then followed by transgenics. Followed by this Ralph D from NC State. Now he is in PMA, I hope so. So all these methods, they have tried to attempt to reduce the TSNAs, but they have succeeded. But the product got, again, some carryover was there. So to overcome all these, we have chosen the genome editing approach. So in this genome editing approach, I have already, this is over. Yes, sir. So this particular CYP82E4 gene, the other problem with this is it belongs to a family of genes. There are more than 80 members of the family genes. If you are in the genome editing, if you are dealing with a single gene, which is not a member of family, then it will be very easy. But if you are selecting a gene from a family member, then there is a chances of shutting down the whole family. So we have to be very careful. So we have done enough exercise to select a guide RNA that will only hit this particular gRNA only. For that purpose, we have used all the softwares available like CCTOP, CRISPR, all the available softwares with the existing tobacco genome. And we have narrowed down to again we have seen the gRNA position in where it is hitting exactly. This is on the chromosome 9. Then we have prepared these cassettes. We have synthesized the guide RNA, and we have taken two vectors, PKSE401 and PRGB32. These two vectors are actually, one is a monocode specific and another is a dicode specific. One will be joined with the U3 promoter, another with the U6 promoter. So these two we have cloned in the PRGB32 vector, and simultaneously we have done an electron beam irradiation of the gamma with the released Banket A1 varieties. And this is the new like gamma irradiated lines in the M4 generations. So with this, I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prabhakar. Yeah, excellent work you are doing. But this time is less. We will give some more chance. I request now Dr. Indivar Prasad from IIVR. Dr. Prasad, the time limit is 5 minutes. Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, dignitaries present in the hall, I am going to present my talk on linear mixed effect model and multi-trait genotype adulterated MGIDA based selection chili for yield and stability. I will skip some introduction slide. Chili is very important, already told by, and India is the largest producer, consumer and exporter in the world. We produced around 45 million tons of green chili and 20 lakh tons of red chili during 2023. And the total export was 31,000 crore during 2023, and chili contributed almost 10,000 crores of value in chili export. And we are growing different kind of chili in different parts of the country, and some chilies have been GI tagged.
At IAVR, we are mainly doing work for development of green chili, but in the process, we have also developed dual type of chili, which are suitable for both dual dry and red purpose, and we have released many varieties and hybrids for that. And for developing variety, the multi-environment trials are very important because they give high yielding and stable genotypes. And for multi-environmental trial, there are many techniques available. But all these conventional techniques like ME analysis, regular NOI analysis, RGG biplot, they have one major lacuna. They either use the fixed effect or random effects, and they are only take one variable at a time. So there is need to take a model which takes many variable or multivariate techniques, which can take more than one variable while selecting a genotype performance and stability. So this is the fixed and random and mixed effect model. In fixed effect model, the level of factors that doesn't change in the analysis, but in random effects model, the level of the factors changes in the analysis. And for estimation of this mixed effect, we have to see the magnitude of the effects as well as the variances of the effects. So this is the mixed effect model which we have used in this new selection index MGIDI. And for training this model, we selected 15 genotypes of chili, and we did analysis for 5 years for 6 traits in randomized complete blind design. And there is a R package, very useful R package, Metan package, which has been developed recently in 2022, and it gives all kinds of analysis, univariate, multivariate, mixed effect, random effect, all type of analysis can be done by this. We use this model, and in analysis in pooled ANOVA, we found that genotype environment interaction was significant for all the traits, and variance component analysis showed that some of the traits had large coefficient of determination for GI index like 10 foot weight and plant height. And this is the mean performance of all genotype across environment, where genotype 10 Kashi Abha outperform all the genotypes. And this, in this model, we found that some of the variables were correlated, and simple fixed effect model doesn't take the multicollinearity of the variables. So we have to use only mixed effect model to explain all these variables. And we did clustering where short-footed and long-footed tribes were separated. This is the ME analysis, but it is lacuna is that it is only using one variable, that is yield at a time. So we use this BLUP model, which uses the mixed effect model. And we calculated MTSI, means index, which is based on mean and stability, which gave different sets of genotypes based on our selection criteria. We also calculated BLUP, which is a derivative of a mixed effect model when we use for the stability analysis, and it gave Kashi Gaurav, Pusajwala, and VRC14 as the best genotype for yield. We also calculated the VASSB index, which is a singular value decomposition of the BLUP scores, which is a very good indication of stability index, and it gives 3 sets of genotypes for yield. We also calculated the multi-trait stability index through different models which were available in the Metan package, and based on all these models, some common genotypes came which were very stable and high yielding. So at last we calculated this MGIDI index, which gives this selection differential and selection gain for fruit weight and 10 fruit weight, and fruit width were very quite high, and it selected 3 genotypes, genotype 10, 4 and 11, which were the most stable based on the multiple trait selection. And these were the key findings. So we can say that this new index can be used for analysis of stability as well as for performance, because it involves all the variables in the data. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rao. It is really interesting. Now I request, Virendra Kumar Verma.
Respected Chairman,
co-chairman and dear participant. Very good afternoon to you all. I am here to present the topic that is genetic resources of ginger and turmeric in northeastern India, a potential source for food, pharmaceutical and cosmetic industry. These two crops are very important crop of northeastern India. They are commercially grown and they are playing an important role in the region. Next. So they are used day-to-day life in different ways like dry rhizome, turmeric powder, ginger garlic paste, ginger candy, ginger pickle, many value-added products. They also having important role in pharmaceutical and cosmetic industry like oleoresin, ginger oil, ginger perfume, beauty creams, ginger tablet, curcumin tablets, hair and many conditioner products. They are available in the markets. So they have these crops having great potential for the commercial production in entire country. Now if we see the status of the ginger and turmeric in northeastern India, northeastern region that is comprises of 8 northeastern states, they contributing 26.86% and 8.3% of total ginger and turmeric production of the country. If we see the global prospect of curcumin and oleoresin market size, the value is about $58.19 million and $1.43 million. India controls 60% of the global spice oleoresin markets, and in last 5 years we have seen significant improvement in export of the commodity from the region. Now coming to the specialty products, the region has got GI tag for the ginger in Karbi Anglong, and last month on 29th November we have also got the GI tag for Lakadang turmeric that is widely grown in Meghalaya. This is one of the most quality variety of the turmeric. The curcumin content is more than 7%. None of the variety in our country having more than 7% curcumin content. And this variety has been got GI tag for the east and west Khasial of district of Meghalaya. Turmeric is widely used in different ways. I am not going in details, but curcumin is the main compound which is responsible for quality traits. During COVID, it also has been proven that it is most effective against many kind of viral disease, especially in corona. In 2021, one of the studies they have reported that its effect in different ways like binding the spike protein site of the virus, even entering in the body and further replication in the human system. At our institute, we have 130 genotypes, and Megha turmeric, one of the variety, it is developed through clonal selection of the Lakadang, has been found rich in curcumin content that is 6.8% and has been found stable for this trait all over the country, and we have tested under the AICRP trials. This variety has been found most stable for yield as well as quality curcumin content. Lakadang, as we have got the GI for the 2 districts, and here again we have did geographical survey. What kind of variability is available? We have seen the wide variability in curcumin content even in Lakadang, 3.1 to 7.17%, and we could identify 4 genotypes which having more than 7% curcumin content. So here I would like to highlight that, interesting thing is that this is the trait is highly affected by environment in terms of expression for the quality traits. So for other states or other region we want to promote, we can't promote the Lakadang as such, we have to go for the selection, then only we can identify good variety. Other than commercial turmeric, there is some genetic resources also available like black turmeric. In market, the price of the powder is 4,250 rupees per kg, and dry rhizome are sold at 1,600 per kg. So there is also huge potential for this crop as well for the promotion if we are planning to go, developing the variety of the turmerics and associated species as well. Mango ginger that is widely used in case of making chutney and pickle. This is also potential crop of the curcuma. Amada, and this is also a high value crop and widely grown in the northeastern states. Ginger is very important crops, and there are 112 collection in our field gene bank. So we have seen a wide variability for this genotype for different traits. You can see here the kind of variability available in genotypes. And here we have identified RCGC6, that is a high oleoresin rich genotypes from our accessions. This is very good and also tolerant to rhizome rot, and this one is under CBT trial under AICRP. We have identified one of the most important genotype, just like Lakadang sir, in Makhir ginger is very popular in Jaintia hill. This is rich in oleoresin content. You can see here 7.2%. Normally we are getting in 3.2, 3.5%, but here 7.2% oleoresin content is there. So this variety is also performing very well in terms of quality aspects. Other than this, aromatic ginger and black ginger are also coming very well, and there is a huge potential for this crop. So to promote, sir, our variety, we are, because farmers of our region are small and marginal, so we have made the SHG, and we have promoted our mega turmeric one for the commercial production. So we have covered total 622 farmers through 58 SHG, and here we have increased the yield 18 to 22 ton, and with BC ratio of 2.1. So in conclusion, sir, we have seen wider variability, not only commercial ginger and turmeric, but other species also there. And there is need for mass multiplication of quality. Suppose we have got the GI for the Lakadang, but good quality Lakadang we have to multiply, and then we can promote the commercial production. There is also need to promote other high value crop species, and also processing and value addition is another important aspects. And then SHG based approach can only promote for the commercial production in the region like northeastern states. So this is all about my presentation. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Verma. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah, with this lightning talks are over. I think Dr. Verma. Yes, Dr.
No, it's okay. Dr. Verma, thank you very much. So I think the presentation is over, but only as I know, the 5 presentations are very good presentations with respect to this institute is concerned. It's a new institute to have a lot of information required, particularly for the commercial crops. It is very important for all of us. So in that case, they have mentioned about both all the speakers have presented all the things very nicely, and particularly the genotypes or the germplasm they have, which is very, very important for this institute. I think Dr. Seshu Madhav, the director of the institute, is very, very important that all the germplasms what we have, whether in the northeastern India or eastern India or any of the part of the country, which is really important for you to know that which are the people also working in this particular field, which can also give you a good exposure for different crops itself. So thank you all of you, and giving me a chance for this type of having this session co-chair.
Thank you, Dr. Behra, Director IIVR. Yeah, we will be talking more with Dr. Verma and Dr. Prasad, and we have tomorrow one panel discussion on chili and turmeric, chaired by Dr. Behra ji, Director IIVR. There we will be discussing more on that. Okay, now time is short. Now I think without much wastage of time, we can switch into the other session, like important panel discussion on invigorating Indian tobacco as a global giant. Maybe we can take a 5 minutes break or to settle the tables. Thank you, Dr. Behra ji, for co-chairing this session, and I thank Dr. Randa also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dear delegates, by the time we have the poster session on genetics and genomic strategies for enhancing commercial crops, they can put their posters outside of the hall and the judges will go so that they are ready.
Hello. Dear delegates, please come and occupy your seats. We are going to start the session on panel discussion session. Please occupy your seat. Please sit down. Please. All the people who are standing may take their seats. Please. So now we are starting the panel discussion session on invigorating Indian tobacco as a global giant, problems and prospects. For chairing this particular panel discussion, I request Sri Yashwant Kumar Chidipotu, Chairman Tobacco Board, to come and occupy the chair on the dais. Thank you, sir. And now I request Dr. Krishna Kumar, Vice President ITC, Leaf Operations, to act as a co-chairman of the session. Sir, please take your seat on the dais. As a panelist, I request Dr. Leandro from Alliance One International and Mr. Rakesh Kaul from Tobacco Institute of India, Mr. Puneet H. from Senior Manager GPI, and Dr. M. Seshmadhav, Director, ICAR-CTRL. Sir, now I request our chairman to initiate the panel discussion, sir, on this invigorating Indian tobacco as a global giant, problems and prospects.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to our co-chairman and director and all of our delegates and the gentlemen who are in the dais. So straight away we'll go to the exports, how India is operating, how India is garnered the status of among the companies and countries. So basically India is the second largest producer in tobacco and the fourth largest producer of FCV to compare with first one is China, Brazil and Zimbabwe, and fourth largest exporter of unmanufactured tobacco. We used to export almost 125 countries. India is the 12th largest producer of cigarettes. It counts 88 billion cigarettes sticks. Tobacco sector provides around 45 million people. In 2023 year, we used to say every time, from so many years, it doesn't cross 6,000 crores in export revenue. Fortunately, that was braked last year, 2022 and 2023 year. We achieved 9,400 crores, which is a biggest revenue we got from the tobacco exports. And exports on tobacco products we used to send to the other countries, but unmanufactured tobacco is the major source of exports, and the products are compared to only 39-40%. In the unmanufactured tobacco, we used to export FCV is the major role, and non-FCV kinds of barley, Natu, Lal, Chopadia, Rustica, and black cured tobacco. There are so many varieties based on the customers. So these unmanufactured tobaccos, we have major customer is Belgium, and after that Russia. And factors of increase, we ask about it, how 9,400 crores you achieved. But there are so many factors. The one is a shortage, and the second one is decline in the overall international market. And we utilized, the Ukraine and Russia, the geopolitical war. We got a little bit of benefit from that. And also, there are no more carryover stocks among the other countries. But fortunately, our traders and dealers have the carryover stocks. We utilize that opportunity. And Tobacco Board, especially what I am representing, Tobacco Board ensured taking care of the foreign customers, and we have been arranging so many trade shows in Dubai and whatever the possible destinations, we are trying to explain how the Tobacco Board is taking care of the farmers, how the compliances, international compliance we have been practicing, and taking care of environment and sustainable agriculture. These are all the things, whatever the Tobacco Board and our respectable farmers have been taken care. That is also one of the biggest reason to achieve the 9,400 crores. But in the FCB, we have concerns, especially the compliances. So many things are there, which is crop protection agents, that is pesticide residues, and sometimes non-tobacco related materials used to be farmers. You know about that, how the fields and how their the sheds little bit not organized. So Tobacco Board has been creating an awareness among the farmers, and they are training them. We are aligning them to what is the international standards of grades, how we need to develop modify and practice the international customer standards. That's how we have been giving training. This is also one of the greatest factor to achieve the 9,500 crores. And still the efforts, we have been taking the efforts and we have been taking care of the efforts, and on behalf of Tobacco Board, we are trying to negotiate with our government, Ministry of Commerce, to propose reduce the tariffs, and efforts to production reorientation of the production with our farmers, how the implementing the several practices and integrated approaches. Residues also we are trying to do that, minimize the thing, and good agriculture practices, whatever I have been explained, and improving the traceability also. One of the best practice. Just now we have been discussing about the same. When you see that some of the customers, especially some of the countries, companies, customers, so they are very specific about the CPA standards and non-related tobacco material. At that time, our staff, our respectable managers are here, they used to take the samples everywhere, and they used to send to the CTRI. And some of the prestigious laboratories, which is national plant health institutions, and of course CTRI is there, and what is that? Eurofin laboratories are there. Certain kind of imperial, such a nice organizations, research, scientific analysis organizations. We used to send the samples. We have been trying to do them, and still we have been creating an awareness among the farmers on the biopesticide to reduce the pesticides and biofertilizers also, depending on the chemical fertilizers, make them aware, and giving the subsidized green manure seeds with the support of these are all companies, some of the biggest companies, and Tobacco Board is also doing that. And to maintain such a sustainable agriculture, we have given a critical inputs in time seeds supply, in time fertilizers, and also a little bit mechanization also. We are Tobacco Board is very much responsible about environment in curing processes to minimize the fuel. We are going for the loose leaf barons, and we are going, the most recently the CTRI developed sun-cured sun energy barons and all. So all the things considered, we are very much, Tobacco Board is very much responsible to attract the foreign customers, to protect our farmers, and to generate the good revenues, and protecting our companies also. That's how, but there are some kind of challenges are there. Still, I should accept that. Our government, we don't have a RODTEP, remissions on duty and tax exports. So these kind of challenges are there to compare with other countries, Zimbabwe, Brazil, and the least developed countries. They are giving a lot of benefits to these companies. In international arena, our companies, Indian companies are competing with with that companies is a little bit tough. So based on the no monetary benefits, So that's we are trying to do that. We are trying to give some kind of benefits in the exports incentive and shipment credit. All the things we have been trying. I hope we'll get it off in the. We'll try to make it sure. And sustainable agriculture, taking the good agriculture practices and environment compliances. These are all the things we have been practicing. So in future, we of course we are making we are able to make the standards of international customers, but still we are in the process. We are going to develop much more better agriculture practices. We'll align them, our farmers, to international standards. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. So just talk a little bit about my knowledge in India, which is not much. I just started coming to India 3 years ago. We are working mainly with the barley, with our IPS project, and sourcing from the auction floors FCV. India has a great potential for production, good farmers, the land is good, farmers have a good will to follow instructions. However, in my view, still room for improvement in cultural practices in the field. Start with seedbeds. Seedlings in India in general, they are not strong. And when farmers transplant these seedlings with the hot weather or a bad weather condition, the mortality is very high and the fields start wrong. So in my view, one of the challenges that we have for our production is strong seedlings. Moving to the field, we observe farmers doing late fertilization. I understand that's the way the practice been in India. But if you look outside of India, all the fertilization is done much early, after transplant, 15 days to 30, 35 days maximum. As the tobacco plant needs this fertilizer at the main grown stage, it's very important to have this early fertilization. And another challenge that we face in our barley production, because one of our customer demand is to have higher nicotine. So the combination of late fertilization, maybe sometimes the farmer does not apply the full amount, with a non-top crop, it becomes very hard to increase the levels of nicotine. For that, we need to do topping. However, the suckerside that's available in the market, which is the fat alcohol, is not effective when you do have a proper fertilization in the field, topping around 22 to 24 leaves. That plant, especially Banca de A1, puts a lot of suckers, and it's a big problem for us. So I already spoke with Dr. Seju before on that topic. Sucker control is something that we need help from CTRI. I understand that for the filler types is not an issue, but for the niche market where we need topping, we need a stronger sucker control. Moving on to FCV, like I said, we don't have much to do with the growth of FCV because it's mainly done with tobacco board. I understand that CTI is very strong there. We're just sourcing from the floors. However, there is opportunity to export more FCV if we can prove to the customer that we have a proper sustainability and ESG in place. But when I say that, I don't say that India is not doing that. What we see is there is very small information available to us to prove traceability back to the farmer, to the customer. So that's something that you could keep in mind to the future if we could work with tobacco board to implement a minimum standards of STP and LLP, and with that you could open the markets to further increase India exports. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. I think I would not like to repeat what Chairman Sir as well as my colleague panelist has said. But basically what we are seeing is there is an immense opportunity. Despite significant growth in the last 2 years, there is still lot of headroom to grow in terms of exports. But thing is,
this is time bound. The opportunity will not wait for us to act. So we need to, whatever strategy as well as action program we have, it has to be done fast, and for any customer, any opportunity gain, certainly consistent supplies, quality supplies, compliant product, and ESG compliance. These are paramount. To go to some very critical focus areas, if we really look at, it's a combination of technology, enabling policy framework, as well as capability building. These are the three things which we need to look at. Immediate actions wise, maybe in the policy enabling wise, we are seeing lot of fluctuations in the supply. It can be due to drought, it can be due to excess, or it can be due to extreme weather events like cyclone. But we cannot say it is beyond our control, we are unable to do. So maybe when we plan crop planning itself, suppose if we are unable to get the required supply in the current season, can we make up the gap in the next season? In terms of crop planning, in crop size fixation also, whatever is gone, it need not be. Because sometime there will be scope to get back the additional volume in the next crop. So there is a need to review even the crop planning process, taking into consideration of the supply disruptions which are being created by the climate. Best thing is to create an adaptation mechanism involving a set of technologies where you can overcome the climate impact. But in a tactical few years time, before you build your capability in terms of better varieties which are climate smart and better package practices which are climate smart, before that we need to do contingency planning. Morning I was telling damage recovery interventions which should include crop planning also. So can we look at a crop planning more a season instead of that? If there is any deviation in the crop planned versus produced, when we are doing next year crop plan, can we consider the variations so that the inventories can be built? Today, lack of enough crop is resulting in limitation to the exports. Never it happened, but it is happening now. So the context has changed. So our crop planning process can include these elements when we are looking at crop planning. Second thing is, certainly the varietal interventions are important. Beyond that, when I said the crop planning means, it starts with the crop fixation to the crop production supports in terms of credit, in terms of seed availability, in terms of fertilizer availability, all these things also, because it's a regulated crop. Crop planning should include contingency plan for the seed, contingency plan for the seedlings, contingency plan for the fertilizer. In this, especially the seed and seedlings are critical. Fertilizer is available in the market. Today, if farmer has to go back, maybe if he paid double the price, fertilizer is available. But seed and seedlings may not be available. So entire our planning of the seed inventory as well as seedlings have to be more than what normal planning it is. You need to have some contingency, additional buffer stocks. The third thing is that from a crop window point of view also, even ICAR has given guidelines for all the crops saying that cropping windows have to be reviewed. Multiple cropping windows have to be given to the farmer. Earlier days of only early plantation may not applicable, because concentrating when the climate is creating risk, to overcome the risk, two types of risk mitigation we have to look at. Risk mitigation interventions need to be looked at. One is temporal risk in terms of timing. So having multiple windows of plantation will eliminate one time extreme weather wiping out an entire crop. Having 3-4 batches of plantation at least some crop is saved, number one. Similarly, geographical spread also will help you to overcome the impact of minimize the impact of the climate change. So, even in the crop planning, even customers are now looking at 2-3 crops together as a basket also. So, we need to look at, fortunately we have Andhra crop and Karnataka crop. So, planning wise, both the crops need to be looked at. The climate impacted changes or variation need to be looked at when we are doing crop planning. Starting from crop can be done. This is my suggestion from my side. Coming to the ESG point of view, we have done a lot of progress under the guidance of the Tobacco Board. We have excellent traceability system here in the FCV system. Complete custody of the crop is there. We even our government, various schemes, encouragement, various issues like child labor is eliminated today. Today, no father and mother, parent want to work, make their child to work. So there is no question of child labor in India. So in that way, in terms of minimum wages, in terms of labor related issues, human rights related issues are very much addressed because today there is so much demand for the labor. So in that way, on the human side of the ESG, we are much better. We need to look at the issue of the environment side, where in terms of the impact on the biodiversity, in terms of nature positive and decarbonization. These are the two additional new focus areas coming. Certainly from a varietal development to package practices, till now we were looking at the cost as a focus area, quality as a focus area. Now we need to look at from the perspective of what is the impact on the nature, what is the impact on the GHG emissions. These are the two areas which we need to look at, because we are running short of the time. If we can look at and make our tobacco crop value chain carbon positive, I am sure we will be one step ahead of the competition. Others will also find it more challenging. In my opinion, with our system of public-private partnership, where Tobacco Board is there to give the common guidelines to the entire industry, we are much more well positioned to achieve carbon neutral value chain. If we can achieve, we are competitively ahead of the competition. We will get more orders, more export and more revenue to our farmers. So in this way, in my opinion, good varieties, good crop planning, more flexible planning, and focus on decarbonization will certainly help us to capture this emerging opportunity. We can double the exports and make farmer realize better benefit. Last 2 years they have experienced what tobacco crop can give. I think last 2 years can become coming 20 years if we do all these things. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Tobacco Board, and thank you, Krishna ji. But this panel discussion is more of interactive, and we would like to ask a few questions from the trade. That is it, why this export was constant from the long time at 6,000 crores, only it picked up last year. Is it because of some demand in geopolitical issue, or is it why still Brazil is still leading, why India cannot be a global giant? Why? What is required? Apart from ESG, decarbonization is coming now, but earlier there was nothing like that. Is it our quality is not matching? Is CPS not a much problem earlier? We don't have NTRMs, but still we could not do. What is where we are missing the bus? That's what we want to know from the trade and from the Tobacco Board.
So basically, till few years back, India was considered an opportunistic buy. Indian tobacco was looked at in terms of cost advantage, or from a filler point of view, India was purchased. But whereas for the past 2-3 years, supply disruptions one thing.
Yeah,
and
can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Why we have a filler? Why can't we give a very quality tobacco like Brazil? Is it environment is not making us or something else?
Sir, one thing, we should never say it is impossible. That is my view.
Yeah.
We need to challenge our past paradigms. But thing is, ITC, we have done 2-3 times big programs, basically to match the Brazil flavor by having a separate, we have actually scanned entire country, and we went to Karnataka, northern Karnataka. We had a 3 years project also, tobacco board was also involved. But we got the best technology, best varieties, but because of the temperature flux, in terms of the difference between night and day temperature, in terms of temperate climate versus the tropical climate, and day sunlight hours, the same varieties are not giving the same expression here. For example, simple thing, sir, same variety, what NLS it is giving 3.5% nicotine, whereas in Mysore it is not giving more than 2.5. So in that way, there is some limitation. However, now we are talking about new gene tilling technology where you are able to map the entire DNA.
Yeah.
Something can be, that is where variety can make the miracle.
Sorry to interrupt again. What I say is that when we have 2 production zones, intensive production zones of Karnataka and Andhra, and where every soils are characterized, every climate is known, and we can even shift to Odisha or somewhere to match the destination countries. What destination countries needing, those we already mapped. Suppose example, in Russia wants this kind of quality, we will advocate those farmers to go grow that one. And something like Belarus wants something, why we can't do? Still our farmers, why we have to say that only this variety you grow? And you can say somewhere again that this is only used for filler or maybe used for something. Why can't India can be a global giant?
Sir, India can be global giant. Today, one thing is clear, entire barley is concerned, we can be the global giant. There is no doubt about it.
No, I'm talking about
that number
FCV.
one, sir.
We'll come to the barley next.
FCV is concerned, certainly the flavor is one part, sir. It is not.
Then we'll put more money on flavor chemistry.
No, sir.
That's what we want to know.
Even without flavor, we may not be in a position to produce full flavor, but certainly we can improve what is the flavor what we are producing in NLS. And today NLS is able to meet some of the requirement of the Russian market as well as other market. So in that way, there is a significant headroom even in this semi-flavors, whatever we are producing, and even in the filler segment, by doing, sir, it is going not only just product. Today, product, compliance, and ESG. 3 together, we are in a much stronger wicket, even FCV also.
I'm again sorry, it's maybe going 1-to-1, but I think Chairman Sir will understand.
Yeah.
Because in the policy matter, in the 2007, we have restricted to the KLS, Karnataka light soils, especially I'm talking about FCV. It should not be cross 100 millions. In the same way, in Andhra Pradesh, it should not cross 172 millions. So you are, even though you are asking for the how can't be our global giant, these are all the restrictions. We are confined to 272 millions.
No.
So how can be such a good exporter? How can we compete? No. How can I occupy that a global giant whatever with the 172 million of restricted production? That's my answer. Yeah.
Yeah,
please.
please.
Go ahead.
See, actually, if we look at a decade back, we were exporting some 180 million kgs of FCV, because the production at that time was 320 million kgs. Today we are producing something around 200 million kgs in India, FCV. So 240 last year, but before that it was 180, 190. And we have achieved an export of 140 million kgs last year. So looking at the production and the export, if you look at the proportion, probably we are doing more, because our production at a decade back was 320 million kgs. So that is one aspect of it. The other aspect also, one has to look at the consumption pattern in India. We have to look at how much we produce the traditional tobaccos. FCV's share has come down. We are the cigarette type tobaccos are limited to 30% of total tobacco production in India. And is there market for these other traditional tobacco varieties outside of India? No. So, no, we are not, because we have some domestic use also. Yeah, so that domestic use also is falling, sir. If you look at the legal cigarette consumption, that also has come down in India, because there has been huge export thrust, the taxation has been focused, targeted to cigarettes. Because of that, your legal cigarettes have come down, which use this FCV tobacco. You have today's 1/4 of the market is occupied by smuggled cigarettes. They don't use your tobacco. So there is a demand supply gap also because of this, because you don't have a stable kind of consumption in India.
You are right. The same thing, even 172 millions, we should cater the domestic market for the cigarettes and whatever the other products. And within the 170, earlier we used to 330, 340 such a way. But due to political matter, due to some kind of, in 2000, when was it was happened, sir? A farmer suicide in Andhra Prakasam district? See, Nirmala Sitharaman has come, 2009, 2015. So many things are negative at that point of time. The international market, it's not good at that time. And that is the reason the government has restricted to maybe WHO, FCTC. That is also one of the reasons to control the tobacco. We have signed, we have ratified, and we have signed in the FCTC those things. So, and COTPA, so there, based on all those things, the governments are keep on decreasing the tobacco. Minister of Health and Family Welfare also keep on saying that. So due to these reasons, we have restricted to 170 millions. In the 170 millions, we should cater the production of, manufacturer producers for the domestic market, and also we should cater the satisfying the customers in other countries. That could be the reason we cannot increase that kind of limited production. That is one of the biggest reasons.
Thing is, we can, even with our existing NLS crop flavor styles also, today lack of production is becoming limiting factor. 2-3 years back is different, sir. Today, if you have, suppose NLS crop, if there is 70 million crop, the crop can be sold. 75 million crop, the crop can be sold. The highest ever crop was 69 million, sir. At that time, we ended up with a surplus crop, the prices have come down. Today's situation is different. Because of every country is finding it so challenging. For example, Brazil, they planned more than 600 million. Now they are talking about 450 million. So every country is facing the challenge. This will continue in my opinion, because if you really see, not only tobacco, sir, all the crops, the food supply side disruptions are creating lot of variations. Even last time what happened, sir, initially there was an opportunity for wheat post Ukrainian war, government allowed. Later, the terminal heat of wheat resulted in 25% of wheat productivity reduction, 20 million vanished. So government has to enter and stop wheat exports. So in that way, let us CTRI and Tobacco Board and trade together. We need to look at first produce the required crop. Today we are unable to produce.
One more thing I would
there is a limitation.
One more, आपका question को जो पूछा, I'd like to. Please.
So just to continue the discussion, I think Dr. Seju's question is two-phased. The first was why you cannot change from filler to a semi-flavor to a flavor in FCV, for example, right? Yes. I believe agronomically you have the tools, but as you know, it's not only the variety, the fertilization, the topping, it's the climate as well. So we can copycat Zimbabwe or Brazil, but we don't have the same climate. And therefore, you get something close, but you won't get the same. But you can improve your nicotine levels for sure. That's the first. The second, can you sell it? As he was mentioned here before, the market is very dynamic. What's happened in the last 2-3 years, the customers' durations is coming down. Then it's disaster in some countries. This year is El Nino. And then we have last year high demand, this year high demand, mainly for FCV. Why? Like you mentioned, Brazil crops a disaster. From 600 million kilo registered, now they talk about 450, maybe 430, nobody knows what's happened. The customer migrate to India, to Zimbabwe, because they need to source. But let's say India grows 300 million FCV, and Brazil grows 700 million FCV. The Brazilian crop, unfortunately for you guys, is the first one to be sold. If 700 million kilos in Brazil, the price will crash. Customers, unfortunately, they will favor Brazil, and you'll come to India later. So you may have a problem where you have inventories that you cannot move. So the second part is quite tricky because customers, unfortunately, they play the game.
Yeah, I'd like to answer your question completely. You know, how it has been increased. You know, sir, in 2019-20, you know, everybody is facing corona situations. In India, is fortunately, under government of Narendra Modi ji has given the free vaccination. So we compared to other countries who are our competitors, Zimbabwe, Brazil, all the countries, they doesn't have a free vaccine. So the agriculture activities have been slowed down in other countries, and we are in the full throttle as usual. So that is the one of the reason to get we have excess stocks and carryover stocks. These are this is the main reason to get the good garner, 9,500 crores. And one more thing, to compare with other countries, to Zimbabwe is a major competitor. Am I correct, sir? Zimbabwe is Brazil and Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe at this point of time, you know, there's a lot of struggle due to corona. Now they are in full throttle. They want to produce around 250, 70, I don't know, maybe 300 million kgs of tobacco, which is an FCV. So that is the biggest threat for us. Because there are no norms at all. Devaluation of the currency. We have certain, you know, principles. Our government is run such a manner. They don't have nothing. You know, devalue the currency. They'll sell whatever they want. They need the foreign currency. There is no norms at all. No FCTC. Nothing. No complaint. I mean, of course, some of the complaints may or may not. I have no idea. But they are in the full throttle to capture the market, international market. That is the reason the other countries are doing without norms, without restriction. That could be the biggest reason. Unfortunately, we are not getting the higher status in the exports. That is the biggest reason. And of course, we have no RODTEP. Let me finish that. No RODTEP, no promotion for the companies in terms of exports incentives. That is also one of the reasons. If they get something, if the companies get something, definitely they will extend to the farmers. That's how they will get benefited, and they will get attracted to grow more. But still, there is a 170 and 100. That is the biggest hindrance. Thank you.
I have two specific questions before Puneet talks. That if the calamities like Mingsho, last time another one, every time, as Krishnaji says, the supply and demand is the issue. Supply we could not do. And he's also comparing with other crops like wheat and maize, but there is no regulation. The one side, if you have a drought, you have a other side it is flourishes. Andhra goes, somewhere crop grows. But in case of tobacco, we don't have any other area where we can produce to the whatever we asked. So in that case, there should be any kind of research or any kind of a policy that this in contingency areas we can go somewhere or we can grow that. That need to become now. That's what I'm worrying, that how can we stabilize the production? Even the varieties you say, I worked in the rice, many people knows that we have water tolerance, we have heat tolerance, we have every tolerance, but still you have the problems. So the technology per se can't answer everything. We need to have a management strategies to get this thing. That is a one thing point, number one. I think you can respond to that. The second thing is, out of 750 million kg, we are only doing 300. And if you compare everything, why still other types are not making, where you don't have even regulations, why we can't make those exports stronger? You can respond to that, and then after that maybe Puneet can talk.
because I don't have much more knowledge on the barley and other things. Because I deal with only FCV.
Only one thing is, as far as the rest of the beyond FCV is concerned, barley, HDBRG is non-FC1 basket which is coming. There is scope for bigger exports already. Last 2-3 years, compared to what volume increase has happened in terms percentage increase of FCV, I think non-FCV barley increase is much higher because of basically the other competing growth zones. There was sustainability issues. The major companies stopped purchasing and they said that India is the right destination. That is why there is a more scope, sir. One more thing is, till now what every company who used to think India, even in FCV, as an opportunistic, they said that India has to be in their sourcing plan. So India has become not an opportunistic, it's a key source of supply, because the size of India in terms of the crop size, and they also analyzed in terms of the climate trends also, sir. They made a hotspot analysis. Compared to others, it looks we are in a better position. Okay. So in that way, ESG, even whether bad, we are relatively more safer, and we have a bigger basket of the crop. Everybody knows now India has to be the major source of supply, both for FCV and non-FCV.
Yeah, what about the point number 1?
Sir?
Point number 1 is, is there any scope or is there any requirement to go to the other areas than,
sir,
or maybe, because again you say that every time you say Karnataka crop is facing problem and NLS having a problem, SLS having a, and you say that there is a difference between supply and demand. But this doesn't happen in case of wheat, rice, many other crops, because...
Sir, one thing is, today first step should be the tobacco authorization crop should go beyond 270.
That's right, sir. No
existing itself, sir. Existing.
There is no horizontal growth.
No horizontal growth.
There
That's
is.
No, it should not be expanded. That's it.
Existing infrastructure. Sir, one thing, sir, for FCV, you have to be conscious that the capability, one of the major infrastructure is barn. Barn is 7 to 8 lakhs. So, creating a barn structure will be a challenging thing.
No, sir, we are talking for the future farming. Barns, 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs, company sir, like you. We can even
sir,
create
all
that.
Those things,
I mean, when you have...
Correct, sir.
Yeah.
All those things, today, existing area, you have the capability to produce 50 million kgs. First, we have to get this opportunity, sir. If you wait for 5 years, it will not be there. You have to capture and get the buying in of the customers in the form of consistent supplies, whether or no weather, cyclone or no cyclone. I have the capability to supply what you want, and I will meet the requirements of compliance. I will meet the requirement of ESG. That's what we need to do, sir. We can do it. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to ask one question before anybody asks. Is there any, in recent past, any customer coming from outside rejected, saying that your quality is not standards are not meeting, or your ESG is not meeting, or CPS are not meeting, or NTRMs are not meeting? Is it that is the situation?
So today, in the last 2-3 years, customers, in terms of the reporting, what sort of data reporting, in terms of third-party audit, even now, just last week, one third-party audit has happened, sir. So, data compliance from the point of product liability, from a third-party assurance, the customer is becoming more and more aggressive. But they are also seeing Indian ecosystem is capable of meeting those requirements, sir. For example, there are many countries, many African countries, where today human right related issues are very conspicuous. So they are saying, India, basic things, sir, you have a complete custody of the wood. Okay? Because as part of the net zero declaration, all the MNCs have signed by 2025, no deforestation policy they have signed. So they cannot buy any tobacco from any country where the natural wood is used, sir. Reason is, moreover, the goalposts are changing. Previously, sustainable wood means if you don't cut wood from the forest, it was sustainable. Today they are saying any plant, even the roadside, if you fell any neem or any natural species wood, if you use, it is not sustainable. That means they are saying that you have to plant commercially wood and cut from them, and you have to show with the documentation that there is a wood custody, this is the wood I grown, this is the wood only used. I am only giving you one example where the stringency of beyond the product, other issues of the process, ESG is becoming a paramount to the customer. So as a package of product plus ESG together, India is in a very commanding position. That is where we have a greater future, sir. But we need to capture this, supply and ensure the compliance. Then we are there. We have a great future.
Let me finish this and I'll give it to you. I'm sorry, you have been waiting for that. I should. So, Director Ji, so the Tobacco Board has a restrictions, and we have in Andhra Pradesh we have around 45,000 growers. In Karnataka also more or less 50,000 growers. As per Tobacco Board Act, we cannot include new farmer to join with us to cultivate the tobacco. That is the situation. So at this point of time, we cannot grow in other areas, we cannot include the other farmers. Even some farmer want to cultivate the tobacco, whoever is dismantling his barren, who want to quit the tobacco, and he need to buy the license and he has to cultivate. In this kind of situation, we cannot expect the more production and more farmers and more areas, we cannot do that. And moreover, when you take the consideration of the Karnataka in Andhra Pradesh, each barren, more or less, each farmer gets 35 quintals to sell is produced in the tobacco action platform. Whereas the economic liability in Karnataka, it is only 17 quintals only. If you increase the farmers, it may came down the economic viability, it cannot be possible. That is the reason it has been restricted. Gentlemen, you just.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, sir. So yes, I'm very happy to be part of this panel. So we were just discussing like why don't we meet Brazil standard. So we have to understand that yes, Indian tobacco has a unique USP. So we have to bank on that. So we need not try to be like Brazil. So we have our own uniqueness. Like Indian tobacco, right now every customer is looking at Indian tobacco because so we have lot of things which is already in compliance. Like maybe traceability, sustainability, those kind of things we are far ahead from our competitors. So we may have to like look into our strengths, bank on it, and then we may have to encash on it. So we need not try to make our tobacco look like a Brazilian tobacco. Let us make our tobacco a compliant tobacco. Say, okay, this is Indian tobacco, this is compliant. And then we may be better marketer than the Brazil tobacco. So that's what I feel. So in this, in this way, we have to see, okay, how farmer will make benefits. There are certain areas where we can improve farmer profitability. Like just now we had lot of discussions on agronomical things. Mechanization is one area where we can see that we will reduce the farmer burden. So definitely we can produce a tobacco which is very profitable to farmer, as well as we can make those uniqueness and we can sell our tobacco. That's what my take is.
That point is good, that we were not saying that we want a Brazil type. Keeping a USP of Indian tobacco, how do we going to increase the exports? And as Chairman says, FCB you have horizontally we cannot grow. And what about other types where we don't have even control? But even there also we are not able to export. Why? What is the reason for that? That area is not there. If I increase the area, so tomorrow we will say that some other areas, if it is growing, the rates will go down, and if there is no demand or no export, no buyers are there, then ultimately it will also go down. Maybe now, because now barley is growing in some pockets, maybe HDBR is growing some pockets, tomorrow it goes to the 100 billion, so who are the buyers? What we really require, and what my institute as a CTRA, as you all very much fascinated with the tobacco, and then what really required? Is it we want to put, if aroma is more important, we will put more work on the aroma. Or if it is required only to have a CPS, no curing is required of any wood, only other type of curing is required, we will come up with that technology. That's what we want to know. You say, no, sorry, you said that we cannot use a wood, we have to be compliant, we don't have to any emissions, then let us do something on more into that only. Why we have to waste time? That's what I want to prioritize now. Please.
See, globally, tobacco consumption is little bit going down. This is a fact we should accept. And also, more things, FCTC, whatever the health concerns. And the second thing is, new generation products have been coming to the market. Earlier, we used to have a combustion cigarettes and different kind of products. Now, it has come to new products like electronic devices has come. And one is there, what is there? Some kind of cigarette only, it has to be keep in IQ. I saw the one kind of product. So these are all the things considered. The tobacco consumption, the leaf consumption has came less. And the things are to go with other electronic devices things, then it needs some kind of liquids, essence of the nicotine contents. They are adding some kind of flavors. By all these consider the things, the tobacco, especially leaf tobacco consumption became less. That is also one of the reason what I feel, maybe other differs or their opinion differs. And as you said, there is no restrictions in barley. So they can go. Yes, India is India is the second largest producer, 850 million kgs. Most of the time, the domestic production is there. Compared with other countries, cigarette consumption is higher in other countries, and other chewing, whatever, is very less. In India, cigarette consumption constitutes only 10%. 90% is other products. Those other products might be used by these barley, chopadia, whatever, chewing thing are there, hookah is there, bidi are there. So all the things must use this barley tobacco. And to cater the service to our domestic consumption, these 850 million kgs of tobacco, which is omitted 250, whatever, 270 when you take it out, these things are enough, or is good enough to cater the domestic market. That is the reason that it has been increasing, 850, 900. Overall growth has been slowly, it has been increasing other variants. But as I said, 170 you cannot increase that. But it is India, as I said, India is the second largest producer. That's all. China, we never know what is the exact figures. That is everything, conspiracy, everything is, I don't know. China doesn't reveal anything else.
Is it possible to export to China?
No, they won't reveal that. No, China is, mask, nothing. We don't know.
If the requirement is more.
They are because they don't import from other countries. Their own consumption, we don't know exact figures. Their own consumption is good enough for their own market. I think we cannot, I think so. I think 2019, our board staff is there. The China people have come and they have traveled all over the places. And what is that? Some kind of pesticide residues or something is there. So it cannot be possible.
We need not too much worry about that. In my opinion, to reiterate, I think we need not try to do which is not what we are not doing, what quality what is not there. We need not produce any new quality. Please protect existing quality of NLS, Mysore and traditional. But we are unable to produce the required mass. Farmer is struggling with environmental climate issues as well as labor issues. Please address the climate and labor issues through varieties and package up practices, and process related issues like decarbonization and wood custody need to be looked at. So CTRI mandate, in my opinion, I am very clear in our industry requirement. We need required varieties which are climate smart. We required package up practice which are climate smart. please sustain existing quality profile. We need not always, if you get more flavor, we will not say no, sir. But thing is, it is not that increasing flavor is not the target now. More than that, sustain existing flavor, sustain the existing product integrity, but strengthen the farmer hands and industry hands for consistent supply of existing quality, existing productivity, giving solution to production problems like labor issues. So give solutions to labor issues, give solutions to climate vagaries, give solutions to decarbonization. These are the focus areas. If we do, we will not look back, because the climate is going to be more and more violent. Climate related supply disruptions will be there everywhere. In my opinion, our ecosystem is better capable. We have a better ecosystem with the Tobacco Board, CTRI and industry together closely working. We will be increase the destination for tobacco exports, sir.
I have just one more with Mr. Kumar Garu, as he said earlier, cropping window, that is the major issue. We should expand that, because the climate has been changing. Most recently in Andhra Pradesh government has been trying to reschedule the crop before the December itself to harvest the paddy. Every year, every year. Last year we faced the mangoes. This year, whatever. So we should harvest the paddy before the December, before the November, end of the November, such a way. In the same way, we know that every year in December and November, we have been hit by the cyclones. Last year mangoes, this year mixture, whatever. So to control that, to regulate that little bit, liberty, we should have the farmer in the crop window pattern.
Many things you can do if you go in detail. Yesterday when I visited NLS farmer, plastic mulch is being used, which is not a good thing in my opinion. 10 years back they were asking, we said no plastic mulch, because it will, long term they cannot retrieve back, it becomes pieces and it will permanently damage the soil structure. But thing is, they are saying, sir, today whoever used plastic mulch, his crop is saved, because the root zone was not inundated with water. Maybe CTRI and trade, all of us together, sir, should look at, can we have any degradable mulch which can save the crop? It's the need of the hour. So I'm only giving you one example, sir. So there are so many things which need to be done. When we are talking about climate smart technology means which will work, you have to give variety which can withstand. I don't say that completely it can withstand, but relatively drought tolerant. Drought resistance is important. Drought tolerance is possible. Can we look at in NLS where it can stand more waterlogging? They were saying, actually, sir, relatively the new varieties they were saying, relatively with the strong stem, it is withstanding without getting lodged. So similar things can we look at? So we have to look at climate is becoming major focus areas, sir, nothing else. Please look at how I will give varieties and package of practices which are climate smart. There is no other focus area now. That is the focus area. ESG, all that, okay, decarbonization, one thing we need to look at. Nothing else, sir. Not, in my opinion, honestly, I am seeing many crops. This is the focus area for every crop.
I would like to put one more point. How much we are ready for other products like SNAS or kind of this, what is that, other heating systems which work with vaporization, cigarettes, which is more in 80% in the Japan now, vaporization is a different. How much we are ready for that? Is our quality meets those standards or not? Or if not, we have to work from now.
Sir, we can also look at, in terms of nicotine is becoming one of the important things. We have already inaugurated recently plant. So in terms of high nicotine varieties, which are existing, like in Rustica, Gujarat, wherever it is there, I believe in Anand variety, one variety is there, the nicotine, some samples are up to 10% also, sir. So in that way, high nicotine is a focus area can be looked at, which is without any other impurities. That can be one focus area.
Yeah, is there any other points? Dr. Sarla, madam, you want to add anything? Okay, I think so.
I would like to add this point.
Yeah.
Gujarat tobacco, when this is a political thing. In 2019, when we are trying to avoid the electronic devices, what you can say, electronic cigarettes and e-cigarettes. In that time, we faced a lot of conditions, competition from Gujarat farmers. Gujarat farmers are very much interested to invite the electronic cigarettes. I'm just taking the incident. So that means, what I thought, as per your question, India is good enough to to give the supplies with the tobacco. Is having lot of nicotine percentage. That's what my opinion.
No, I also don't know much on the chemistry part of this. It works not by burning, it works by mode of vaporization. I think that is chemistry is different, and that may not be completely holds by only nicotine, I feel. But anyway, I will discuss with that, but we should be ready for even for doing for that kind of cigarettes, and also for snus. Snus in chewing tobacco nowadays, snus is gaining more in our side. That's also we need to be careful. And maybe if we are not ready now, then we can say that after a few years, then we will say that no, our tobaccos are not suiting to those. So those things, some points have come up, but some conflicting points for mind. Still, I need to storm my brain, maybe to get more clear on this thing. But really, we had a wonderful session because tobacco. It looks very simple, but it's a very complex crop. It's not like, yeah, Dr. Yeah, anybody? Yeah, please. Yeah, Damodar Garu. Please, please. Yes,
Sir, actually, we have discussed for the production of quality tobacco by having all good agricultural practices and other things. But for marketing abroad, we are not discussing. We are not discussing how it is marketing abroad. In the perspective of research, we should know what is growing in the Brazil, what is growing in the West Bengal, China, or what is growing in the other countries. So problem in tobacco future trading or future problem farming is lack of information. We are having lack of information about the how much order is there, how much tobacco is produced in other countries, and how that will be shared to the tobacco board or some CTRI, or you are getting any information from the other countries, CTRI, how much tobacco is growing, how much tobacco is marketing, at what price is marketing. So there is a information gap between this one. So we can produce whatever complaint tobacco, there is no problem, because we are having a good institute like CTRI, and ITC research is also there. But the thing is that how much of tobacco is needed, how much tobacco is going to be marketed. We are not getting the 100% data. Before fixing up crop size also, we are not getting. So that's why the tobacco marketing, tobacco export is very, very much not known to the public. For the food crops we know. For the particular this non-edible crop, we are unable to know. The only thing is that information gap is more, sir. That has to be get by some DGCA or some DGFT or something.
Yeah, I think Dr. Damodar Garu, you said a very good point. But I understand that Tobacco Board has a market intelligence department where they do all kind of world markets, demand, production, and other things. With that, you could able to say that which kind of tobacco, who is buying, and which regions matches to that quality. If that you can map, suppose let us say that Jilubeli suits to some country where they are buying, then we will produce that type. That's what I was saying to Dr. Krishna also. That when we can map to the destination countries, our farmers are ready. The production, supply, demand will be, definitely it will vary. We cannot say that production, only production, we are not able to meet. We can meet or we may not meet also, but within that also we need to have more. We need to produce more, not more. Within the produced only, how much we need to gain.
Sir, actually, we are having cap, as our chairman told, 270 millions. That is okay. But without knowing the information, how can you ask the farmer to grow more? That means up to the 270 millions. That is also one of the problem. Actually, your ISTS there, they are also not publicizing such information. If any journals publish also, they will not give quantity and value of the tobacco. How much value it is going. They will just tell the stories only. That is the main problem in journal reading also, for a particular tobacco journals.
We'll discuss later, Damodarji. As you said, there are some kind of journals, Tobacco Courier, these kind of journals. We won't get it. We are normal people. We are poor farmers. We don't get that such of expensive journals. The tobacco companies used to have in the table book. They are having all kind of information, which is. But of course, we have that. And in tobacco board, we have limited. We have a not. I can't say limited. We have a full information. DGIC something is there from Calcutta. So we have information. I'll share with you. No, we'll discuss later. But as a part of marketing part, we have been doing that. Tobacco board is very aggressively marketing our tobaccos. And most recently, we have organized a big trade show. We participate in big trade show. Dubai. We are doing very better manner. As I said yesterday, Tobacco Board and CTRI, such a nice organization. We can't find anywhere in the world who are dedicated to work on tobacco. That's all. We can close it.
Yeah, I think thank you very much, Chairman Tobacco Board, and I also thank Krishna ji, ITC, and Dr. Leo from representing AOL, my colleague Darsalla, and Mr. Rakesh representing TIA, and Mr. Puneet from GPA. We have a wonderful discussion. I feel still we could have had more time. Unfortunately, we lost some time, but we will have in one more time in my institute. We really need to churn, just not make policy. As you said, the policy, what kind of policy support you require? What policy is required and what type of quality is required? And it's, Krishna ji, I am not pointing to you, but still I am not clear. Maybe, I don't know how many of my colleagues are clear, what kind of research required for another next 10 years, 20 years. Okay, CPA or decarbonization, that's okay. But other than that, what really requires? Only stabilization of production is required. That's only, those challenges only required. Then we will work on that. But as we completed 75 years, and next 25 years is very important. As somebody says that, what they say, what is Amrut Kal and all, it's really tough. I mean, situations are changing day by day. We need to think much beforehand than before this thing. I think with this I close, but my brain still works on that. I think we'll come up with one more policy document or one more this thing, and we will, I think we will make, definitely we will make India's position, we will solidify, we will make more further strong in India's tobacco exports. With that hope, we are concluding this panel discussion. I thank you all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, all the panelists and chairman. Sir, our chairman, before concluding, actually, Chairman Tobacco Board, Sri Yashwant Kumar Chidibuttu, first time came here for ISTS conference, sir. So we want to felicitate Mr. Yashwant Kumar Chidibuttu. This is from ISTS, sir, Indian Society of Tobacco Science. Yesterday it is from CTR. We we thank, in spite of your busy schedule, you came here for this panel discussion, sir. Thank you very much. We thank Mr. Krishna Kumar, ITC also, sir. From the morning, he is closely associated with this program, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And also we thank Leandro AOL, sir. Thank you very much. And also Rakesh Kaul from Tobacco Institute of India, Mr. Puneet from GPI, sir. Thank you very much for your wholehearted cooperation in conducting this panel discussion. Thank you very much. So next, sir, all the participants are requested to visit the poster session, sir. This is in the right side of the, means for me right side, for you left side of the this corridor. The posters are displayed. Please see the posters of this session, sir. That genetics and genomic strategies for enhancing commercial crop session. After that, our cultural program will start, and also after that again dinner is there. Sir, soup is being served in the your right side of the corridor, sir. Please take soup and also visit our poster session.
ఏదండి ఫోన్ ఛార్జర్ ఉందా ఫోన్ ఛార్జర్ అండి చిరంలో సరే ఛార్జర్ అలా ఉందా ఫోన్ ఛార్జర్ అక్కడ పెట్టించుకుంటారు అదే పెట్టారు
ఇవన్నీ రిమూవ్ చేయాలి ఇవన్నీ తీసేయాలి
ఛార్జర్ దాని అంట ఇది పట్టినట్టు టీవీలో టీవీ మరి డ్యాన్స్ అడ్డొస్తాయి కదా దేనికి పెట్టుంటుంది ఛార్జింగ్ దేనికి పెట్టి వైర్లెస్ ఆ పిండికి ఎట్టుందా దానికి ఉంది అది తీయడం కాదు అది తీయాలంటే మొత్తం ఎవరికో చేస్తారా ఏ కోపండి
Ramesh is requested here. T. Ramesh. ఎవరున్నారు? Somebody help to keep the chairs off the dais. Shravan, please come. We have to remove the chairs from the. కింద ఉంది సార్, కింద వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చేస్తే వాళ్ళు పెట్టేస్తారు.
తెలియదు వాళ్ళకి.
అందరిని రానిద్దాం, ఒక 10 నిమిషాలు పడుతుంది. అటు పెట్టి అది అనౌన్స్ చేయాలిగా కొంచెం.
ఈ టీవీల పరిస్థితి ఉండని అండి, మేడం. ఇవి
వస్తుందా? చెప్పండి. చెక్. ఓకే. సందీప్ యాపిల్ చార్జర్.
ఇంకేమన్నా చెప్పాలా?
పర్వాలేదన్నారు పిల్లలు. అయితే జరిపేద్దాం. జరపమంటున్నారు కొంచెం యువతలు, కొంచెం యువతలు. స్టేజ్ మీద ఇక అది అవసరం లేదు, రేపు మళ్ళీ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు.
ఇక్కడ మాట్లాడతారేమో, అందుకే అసలు కిందకి వెళ్ళిపోతున్నా. బట్
శివపంచముఖ లింగ నర్తన
కవినన్నయ్య విశ్వవిద్యాలయం గోదావరి తీర విజ్ఞాన నిలయం. ఆది కవినన్నయ్య విశ్వవిద్యాలయం గోదావరి తీర విజ్ఞాన నిలయం. కాని ముత్యాలతో ఆచార్యవరులతో కాని ముత్యాలతో ఆచార్యవరులతో వాణి నివాసమై వర్ధిల్లు గురుకులం వర్ధిల్లు గురుకులం. ఆది కవినన్నయ్య విశ్వవిద్యాలయం గోదావరి తీర విజ్ఞాన నిలయం. ధర్మస్ఫూర్తి ఆంధ్ర భారత కీర్తి. ఆర్షధర్మస్ఫూర్తి ఆంధ్ర భారత కీర్తి. అడుగడుగునా సంఘ సంస్కరణ దీప్తి. భవనాల తోరణం సువిశాల ప్రాంగణం. భవనాల తోరణం సువిశాల ప్రాంగణం. ప్రకృతి ఒడిలో విశ్వ పరిశోధనాలయం పరిశోధనాలయం. ఆది కవినన్నయ్య విశ్వవిద్యాలయం గోదావరి తీర విజ్ఞాన నిలయం. కళాశాలలతో పలు శాఖలతో విలసిల్లే అత్యున్నత విద్యాలయం విశ్వవిద్యాలయం మన విశ్వవిద్యాలయం. రాజమహేంద్రానికే రాజసమీయాలయం రాజమహేంద్రానికే రాజసమీయాలయం. లక్షల విద్యార్థులున్న అక్షర దేవాలయం లక్షల విద్యార్థులున్న అక్షర దేవాలయం అక్షర దేవాలయం. ఆది కవినన్నయ్య విశ్వవిద్యాలయం గోదావరి తీర విజ్ఞాన నిలయం.
లేడీస్ అండ్ జెంటిల్మెన్, కొద్దిసేపట్లో మనకి సాంస్కృతిక కార్యక్రమాలు, ముఖ్యంగా క్లాసికల్ డ్యాన్స్, ఇండియన్ క్లాసికల్ డ్యాన్స్, ఆలయ నృత్యం మనం ప్రేక్షకులుగా విట్నెస్ చేయబోతున్నాం. బయట ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ లోపలికి వచ్చి ఒకసారి కూర్చుంటే చక్కటి కార్యక్రమం కొద్దిసేపట్లో మొదలవబోతుంది కనుక బయట ఉన్న డెలిగేట్స్ అందరూ లోపలికి వచ్చి కూర్చోవలసిందిగా విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నాం.
ఎవరైతే దిగులుగా ఉన్నారో పెళ్ళైన వారు పెళ్లి కాని వారు ఇప్పుడు అసలు భయపడనవసరం లేదు. తన భార్యతో
The delegates who are outside kindly come into the hall and occupy the silver seats. వల్లే వెన్న Ladies and gentlemen, today is a great day that we had an international conference, and on this occasion we will have today a pleasant cultural fest. The temple dance, music and dance are the integral part of services offered to God or deity in temples are very popular in South India. Dance has traditionally an important part of religion and culture in India. It has lot of mythological importance across the variety of contexts in ancient India from time immemorial. There is a practice of worshipping God through dance and music in temples. Nritya is a part of spiritual origin. By observing the roots of Agama Sastra, Veda, and Indian literature and dance as an integral part of larger famous temples, Dr. Sappa Durga Prasad Garu recoined, redesigned and researched a traditional Indian dance as Alaya Nrutyam. That's why he is popularly known as Nrutya Rishi. ఈ మధ్యనే వారు ఒక చక్కటి నృత్య యజ్ఞాన్ని మరి డిసెంబర్ 2-3 తారీఖుల్లో ఈ గోదావరి గట్టున ప్రదర్శించడం జరిగింది. 200 మంది మరి నృత్య కళాకారిణులు దీనిలో మరి అద్భుతంగా ప్రదర్శించి 12 గంటల పాటు ఉదయం 7 గంటల నుంచి సాయంత్రం 7:30 వరకు 12 గంటల పాటు వారు ప్రదర్శించి వారి కళా నైపుణ్యాన్ని చాటుకోవటం జరిగింది. మనందరికీ తెలుసు మరి రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం వారిని ఎన్నో ఘనమైన అవార్డులతో కూడా మరి సత్కరించడం జరిగింది. వారికి మంచి పేరుంది. ప్రభుత్వం రాష్ట్ర అవార్డులతో ఎన్నో నిండిపోయి ఉంటాయి వారి నృత్య అకాడమీకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు. సో వారు ముందుగా మరి ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని ప్రారంభించుకోవటానికి ముందుగా ఒక చక్కటి ప్రార్థనా గీతాన్ని ఆలపించుకుందాం. శైలజ అండ్ అనిందిత. సారీ సార్. ప్రార్థనా గీతంతో మొదలుపెట్టుకొని తర్వాత మనము క్లాసికల్ డ్యాన్స్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోదాం. ప్రార్థనా గీతం.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय.
The Myntra end of season sale is live. Get 50 to 90% off. Myntra. Save on fashion, save fashion.
Low risk equals low returns? Not always. Trade in futures and options today. Open your free Demat account now.
Investments in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
गुरु विक्रमाय गुह्य प्रभराय गुरुवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्य कला क्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मराधाय गुरुपुत्र परित्रात्रे गुरुवाखण्ड खण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्पाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Pushpanjali. Every morning, the devotional dancers used to come with Kumbhaharati and offer special Harati to God. After offering prayers to the God with Churnika Stotra in Sanskrit, she performed Aditachari Nritta. This Nritta song is based on Omkara because Omkara is the base of our universe.
సద్గుణ నయ వినయ వివేక వితరణ విచక్షణ దక్ష గూఢార్థ నిర్ణయ నిసందేహ నిరాఘాట నిరవంద్య గద్య పద్య వచన సువచన తర్క వేదాంత మీమాంస వ్యాకరణ సాంఖ్యయోగాది శాస్త్రపారీణ సంగీత సాహిత్య సకల కళా ప్రవీణ సర్వేశ భజత్వం పుష్పపదమంగళం దిత్తై jam tarita takadit jam tarita dijam tarita jam tari tadit jam tarita dijam tarita jam tarita takadit jam tarita dijam tarita jam tari tadit jam tarita takadit jam tarita tadit jam tari takadit jam takadaka chunu takadiki tadikinata takatadikinata tadikinata dikinata kinatu takadiki tadikinata takatadikinata tadikinata dikinata kinatu takadiki tadikinata takatadikinata tadikinata dikinata kinatu
Panchabhuta Nattana Vinyasam. It is a rare temple dance. researched and renovated by Dr. Sappa Durga Prasad. In the great olden days, this dance was performed every morning in famous temples. The traditional dancer praised the nature, Prithvi, Afat, Teja, Vayu, Akasa, are the five gods of our nature. Prithvi means earth, Afat means water, Teja means fire, Vayu means air, and Akasa means sky. The dancers pray these Panchabhutas in Agamaritya. It is a Avahana Nartana.
Jam
నీరజాక్షుడని బాలుని అతీవలు పాడేరో నీలవన్నుడని నీరజాక్షుడని బాలుని అతీవలు పాడేరో నీలవన్నుడని నీరజాక్షుడని బాలుని అతీవలు పాడేరో పాలు వితుకుతును బాణల కాగుల సోలి పెరుగు ప్రకృతు పాలు వితుకుతును బాణల కాగుల సోలి పెరుగు ప్రకృతు పాలు వితుకుతును బాణల కాగుల సోలి పెరుగు శృతి కూడగను కమ్మని నేతులు కాగుల శృతి కూడగను మందరధరుడని మాధవుడని గోవిందుని బాడేరు వెలదులి మందరధరుడని మాధవుడని గోవిందుని బాడేరు వెలదులి మందరధరుడని మాధవుడని గోవిందుని వాడేరు వెలదులి నందవ్రజమున నలుగడనావుల మంగళ చేల మందిరముల నందవ్రజమున నలుగడనావుల మంగళ నందవ్రజమున నలుగడనావుల మంగళ చేలవంగిరవంగుల భూమనీడే సుఖి కూడగను కమ్మని నేతులు కారుల భూమనీడే శృతి కూడగను వెంకటపతియని వేద నిలయుడని పంకజనాభోని పాడేరో వెంకటపతియని వేద నిలయుడని పంకజనాభోని పాడేరో వెంకటపతియని వేద నిలయుడని పంకజనాభోని పాడేరో అంకుల చేతను కలగురవంబుల జింకకు మాటల అంకుల చేతను కలగురవంబుల జింకకు మాటల అంకుల చేతను కలగురవంబుల జింకకు మాటల నీయడి శృతి కూడగను కమ్మని నేతులు కాగుల నీయడి శృతి కూడగను కమ్మని నేతులు కాగుల శృతి కూడగను
మనకు అందించిన వారు డాక్టర్ సప్పా దుర్గా ప్రసాద్ గారి శిష్యురాళ్ళు
Annamacharya Kirtana. In the 15th century, famous poet Talapaka
మనందరికీ తెలుసు ఈ కార్యక్రమం కంప్లీట్ అయిపోతుంది. అందరూ డిన్నర్కి వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నారని అందరికీ తెలుసు. కానీ వాళ్ళకి గిఫ్ట్స్ వాళ్ళకి వచ్చి డైరెక్టర్ గారి చేతుల మీదుగా అందరూ వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నారు. డైరెక్టర్ ఒక్కసారి ఆయన రావాల్సిందిగా రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం. రిక్వెస్ట్ శిష్యురాళ్ళు ఆరుషి, దివ్యశ్రీ అందరూ ఒకసారిగా వచ్చేయండి అమ్మ. రిషి, నవ్యశ్రీ, భువన, భాను, రత్నశ్రీ, జిజ్ఞాన, ప్రణీత, కీర్తి. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్. మా ఆహ్వానాన్ని మన్నించి మీరు వచ్చి ఇక్కడికి మీ ప్రదర్శన ఇచ్చి మా అందరినీ సంతోషపెట్టినందుకు మా సంస్థ తరఫున మా డైరెక్టర్ గారు డాక్టర్ మాగంటి శేషమాధవ్ గారు ఎప్పుడు మరి కళల పట్ల ఎప్పుడు వారికి చాలా ఇష్టం. మన ఇండియన్ డ్యాన్స్ అన్న ఇండియన్ క్లాసికల్ డ్యాన్స్ అంటే అందువల్ల వారు ఎప్పుడు మిమ్మల్ని ఆదరిస్తారు కనుక ఇంకా ప్రదర్శన ముందు ముందు ఉంటాయి కనుక మీకు మంచి ధన్యవాదాలు చెప్పుకుంటూ మరి దేశ విదేశాల్లో కూడా ఉన్నారు సార్ శిష్యురాళ్ళు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. దుర్గా ప్రసాద్ గారు థ్యాంక్స్ అమ్మా. అందరూ your friends and delegates and scientists from all over India, the dinner is waiting for you outside. kindly have dinner and thank you all for participating in this cultural fest, for encouraging the artists. Thank you all, have dinner and good night.